at liberty to table a motion and have a debate in this House on that issue. Well, he says, come on, I can't remember one. Maybe the messenger. But, Mr. Speaker, I think the key here is to make sure that, our special forces are oversighted by democratically elected ministers in this House. And we are also bound by law in the same way anyone else is. There is no exception to the law, whether that's through investigational powers or indeed the operational prerogative that we deploy our forces on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard from a number of Ukrainians now resident in my constituency how much they value my right honourable friend's work to support their armed forces. So I'd like to ask my right honourable friend what lessons we're going to learn from our work to supply ordnance and equipment to the armed forces of Ukraine that will inform our future plans for maintaining appropriate stocks of weapons and equipment.
Well, obviously, Mr. Speaker, we learn an awful lot from watching the way that modern conflict is being prosecuted in Ukraine, and that is indeed shaping our analysis of the stockpiles we need to hold, particularly around the intensity of the modern artillery battle.
Joe Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This October will be the 70th anniversary of the British nuclear tests. I wonder what ministers are doing to formally recognise our nuclear veterans ahead of that date.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with families alongside the Prime Minister, and I committed at that meeting to instruct the MOD to look afresh at the case being made, and that work is ongoing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the National Memorial Arboretum, 306 wooden stakes represent the 306 soldiers who were wrongly shot at dawn and subsequently pardoned. One of these is George Hunter from Stockton, who left behind a wife and 2 children to enlist in the Durham Light Infantry. Despite being pardoned in 2006, Private Hunter and his comrades have still not been posthumously awarded their medals. Would the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss how we can get these heroes the medals and recognition that they deserve?
Thank him for this question, and I thank him for the work he does to support the armed forces in his constituency. Of course, this is a very serious matter, so I'm happy to confirm that we will look at it and I will write to him.
Mary Farray.
What steps are being taken to address the urgent shortage of translators for UK and Ukraine training exercises while ensuring adequate proficiency in the languages is a key requirement? There are some concerns that have been raised that the fluency level currently being accepted is not high enough.
Well, Mr. Speaker, those aren't concerns that I've heard reflected. I visited the artillery training that was taking place at Ralston Camp. The Secretary of State has been to visit Warkop twice, and indeed tomorrow I'm going to Nook Camp in Wiltshire with my Ukrainian counterpart. I can assure the Honourable Lady that whilst my experience of the interpreters has been amazingly positive, if there's any shortcomings, we'll make sure they're rectified.
James Sunderland.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Bracknell constituency is very proud to have a new veterans hub at Crowthorne Fire Station, and my thanks go to the Royal Berkshire Fire and Rescue Service. What additional provision might be available for communities wanting to provide local support for veterans?
Mr. Speaker, and I want to put on record my thanks to his characteristic support of armed forces personnel and veterans in his constituency. I think the hub is clearly an important thing, and I think they should be made aware of opportunities for support coming from the Armed Forces Covenant Fund Trust, which he will know well.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I gave the Secretary £250 million, would they invest it in another Type 31 frigate? Would they invest in other defence capability they're missing out on? Or would they choose to invest it in a royal yacht whose sole purpose is supposed to be for signing new trade deals?
I'll invest whatever furthers Britain's national interest. I totally understand where he's coming from. He will understand, obviously, maybe not from the west coast of Scotland, the importance of the Royal Yacht, because the number of people that pay money to go and look at it in Edinburgh, where it's currently tied up, is incredible. It's very good, very popular. Very popular.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The two voluntary outflow reasons for personnel from the armed forces tend to be that there are greater opportunities outside of the military and the impact on family life. Can I just ask the Minister, who I know has done extraordinary work, what assessment he has made about the armed forces family strategy and how it's going to take account of those two issues?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an important piece of work. We launched it in January, and we will keep the House up to date. We do acknowledge that we recruit the armed forces person, but we retain the families. So we want to give them flexibility and choice, and we will look forward to reporting back.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I met with Airspace Unlimited, who are creating an airspace optimisation tool for defence airspace. which will assist the RAF's ambition to be net zero by 2040, with an added benefit of supporting vital defence training for 5th and 6th generation combat air. Does he agree with me the importance of this and of supporting initiatives like this through a Defence and Security Accelerator?
I do. I think there are huge opportunities. The Honourable Gentleman correctly points out RAF has got an ambition for 2040 net zero. There's a lot of money we're investing, including £2.35 billion going into ECRS Mark II, a prime recipient of which will be Edinburgh. And where there are other Scottish companies that have got a lot of options to bring to our attention, we'll happily look at them.
James Gray. Was, I think, at his keynote speech at the Land Warfare Conference that the Chief General Staff made his oft-quoted remarks that this was a 1937 moment, that it was perverse to cut 10,000 people from the army, and that we'd be risk being outnumbered in the event of warfare. Can the Secretary of State tell me whether or not that speech was cleared through his office before CGS gave it?
Well, some of the characteristics of the speech weren't in the speech, Mr. Speaker. He didn't say it was perverse to cut 10,000 troops. What he did say was 1937 moment, and the important thing about 1937 was not only that General Montgomery had talked about mobilisation, he talked about relevance, making sure you had a force that was relevant. If you have a big mass force that's irrelevant to modern technology, you end up like Russia, stuck on the road to Kyiv, wiped out.
A very short question that could be answered with one word. Will serving personnel receive an above-inflation pay rise this year?
We look forward to making an announcement in due course.
Philip Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, and can I just start by congratulating my right honourable and honourable friends, the government front bench for defence, for the competence and clarity and steadfastness that they've shown, in particularly in recent months, in combating proposing the UK contribution to Ukraine. When my right honourable friend visits Farnborough, will he find the opportunity to attend the Joint Economic Data Hub hosted by the Defence Solutions Centre, which demonstrates to Her Majesty's Treasury that £1 invested in defence has a multiplier of more than £1?
In a packed programme, I'll do my utmost, Mr. Speaker, to visit the JED Hub Centre. I think my right honourable friend is too modest to point out that that came out of a recommendation from the Dunn report. It's a valuable recommendation, and us really knowing exactly what this means for our economy is very good news for defence and very good news for the United Kingdom.
Emma Harding.
Speaker, a couple of months ago I was delighted to spend an evening with some Fijian veterans, and it was a really good fun evening had by all, and I was able to express to them my personal thanks to their services to the British Armed Forces. So I recognise the progress that has been made in terms of visa fees for Fijian veterans, but will the Minister look to cancelling the costs for visas for Fijian servicemen and women's spouses as well?
The point is, it's all about fairness, and we mustn't disadvantage any comparative British soldier in those same circumstances. So currently there are no plans to extend it to family members.
Michael Fabricant.
May I start by saying it is thanks to the team on the front bench and the Prime Minister that I'm still able to wear this badge, which shows the Ukrainian flag. Because if it hadn't been for the supply of NLAW missiles some 3 to 4 months before the invasion, the Russians would be in Kyiv now. But may I ask my right honourable friend, is he satisfied that we will still be able to maintain the supply of ammunition that the Ukrainians so naturally need?
Currently, we are able to do that, and where we don't have our own stocks, alongside international partners and donors, we scour the world to find those stocks to make sure we have it. Obviously, Ukraine and Russia are both discovering that a prolonged battle is very, very hard to manage with your stocks. Russia are now using very old equipment. Sometimes they're using equipment not correctly, maybe designed to kill a ship, is now being used to hit a building, or indeed they are using stock that is so old it was out in the 1950s.
Chris Elmore.
Complaints about service accommodation have rocketed by 20% in the first 4 months of this year compared to last year. Can ministers explain why and what they plan to do to rectify this urgently, given the already undue pressure that our service personnel's families in particular experience by being married to someone in the armed forces?
Mr. Speaker, we do take these issues extremely seriously. That's why we've invested more than £936 million in service family accommodation in the last 7 years. There's more coming, and of course with the future accommodation model we want to give choice and flexibility and the highest possible standard of those living in service family accommodation.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
British nuclear testing veterans and their families met the Prime Minister and Defence Ministers on the 8th of June. With myself and the Right Honourable Member for South Holland in the Deepings, they told me that they felt the Prime Minister had listened to them and they were hopeful that they would be formally recognised. Would the Secretary provide a progress report on the actions he and the Prime Minister have taken since the meeting to secure the recognition these veterans so deserve?
Speaker, and I was obviously, it was my great pleasure to be at that meeting, and I'm very happy to write to her with an update.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Despite stark warnings from repeated CDSs and others regarding the vulnerability of our undersea cables in increased Russian submarine activity, it took until 2021 for the government to announce it would acquire a multi-role ocean surveillance ship to protect this critical infrastructure. It's been recently reported that the government still haven't decided on the capability required, procurement strategy or on an in-service date. Why is that?
We're looking very closely at how we take forward MROS. It was an important step, as the Honourable Lady suggests, that was part of the Defence Command paper in spring 21. We will ensure that we bring that capability into service, but we need to get it right, and there is considerable work ongoing as to what exactly that capability should look like.
Marina Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Meritorious was the word the Prime Minister used in this House to describe the application of the Arab application of a former Afghan Supreme Court judge who put hundreds of terrorists behind bars, undoubtedly saving British lives. I was promised a meeting with ministers. That never materialised, and suddenly, out of the blue, the Arab application was turned down last week because he was not deemed to have worked closely enough with the UK government. So could I plead with ministers to meet with me to review this hero's case, because I have no doubt he will be hunted down and slaughtered by the Taliban if we don't bring him to safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady and I walked through the lobby together on a rare occasion when we were in the same lobby the other week, and we were able to discuss this exact case, and I asked the team to look at it. As she's mentioned in her question, I'm afraid ARAP is a very tightly bound scheme for those who worked with the British Armed Forces, and the person who she's advocating for did not. There are other routes for that person to come to this country through the ACRS, and I'll make sure she's connected with the appropriate minister to do so.
Dan Jarvis. Can a minister inform the House if we'll be left without a low-level parachute capability when the Hercules goes out of service? And if we will be, can they say how long our airborne forces will be grounded for until the Atlas is upgraded?
What I can tell the honourable member was I took steps immediately to rectify the gap, if there was one, to the extent we purchased off the shelf last year a significant number of new parachutes in order to mitigate the gap. He will be aware, because of his interest in airborne forces, that both the German and the French Air Force have already on numerous occasions been able to jump out of A400s. It's odd that we haven't yet done that, so that is not the reason it hasn't progressed. The progress is making sure we have the right equipment and the right training for the pilots. We're on track to do that, but I'll give them an update. Just like him, I think it's incredibly important that they get on and do that in the RAF.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A House of Commons library analysis forecasts that Ministry of Defence day-to-day spending will be cut by 5.5% in real terms by 2024-25. Can the Secretary of State confirm that this amounts to a real terms cut of £1.7 billion over the next 3 years?
Well, I think, can I welcome the honourable gentleman to the House, and can I also say, first of all, that I'd like to pay tribute to his predecessor as the defence spokesman, the Liberal Democrats, the MP for Caithness and Sunderland. We both served in the Scottish Parliament together, and he will be missed from this brief. As to the point made by the honourable gentleman, what I would say is I think that is based on a new inflation rate. When we got our defence spending, our comprehensive spending review, obviously the GDP deflator was at 1.5%. As a result, we have been compensated by the Treasury in the short term for inflationary pressures. That won't show in the core budget until after the accounts are in. However, he is right to point out that inflationary pressures on a budget such as ours, with huge amounts of capital, will have an impact. We're taking steps to try and mitigate that, and I'll be looking forward to engaging with the new Prime Minister to make sure we get that mitigation.
That ends the questions. But before we come to the urgent question, I want to express my disappointment that the government did not come forward with a general statement on the heatwave, given its potential to have wide-ranging serious impact on the nation. Members need to be able to scrutinise the government
on all issues arising from the current high temperature, especially as the government felt it appropriate for Cobra to meet. If it's good enough for Cobra to sit and discuss, it's good for this House to hear it as well. So I now call Caroline Lucas to ask her urgent question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Minister for the Cabinet Office if he will make a statement on the government's preparedness for the extreme heat in the UK.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time ever, the UK Health Security Agency has issued a Level 4 heat health alert for much of the country. Temperatures are forecast to reach the low 40s centigrade. It looks probable that they will break the current UK record of 38.7 degrees recorded in Cambridge in 2019. They currently stand at 37.5 in Suffolk. I have just come from chairing the latest in a series of COBRA briefings that have been held since last week and over the weekend to coordinate the extensive preparation and mitigation measures being taken across the government to face the next 36 hours. I am grateful to colleagues in the devolved administrations and also local resilience forums around the country, our local authority and agency partners who are keeping public services running and responding to any local issues that may emerge. Thanks, Mr. Speaker, to our strong forecasting capabilities, the government was able to launch a comprehensive public communications campaign ahead of the heatwave. This involved advice from, amongst others, the UK HSA, the Met Office, the Department for Health and Social Care, and our Chief Medical Officer, Professor Chris Whitty, and Deputy Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Thomas Waite. While we hope people will take notice of the advice on how to keep safe in the high temperatures, the NHS has made sure all its operational capacity and capability are available during the heatwave. The 999 and 111 services have also stood up all available capacity. There are now more than 2,400 call handlers for 999, an increase of around 500 since September last year. On the detail, I will defer to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health, who will make a further statement on the health system in this heatwave imminently. Mr. Speaker, while heatwaves are not a new phenomenon, we are adapting to temperatures not previously experienced in this country, and events such as this coming with increased frequency and severity. The government has been in the lead on appreciating the impacts of climate change. Indeed, it was a Conservative government that enshrined net zero in law. And since the times of David Cameron, Conservative Prime Ministers have spoken passionately about the impact of climate change and the need to keep 1.5 alive, notably at last year's COP26 UN Climate Change Conference. And we have long taken the lead, as I say, on this issue. Over the past 3 decades, the UK has driven down emissions faster than any other G7 country, and we have clear plans to go further. We are showing the way on climate change, helping over 90% of countries set net zero targets during our COP26 presidency, up from 30% 2 years ago. On cleaner energy, the UK is also forging ahead of most other countries. Around 40% of our power now comes from cleaner and cheaper renewables. Our net zero work is vital to helping create resilience. We must continue to drive forward the initiatives that help us curb the impacts of climate change and at the same time build systems that help us withstand extreme events as they arise.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. As he says, this week the UK is likely to have its hottest day on record, with the Met Office issuing its first ever red warning for extreme heat for England and Wales already recording its hottest day. These brutal temperatures pose a very real threat to life and infrastructure, to education, to travel, and most importantly to health. So it is indeed disappointing that the Minister didn't offer his own statement about what the government was doing instead of waiting to be dragged here through an urgent question. And while the heatwave has now been declared a national emergency, there are real questions about how seriously the government is taking it and how prepared they are. They seem to be turning up with a watering can when what we need is a giant fire hose. So will the Minister say exactly how many COBRA meetings on this heat emergency the Prime Minister has missed and why? What practical support has the government offered to the NHS, care homes and schools beyond the guidance in the heatwave plans? What financial resources, for example, are they offering? 10 months after the consultation closed, where is the government's national resilience strategy? Will the government agree to maximum workplace temperature limits to give workers legal protection against working in high temperatures and ensure employers allow staff to work flexibly in the heat? Will he condemn those on his own benches who have unbelievably sought to make a culture wedge issue, even out of this issue, with members on his side calling those who want to take precautions cowards and snowflakes? Shocking. Mr. Speaker, the government can hardly say it hasn't been cautioned about the risks. The Committee on Climate Change has warned that heat-related deaths could triple by 2050. Yet, in the words of the Chair of the Adaptation Committee, Adaptation in this country is under-resourced, underfunded and often ignored. None of the 42 adaptation-specific recommendations have been implemented in full. They report that more than 500,000 new homes, which are still liable to overheating, have continued to be built in the UK over the past 10 years, even after they first raised this issue. So what exactly is the government doing to close the gap on adaptation? And lastly, when is this government finally going to join the dots and stop pouring fuel on the fire? It is beyond perverse that ministers wring their hands over extreme heat one day and give the green light to new oil and gas extraction the next. So will the minister rule out any new oil and gas licences from the North Sea, including scrapping yet more subsidies through the investment allowance as part of the Energy Profits Levy? Will they finally turn the tap off new oil and gas?
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously our immediate concern is to make sure that we get the country through the next 36 hours or so in as good a shape as possible. And I know the Honourable Lady will be pleased to know that all our local resilience forums are standing up. Indeed, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State from DLUC, joined the Chair's call this morning. They are all meeting today to take what steps need to be taken. And there are simple behavioural things that we can all do to help protect ourselves and indeed look out for those most vulnerable, particularly the elderly who are living alone. Now, the Honourable Lady raised a whole raft of policy issues which no doubt will be addressed in the debates that we have over on this issue over the months to come. But just to address one particular one that she raised, which is about the Prime Minister's presence at Cobra. It is literally my job as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster to chair Cobra, particularly where the Civil Contingency Secretariat is involved, and then to brief the Prime Minister accordingly, which I did yesterday morning at 8 o'clock. It is my job to coordinate across the whole of government, and that is what we have been doing. And as a result, I am confident that all the guidance and support that is needed in schools and in hospitals, for our police forces, for other people who are involved in this effort, is now working its way out through the system, and they are all standing up well. In particular, our cooperation with the devolved administrations has been very strong, and that is why I think the public health message about the next 36 hours has landed so well. In wider terms, though, as the Honourable Lady I'm sure will have noticed, this heatwave has not just impacted on the United Kingdom. It has hit the whole of continental Europe, and a number of those countries who are used, in many ways, more used to higher temperatures than we are having to take similar action, and in some circumstances, obviously, their population are suffering. And that is why it is so important that the UK leads on this debate globally, as we did do in COP26 last year. As she knows, we've launched a Energy Transition Council with 20 governments, 15 international institutions participating. We are working hard with countries around the world to help them move to a cleaner future, while we also move our own energy mix in the right direction. However, as I'm sure she will appreciate, as we move towards net zero, we have to strike a balance between playing our part in fighting climate change in this country and at the same time keeping the lights on for those people who need it.
Sir Peter Bottomley.
Mr. Speaker, can I, through a question to my right honourable friend, put to the leaders of our public services, including the ambulance service, that if they don't have summer gear, they should be allowed, where safe and appropriate, to wear their own summer gear, and ask all of them to make sure that people do have good equipment and clothes for the summer, given that the temperatures are changing. It's wrong that people should only have winter gear at times like this.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Father of the House raises an extremely important point, which is about the ability, particularly of our emergency services, to cope themselves and their resilience. Now, each of those organisations and the leaders thereof will have to take that into account over the months to come. And one of the things that I have said to the team internally that we must do during this brief but nevertheless severe period of weather is that we must learn exactly these kind of practical lessons, because while there are impacts on the transport network and elsewhere, I'm sure that we will see in the next 36 hours. And some of those we can mitigate. It is probably the case that not all of them will be mitigated, but we should certainly learn the lessons, and he's raised a very important one for the future.
Now come to Shadow Minister Flower Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend, the member for Brighton Pavilion, for securing this hugely important and urgent question. On Tuesday, we'll be in the hottest 1.2% of the world. Once again, when faced by a national emergency driven by the climate emergency, which they could see coming a mile off, ministers were asleep at the wheel. The Prime Minister is too busy planning parties instead of planning for Britain. Is anyone else having déjà vu? The Prime Minister has already missed 2 Cobra meetings, as has been acknowledged, on the red heat warning, and is set to miss a 3rd. The same man who missed 5 Cobra meetings in the weeks preceding the onset of the pandemic. This finished Prime Minister has already clocked off, it's clear, but with 49 dangerous days to go. The heat wave is a reminder that the government has not tackled the growing climate emergency facing our country, and the leadership election gives us little hope this will change. So as Britain boils, will the Minister answer? Where is the plan for the delivery of essential services and how people will be kept safe at work, on transport, in hospitals, care homes and schools in the coming days? Where is the advice for vulnerable workers working in unbearable conditions? We need action on guidance for safe indoor working temperatures and the government to ensure employers allow staff to work flexibly in the heat. We need a plan, not a panic. And Labour has already got a resilience plan for long-term strategic emergency planning. So where is the government's national resilience strategy? Can the Minister give a date for its publication? It's already 10 months overdue. It is the primary duty of any government to keep the public safe. Britain deserves better. Thank you.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure the Honourable Lady knows already, there are significant plans in place to deal with all manner of extreme weather events, and all local resilience forums have their plans in place. There is guidance available, as I said earlier, for schools, hospitals, particularly around the safety and welfare of their staff, but also the people who are in their facilities. And as far as employers go, similarly, HSE is available to give guidance, and there is a clear obligation in law already for employers to maintain a reasonable temperature at work. Now, obviously, that varies from building to building and from facility to facility, but nevertheless, it is clear that employers have an obligation. And as to the Prime Minister's attendance at Cobra, as I said earlier, over the last, whatever it is, since 2011, I've attended many, many Cobra meetings. There's only one where the Prime Minister chaired, and that was during the 2011 riots in London. Others have routinely been chaired by Secretaries of State, and as I said earlier, it is literally my job to do that. And on that note of non-attendance, I would, Mr. Speaker, gently point out that my direct shadow is not in her place on the opposition bench. Obviously, it's not as important as her radio show today.
Sir Christopher Church.
Mr. Speaker, can my right honourable friend explain why the government seems to be creating a lot of unnecessary anxiety? Isn't the key issue here that we should adapt to our climate as we have done in the past? And isn't there a real problem now that too many buildings are being built without natural ventilation? For example, many of the buildings on this estate. Why don't we go back to having natural ventilation and not having to rely so much upon air conditioning?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises an important point, and we have tried in all our public messaging to be balanced and moderate in our view and point to the particular vulnerability of smaller groups. And indeed, in much of our messaging, I have asked Secretaries of State on ways they can identify those vulnerable groups and target them with possibly more urgent communication. So particularly the elderly, often living alone, who we know from elsewhere in Europe are vulnerable in this kind of weather. And he raises an interesting point about our adaptation to climate change, because, of course, as we do see more extreme weather events, we have to bear in mind that we need to protect ourselves from the heat, but at the same time, those adaptations have to be able to cope with the cold as well, and that often creates a challenge.
MP spokesperson Stephen Bonner.
Mr. Speaker, I also commend my honourable friend for Brighton Pavilion for securing this urgent question today on the extreme heat we are experiencing across these islands. Mr. Speaker, the Met Office has extended the amber alert in Scotland and declared a red alert for much of England and Wales, with UK temperatures expected to be broken in all 4 nations across the next 2 days. Temperatures expected to exceed 40 degrees here in England, and we now have further reports that the RAF has suspended operations out of Bryce Norton due to the runway melting and rendering it unsafe. This is unusual times. The heatwave threatens to kill hundreds or even thousands of people. To ensure continuous monitoring and response to the situation, the Scottish Government has continued to operate the Scottish Government Resilience Room, and of course at a UK level we have heard Cobra meetings have been held to discuss the emergency, much as he did at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our esteemed Prime Minister has declined to attend, and we have heard the Minister's excuses for the Prime Minister's continued refusal not only to deal with emergencies and crises, to even acknowledge them. We find it wholly unacceptable, Mr Speaker. And lastly, I would just like to reinforce a message of how important it is to practice good water safety at a time like this. We all too often hear in Scotland and in other places of tragic accidents when people, normally young men or middle-aged men, enter open water to cool down or for some hijinks and encounter difficulties. So I renew my call for caution and to think before entering any open waters.
Well, Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman is right, first of all, that we do need to, and we have been discussing in Cobra, the different circumstances faced in Scotland, where, of course, the school term has ended, and there is the possibility, let us hope it doesn't occur, of accidental drowning or other incidents in water in hot weather. That is why in England, where the schools are still open to a certain extent, we're keen for kids to be in school, because we generally think they're safer and better managed. And as for the attendance of the Prime Minister at Cobra, Mr Speaker, I would gently point out that the First Minister of the Scottish Government has not attended any of the Cobras.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. People living in the Wootons, Castle Rising, Reffley and other parts of my constituency are rightly angry they were left without water over the last 48 hours due to a burst main. And I'm grateful to those who've worked through the night to fix that broken pipe, which I'm assured will be finished later this afternoon. But based on this experience, does my right honourable friend agree that for preparedness it is vital that lessons are learned by Anglian Water and other companies about the importance of open communication with the public and effective contingency plans to deliver water, particularly for vulnerable people?
Well, Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely spot on, and he will be reassured to know that colleagues at DEFRA are in close touch with the water companies as they seek to get us through this, along with other partners, get us through this particular 36 hours in good shape. He is quite right that where there is a problem with water supply, the easiest and best thing that can be done immediately is to communicate as much as possible, both the incident that's happened, but then the resolution and the time frame in which it can be expected.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The problem with what the Minister is saying is that he admitted we've been here before, in 1976 when we hit a temperature of 36 degrees, and in 2003 when we hit a temperature of 38.3 degrees. But at those points we had an extra 20% and 59% excess deaths. So we know how dangerous heat is. When the member for Christchurch asks us all to adapt, he needs to look at the evidence from history and why this climate crisis is so dangerous, because you cannot adapt in this sort of heat. And we know, and the Minister's just accepted it, we're going to have more extreme weather conditions. Given that none of us want to see history repeating itself, does he recognise how devastating it is for our communities? Yet again, in my constituency today, schools are closed, there is chaos with the trains, and there is no national resilience strategy. He talks about wanting to keep the lights on, but isn't the truth he's keeping this country in the dark about the climate we face?
Well, Mr Speaker, one of the critical things that we need to bear in mind is that this period of hot weather will be short. It will be 36 hours long, and where we have seen the kind of effects that the Honourable Lady considers has generally been where there have been longer periods. So, for example, in 2003, I think it was in France, they had 8 days of 40 plus, and critically that the temperature at night did not drop below 20. Now, in those circumstances, we do have to look at those vulnerable groups, and I hope that she will be promoting the message through all her, I know, very sophisticated and well-followed social media channels, that we should do the neighbourly thing, knock on the door of older people who may be living alone and just make sure they're okay for the moment, while, as I said earlier, we do our best to lead the world on making the changes that we need to address climate change.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Lady for Brighton Pavilion for securing this urgent question today. It is important that we discuss this issue when almost all of the members in this chamber will have constituents who are suffering one way or another through this heatwave. Could I commend to my right honourable friend the report done by the Environmental Audit Committee 4 years ago, when the Honourable Lady and I were serving together with some other members in the chamber into heatwaves, where we took evidence from NHS and education officers in their relevant departments, and he may find there are elements of our recommendations which the government chose not to endorse at the time, and he might like to refresh his officials as to whether that would be an appropriate thing to look at now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his constructive contribution. I will certainly take a look at the document that he bears in mind. Of course, the Cabinet Office does not lead on this issue, but nevertheless, given that we are coping with this particular contingency and we need to learn lessons, maybe this is one of the lessons that we need to revisit.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Brighton on gaining this important question. It must be very obvious that we're now in an age of extremes, extreme heat, extreme cold, flooding, and that our infrastructure is simply not capable of dealing with it, and that we have not really followed on the commitments we've given at successive COP events. Will the Minister commit to the government taking a very long, hard look at all the decisions taken at COP that we have or haven't followed, and all of our infrastructure requirements that do need to be changed so that we do have effective public services, properly funded and properly staffed in order to deal with these kind of extremes. These are not one-offs. It's going to come more and more often as the years go on. We've got to be ready for it.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's generally accepted that the UK government, and indeed the Right Honourable Member for Reading West, fought hard at COP26 to keep 1.5 alive and put it all out on the field in pursuit of a global assault upon climate change. And we have certainly done our part in the UK, for example, virtually phasing out the use of coal in our power generation. There is always more to do as we drive towards net zero in 2050, and I hope and believe that he will agitate to make sure that we get there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a network of reservoirs at the head of the Home and Colne valleys, so I just joined the earlier warnings about the dangers of swimming in open water. I also have the Pennine moorlands, and we've already had a number of devastating moorland fires earlier this year. It's an absolute tinderbox up there at the moment. So will the Minister just join me in getting the message out there again that it's illegal to have barbecues, fires and fireworks up on the moors, a £2,500 fine, but those found guilty can also face prison. We don't want any more devastating moorland fires.
Hear. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman makes an extremely important point, and I'm more than happy to reinforce his message. As you may know, we've issued a red alert for wildfires. We are very concerned, and I know that all fire and rescue services are stood up to deal with them as fast as they possibly can.
Might be worth having the helicopter capable of actually reaching the moors with the equipment to put the fires out, which they didn't have last time. Nadia Whitton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, working in extreme heat can really affect people's health and can even be fatal. Spain has strict rules on working temperature, a maximum of 27 degrees indoors and 25 degrees when doing physical activity. Even the US guidelines are 24 degrees. Yet here we have absolutely nothing. So with extreme heat becoming more regular in the UK, will the government legislate for maximum working temperatures?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the law as it stands says that employers have an obligation to maintain a reasonable temperature at work. Now, they haven't defined it because circumstances may change. So if you're working in front of a blast furnace, that is different from working in an office. What we may find, certainly for many people during this period, that actually being at work is cooler than being at home. So while obviously I understand the point she is making, there is already an obligation on employers to make sure the temperature is reasonable for the circumstances.
Fabrica.
Would my right honourable friend take this opportunity to firstly praise the Meteorological Office, who with Cray computers were able to predict this heat wave and declare a red alert days in advance of it actually happening? And is he aware that in France and Germany, their governments have been criticised for not giving advance warning of heat waves in the northern parts of their countries, where in fact heat waves are not so known?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am more than happy to join the Honourable Gentleman in praising the accuracy and professionalism of the Met Office. Their ability to predict this heat wave with some accuracy, both timing and geographically, has been remarkable, and we do rely on them for much of our resilience planning. There is no doubt about it, they are some of the best weather forecasters in the world.
Here, Hobhouse. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is climate change, pure and simple, and the government must get its head out of the sun. So I ask, transition period and all the rest of it, will the government set an end date for all UK oil and gas exploration between now and 2050?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know if the Honourable Lady can cast her mind back, but I remember the Conservative slogan of over 10 years ago being "Vote Blue, Go Green." The battle against climate change has been central to Conservative Party policy for well over a decade now. And I realise that there's a sort of battle to claim this, a bit like there is a battle to complain any kind of compassion. But in fact, we should all be working together on the climate change.
Lewis. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister accept that there are just too many climate deniers on his benches, too many oil licences being granted, too many carbon budgets being missed, too many members opposite calling those concerned about the heat waves snowflakes, for his government to be considered anything other than part of the climate catastrophe? And anything you say today means absolutely nothing when you have leadership candidates moving away from net zero. It's an absolute joke, and this government is a joke when it comes to the climate crisis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it only seems like 5 minutes ago that the honourable gentleman was supporting the leader of his party, one of whose pledges was to reopen the coal mines.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, while it's right that government departments should prepare and plan for foreseen and unforeseen emergencies and crises, does the Minister not agree with me that some of the hysteria we have seen demonstrated in this House today about a couple of warm days, which most of our constituents, if they're not working, are probably out enjoying, and when it gets too hot, they'll go and sit in the shade, have a cold drink and cool down? Would he not agree with me that the main thing is that we should explain to people their own personal responsibilities, but what we should be avoiding is heaping on them more expensive climate policies, which are already costing them a fortune and draining their pockets?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the honourable gentleman knows that the vast majority of the population will get through the next 36 hours in good shape, but I'm sure he also recognises that there are groups who are particularly vulnerable to the heat. And I know that he, as a good neighbour, will be making sure that if he does live next door to an older person, that he'll go and knock on that older person's door and just make sure they're getting through it all right.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister's answer just then, I think, gets to the heart of what is wrong with the government's approach, because it all seems to be about, going to sit in the shade, helping your neighbour out and that. What we need is a strategic approach, and I've not seen that. The Honourable Member, the Chair of the Select Committee, referred to the report on heat waves that the Environmental Audit Committee did in 2018. One of those was looking at good green infrastructure standards to deal with urban heat islands. Is the Minister planning to do anything at all to advance that agenda?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's obviously the responsibility of another Secretary of State. My job, as I say, is to get us through the next 36 hours in as good a shape as possible and learn the lessons therefrom. But she is right. Green infrastructure makes a huge difference, and planting new trees, as she knows, is a big part of our agenda into the future. I would just say, though, one of the things we need to reflect on is that the fight against, or the growth of problems with climate change and the fight against it is something that covers many, many decades. And as far as I can see, in the last decade or so, we've seen an acceleration of the UK's effort compared to the previous decade, which was under a Labour government.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year's advice report from the Adaptation Committee said the following, and I quote: "The gap between the level of risk we face and the level of adaptation underway has widened. Adaptation action has failed to keep pace with the worsening reality of climate risk." End of quote. Why has that happened? The government's been in office for 12 years.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, obviously, again, that's the responsibility of another Secretary of State, but I'm more than happy to look at... I was here to talk about the next 36 hours and my responsibility, which is the Civil Contingency Secretariat, and the coordination that's taking place across the government. But the honourable gentleman is quite right that we do need to look to adapting ourselves to the weather patterns as they emerge, as my honourable friend from Christchurch pointed out. Having said that, this is a problem that governments around the world are having to face, because when you have extremes of temperature, it is quite hard to adapt your infrastructure to deal with very cold and very hot incidents in their frequencies. So, for example, much has been made about the railways and the impact of heat upon the railways, and people ask why in hotter countries the railways are able to continue. Well, the truth is in, for example, Italy, they put more concrete into their sleepers, which means that their rails are less likely to warp. That does not do them much good in terms of extreme cold, when they will face similar problems that we're currently facing in the next 36 hours.
Joanna Cherry.
Deputy Speaker, the extreme heat is accentuating the travel chaos currently being experienced across the United Kingdom, with flights being cancelled at short notice and leaving many of our constituents stranded, and some trains being very seriously overcrowded. And I experienced this myself yesterday trying to get from Edinburgh to London. Will you speak to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport to make sure that airlines like British Airways and train companies like Thameslink are taken to task for the failures in the service they provide and made to compensate our constituents appropriately?
Well, I'm sure the Honourable Lady will be pleased to know that I'm meeting the Secretary of State for Transport this very afternoon to make sure that our plans, not just in the next 36 hours, but in the next few weeks, are in place from a governmental point of view, but also that we're providing exactly the sort of challenge to the private sector that she's put down.
Clive Efford.
Speaker, I don't feel that the House is any better informed about the government's response to this heatwave as a result of the answer to this urgent question than we were when we first walked in. And the government seems to be taking the approach that, well, this is just an unfortunate 36 hours of very hot weather, and we'll just have to soldier on through it and stand in the shade. What we need from the government is actually a long-term plan. What do our vulnerable and elderly constituents do? Who do they contact in this situation? Where's the advice from the government? There just doesn't seem any urgency. So would he go away and come back and do a better job?
Yeah. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been enormous urgency, hence why we, as I said in my statement, I don't know if he was listening, I've just come from the third Cobra meeting in which we put the top on our preparations and the extensive work, for example, with the devolved administrations and the communications plan which is out there, the plethora of guidance which has been issued in the last 48 hours or so, or even in the middle of last week. And as I say to the Honourable Gentleman, this is a short period of hot weather. The best thing we can do while we stand up public services, and I can only answer the question that I'm asked as we stand up public services, is adapt our individual behaviour to get us through it while we learn the lessons from it.
Emily Hooper.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under this government, homeless deaths are becoming commonplace in extreme winter and summer weathers. This week, they will have nowhere to shade, no access to water or sunscreen. Local authority emergency weather protocols, which help those living on our streets, are currently discretionary. Why won't he properly resource local authorities and, as the big issue asks, remove this discretion?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, I know has been working closely on this issue, and we have considered the plight of the homeless in particular in Cobra. You'll be pleased to know, and I know it was, he's been publicising the fact that he's been liaising closely, particularly with the Mayor of London, and a network of cooling hubs have been set up for those individuals who do find themselves on the street during this period.
Deputy Hughes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the other week I had a privilege of meeting with colleagues at the Scottish SPCA Animal Rescue Centre in Milton, my own constituency. We talked about many issues impacting animals, not only wild animals, but those in agriculture, and also our pets, critically impact of climate. So I'm wondering, can the Minister actually advise the House at Cobra what discussions his department and ministries are having with organisations such as the Scottish SPCA in animal husbandry and welfare as we continue into this utter climate catastrophe?
Speaker, colleagues at the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs have been in extensive discussions with those who handle animals in all settings, and some particularly acute areas. So, for example, as I'm sure you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Royal Welsh Show is on this week, 200,000 people and quite a lot of animals out and about in the open, and they've been close liaison with the Welsh Government to look at the issues that are being faced there. So there is extensive work ongoing, extensive guidelines about animal husbandry during this particular period, and he is quite right to raise their plight as well as the plight of our fellow humans.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been 1,174 days since this chamber passed a climate emergency motion. Does the Minister feel that they have given this adequate attention and have been able to respond? And I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been a bit confused by some of the statements he's made today, because it's in direct contradiction to the medical advice that's going out at the moment, saying that this type of weather will affect healthy people. It's not just about the vulnerable, because that's how critical it is. So I hope that he can clarify that point so that people don't end up in 30-degree hospitals.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the Honourable Lady is not attempting to create confusion. We've been very clear about a simple message, which is that everybody should take measures, sensible measures to guard their own health. Stay in the shade, drink lots of water, wear a hat, don't exercise unduly, lots of those kind of issues. But we are very focused, particularly on those groups who we know are particularly vulnerable from, as I say, issues like they had in France back in 2003, where we do think there needs to be a very, very sharp focus. Our message is very clear. There are steps we can take individually and collectively to protect ourselves, and that is what we are promoting.
Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Exposure to the sun can lead to skin cancer. Skin cancer, especially melanoma, can kill, and the number of incidences in the UK has grown quite significantly over the last 15 to 20 years. Can you make sure of two things? First of all, can we get rid of VAT on sunscreen, on good quality sunscreen, so that it's cheaper and more available to more people? And can we make sure that anybody who works in our emergency services, including all the police and the police officers who are working here outside the building, have free sunscreen?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, at last a constructive question. The Honourable Gentleman raises two important points, and I will certainly take them away and reassure myself that they're both being addressed.
James Stone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of us are much concerned about our ambulance services, which are already working under extreme pressure, let alone this heat wave we have right now. All 10 of the mainland England ambulance services are on maximum alert. And we hear tales of ambulances queuing outside A&E for hours on end, with patients sweltering in the extreme heat, which must surely make their condition much worse. So would the Secretary of State assure me that there is somebody in the Cabinet who has responsibility for coordinating all departments to make sure that the ambulance services in England get the maximum assistance at this time?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to give the Honourable Gentleman that assurance. Both the Secretary of State, who's about to give a statement on exactly that issue, and I hope he'll stay in the chamber to deal with that, and I have been reassuring ourselves both about the coordination and the resources available. As he will know, I think the number of personnel in the ambulance service is up 40% over the last few years. 150 billion has been put into them to help them cope with pressures at the moment. But the Secretary of State will have more to say about that imminently.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the planet is heating up, our infrastructure is melting down. Trains today are on go slow. Tomorrow they won't be running at all. At what temperature is our vital infrastructure, including our transport infrastructure, designed to operate? And when will it be resilient for future heat waves?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, the Honourable Lady thinks she's asking a simple question, but it's actually quite a complicated one, because the mitigations that you put in place, for example, on a railway to deal with extreme heat, may cause you problems when it gets cold. And dealing with both those issues is an engineering feat which I'm afraid is beyond me at the dispatch box. But one of the things we need to do over the next 48 hours is learn about exactly the kind of impact that she's talking about. We all hope that the system will perform well. But given that we've never experienced these kind of temperatures before, if we hit the record, we just need to be cautious and learn from the experience.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking everyone who's working on the front line in our infrastructure services to enable us to get here today, or, for example, those I passed at some ungodly hour this morning on my way to the station who were providing security at the Commonwealth Bowls event venue in Leamington. The Minister said the government is very much focused on this crisis, but how is it that we have these frontline workers that we depend on showing up to do their job, working, but we have a Prime Minister who seems to be hidden away in a Chequers fridge?
Well, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, it's a completely unfair question and a misunderstanding of COBRA. My job is literally to chair that committee and to coordinate. The Civil Contingency Secretariat sits in my department, and then to brief the Prime Minister. And that is exactly what I did at 8 o'clock yesterday morning. This attempt, I'm afraid, it feels like a political attempt to create some air of panic about this the next 36 hours. And indeed, it seems a politically motivated assault upon the Prime Minister is completely unfair. He has been in touch with our work to coordinate across all of the nations of the United Kingdom, and I'm sure he will continue to do so.
Stephen Flynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Martin Luther King once said that nothing in all the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. So on that note, and with London boiling, can I ask the Minister for his thoughts on those Tory leadership candidates who are seeking to roll back our commitments on net zero?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, obviously that's not within my ministerial remit, but as far as I can see, they're all fine, upstanding people who all take climate change seriously, and I'd be happy to serve under any of them, particularly given that for 20 years I've been a proponent, well longer, a proponent of the hydrogen economy, and I hope that whoever is the leader will drive that particular aspect of our climate change work forward.
Anna McMorrin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Forest fires across Europe and temperatures set to exceed 40 degrees for the first time. What more evidence do we need that the climate emergency is here? Yet I hear from the answers the Minister is given that he is still, and his government, in denial about the very real emergency that we face. This government is still building new homes that prone to overheating, and still not investing in a proper retrofit strategy. So tell me, when is this government going to take climate change seriously?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady is living in an alternative universe. This is the government that legislated for net zero, that fought tooth and nail at COP26. How short memories are about what we saw at that global conference here in Glasgow, where my right honourable friend, the member for Reading West, fought tooth and nail with some of the world's biggest polluters to keep 1.5 alive. I wish we could get into a situation as debate in this chamber where when we debated there was at least some credit given for the work that has been done, at the same time as challenging us on the work that we are doing.
Absolutely.
Mike Ainsbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If maximum indoor temperatures are good enough for the likes of the United States, Germany and Spain, then why not British workers? Why not those protections for British workers?
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is already an obligation on employers to make sure that temperature at work is maintained at a reasonable level given the circumstances. Now, that will vary from workplace to workplace, as I'm sure the honourable gentleman as a working man will know. Right? There is lots that we can improve about our I guess, our regulation around work and employment, but at the moment the law is pretty specific about where the responsibility should lie.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his answers as well? Will the Minister outline whether there is capacity within the NHS 111 system so effectively used at the height of the COVID crisis to liaise with GP surgeries, to have a phone number to ring the vulnerable and the elderly, which the Minister has committed himself to at this time, to provide advice to deal with the heatwave, as they may not have access to the internet, advice, and many will not venture out to buy the newspapers, which hopefully will be utilised to share information during this very, very warm weather. Thank you.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman raises a good point, and I have specifically asked all Secretaries of State to identify particular channels of communication that they may be able to use to target those most vulnerable groups. And that's not just the health service, but others. Transport, for example, train operating companies know who holds particular types of concession card. Local authorities often are able to communicate, and indeed the third sector is able to. We need a gentle alert to the whole population that we should look out for each other, but those specific vulnerable groups, that they can get the advice and support they need if and when they need it.
Thank you. You're so used to standing, it's impossible to stop. I thank the Minister for asking the urgent question, and we now come to a statement from the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Steve Barton.
Good, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following the announcement by the Met Office on Friday of a red warning for extreme heat, I would like to update the House on the impact of extreme weather on health and care, as well as the current COVID infection situation and our plans for COVID and flu vaccines this autumn. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the first time in its history that the Met Office has issued a red warning for extreme heat. The warning covers today and tomorrow. And in addition, the UK Health Security Agency has issued its highest heat alert, their level 4 alert, issued to health and care bodies, which means that the heat poses a danger to all of us, not just high-risk groups. Whilst for many the risk from this heat can be mitigated by simple common-sense steps, the extreme temperature poses a particular risk to cardiovascular conditions, including heart attacks and strokes. Level 4 does not change the contingency plans in place across the health system, only their likelihood. We have taken a number of steps in response. COBRA has convened several times, including over the weekend and earlier today, to coordinate every part of the government's response to this emergency. And I have held a series of meetings with the chief execs of ambulance trusts to discuss the specific measures that they're taking. Steps include increasing the number of call handlers, extra capacity for ambulances, extra support for fleets, including the buddy system, so that calls can be diverted to another trust if there are delays in the area they're calling from. And we have held numerous meetings with NHS leaders, including the chief executive of the NHS and a senior team, to continue to implement their long-standing heat wave plans. And we have had a further meeting this morning. Meanwhile, ministerial colleagues have continued to liaise with our local resilience forums to coordinate across both health and social care. Madam Deputy Speaker, even before this heat wave, ambulance services in England have been under significant pressure from increased demand, just as they have across the United Kingdom. The additional pressure on our healthcare system from COVID-19, especially on accident and emergency services, has increased the workload of ambulance trusts, increased the average length of hospital stays, and contributed to a record number of calls. Taken together, this has caused significant pressures, which are now being compounded by this extreme heat. We are taking action in a range of areas. In May, NHS England published a tender for auxiliary ambulances to provide national surge capacity to support ambulance responses during the period of increased pressure. Alongside measures in ambulance trusts to assist with call handling and capacity, NHS hospital trusts are taking steps to address handover delays in the interests of patient safety. And on Friday, the NHS Medical Director, Stephen Parris, and the Chief Nursing Officer, Ruth May, wrote to Chief Execs of NHS Trusts, Ambulance Trusts and Integrated Care Boards, setting out some of the urgent interventions we need to make, most significantly focused on improved ambulance handovers and increased hospital bed capacity. On ambulance handovers, we're asking health leaders to look again at the balance of risks across the system. We know that leaving vulnerable people in the community would have serious implications for patient safety. Equally, we know that keeping people in ambulances for too long carries other risks, especially from heat. So NHS leaders are therefore asking hospital trusts to create additional space for new patients in their units. This may involve the creation of observation areas or exploring ways to add additional beds elsewhere in hospitals, including adjusting staffing ratios where necessary, just as we did during COVID, and working to identify areas to mitigate additional workload, such as through greater support on wards with pharmacy and admin. And the NHS is executing its urgent and emergency care recovery 10-point action plan, which includes action across urgent primary and community care to better manage emergency care demand and capacity. The NHS Medical Director and Chief Nursing Officer both recognise that this will place additional burden on some staff, so they're asking trusts to increase efforts on staff wellbeing and support. And alongside these measures being taken by the ambulance service and in NHS trusts, the UK Health Security Agency is leading on public health comms to reduce the burden on NHS staff by making sure we don't create unnecessary demand. We can do this by following the common sense public health guidance and by looking out for others, in particular the elderly and the vulnerable. With services under so much pressure, we must make sure that 999 calls are reserved for life-threatening emergencies, and we must also consider what advice we can get through other services, in particular like NHS 111, the NHS online resources and local pharmacists. In addition, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the immediate steps to mitigate the pressures on 999 calls, ambulance services and adult social care, we will keep building on our operational response with particular attention to discharge and expanding on our pockets of best practice. This is particularly pertinent given the current levels of COVID, which continue to rise. Madam Deputy Speaker, the latest ONS data shows the percentage of people testing positive for COVID continue to increase across the UK. In England, an estimated 1 in 19 people tested positive in the week to 6th July, compared to an estimated 1 in 25 the previous week, with more than 13,000 patients admitted to hospital with COVID-19. Madam Deputy Speaker, given these pressures and the expected pressures in the autumn and winter from respiratory viruses, we've taken important steps to further align our offers on COVID and flu. On Friday, I accepted the recommendations of the JCVI for an autumn booster programme on COVID-19, focused on vulnerable cohorts, including anyone aged over 50. At the same time, I took the decision that we should keep offering flu jabs to more cohorts than we did before the pandemic. Taken together, this will reduce the number of people getting seriously ill this autumn and winter, in turn easing pressure on the NHS at a critical time. Vaccines have always been and continue to be one of the best protections that we have, both for ourselves and for the NHS. Madam Deputy Speaker, for this heatwave, to the foreseeable pressures in the autumn and winter, I will continue to work closely with colleagues across health and social care, as well as members across the House, to ensure we can address the challenges ahead, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Rosina Allen-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of the statement and welcome him to his new role. It would have been helpful last week, ahead of the current temperatures, if the Secretary of State had responded to our urgent question, but I'm glad he's here now. While the Secretary of State claims that everything is in hand, I know from my own experience and that of colleagues across the country that this is far from the truth. We have already seen ambulance wait times soar and pressure on staff spiral, all while the NHS struggles to find the essential staff needed to deliver patient care. I am sure that everyone across the House would agree that our frontline workers are truly amazing. But if nurses and doctors are so overworked and do not have the time and resources to take care of themselves in this heat, the care they can give patients will be impacted. The government must step up and show the urgency that this crisis demands. The Secretary of State talks of creating additional space for new patients in hospitals. How? And with what money? And with what resources? And with what staff? Will the government try and call these new hospitals too? Isn't the reality that creating capacity elsewhere in hospital really means patients being left in corridors on trolleys or in car parks? Can he assure us today that this won't be the case? Under the Conservatives, the NHS is simply struggling to cope. A record 6.6 million people are waiting for NHS treatment, and they are waiting longer than ever before, often in pain and discomfort. The people in our thoughts this afternoon are those waiting in queues outside hospitals in ambulances, with soaring temperatures and no air conditioning. Madam Deputy Speaker, if it were dogs or cattle, it would be against the law. But it's people in tropical heat, unable to enter hospitals. And people waiting for ambulances with conditions triggered by excessive heat, unable to get an ambulance because they're log-jammed outside A&E. Will the Secretary of State apologise to them and their families? It's impacting mental health too. People attending A&E experiencing a mental health crisis can't get a bed in a psychiatric hospital, so they wait in A&E, some of them for over 3 days. Why? Because the government has spent the last decade cutting a quarter of mental health beds. I worked in A&E over this weekend and saw the amazing work being done by staff to prepare for the record heat. The heat wave and surge in COVID cases are putting additional pressures on the NHS, something I'm glad the Secretary of State recognised in his statement. But it is without doubt that it is 12 years of Conservative mismanagement and underfunding that has left our health service unable to cope. Not only has this had an impact on patients, but it's also hurting staff. Staff morale at rock bottom. Is it any wonder that 5.7 million days were lost to mental ill health in the NHS last year? Last week, the Health Minister claimed the government had procured a £30 million contract for an auxiliary ambulance service, but moments later it was revealed that it was yet to be awarded. Can the Health Secretary confirm if the Minister has issued a correction yet? On Wednesday, ambulance trusts were placed on their highest possible alert level. A national emergency was declared on Friday, and over the weekend, hospitals were scrambling to increase capacity. So then why has it taken until today for the Health Secretary to step up and show leadership? Can he tell us who he met over the weekend? And I don't mean at Chequers, I mean from the NHS. And can he tell us why the Prime Minister did not think it necessary to chair COBRA today? Just when we thought irony had reached a peak, the Prime Minister spent the weekend partying when he should have been dealing with a health emergency. Has the Secretary of State spoken to the Prime Minister today? The Health Secretary has been too slow. The Prime Minister hasn't even bothered to turn up, and the government have gone AWOL. If the government will not step up now, then Labour will. As temperatures reach a record high, all we're getting from the government is more hot air. This is a crisis. The country has one message for ministers. Stop squabbling and plotting. Do your jobs, get a grip.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, let me start with the area where the Honourable Lady was correct, which is I recognise the increased pressure there is on ambulances and hospitals. That is why we've put in place the long-established contingency plan since the heatwave in Paris in 2003. It is the case that each year in May, the systems put in place their heatwave plans. That is what has been activated. Those were refreshed as recently as 2 months ago and sit alongside the work that has been done on urgent and emergency care, including the 10-point action plan that was set out last September. So she's right. I think the House as a whole will recognise the significant pressure there is on the system, and that is why we are taking the steps on the contingency plans that we are. It is also, Madam Deputy Speaker, why we have put in specific targeted funding, such as the additional £150 million of support targeted at the ambulance service specifically, but it's also why there was additional £50 million for 111 calls to build capacity. It's also why, as she referred to, there was additional £30 million for auxiliary ambulances, which is what my honourable friend, the Minister of State, was referring to in the House last week. In terms of this statement, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Met Office and the UK Health Security Agency went to level 4 on Friday, and you will note, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I have then updated the House on the first available sitting day after that. I think the irony will not be lost on the House that this issue is seen as so important that the Shadow Secretary of State for Health has failed to turn up to the statement in the middle of a heatwave. Well, he's not here, which I think speaks for itself. She also suggested that the challenges, and these are challenges that are being faced across Europe as a whole, but she seemed to suggest that these were in some way due to the overall investment in the NHS. And I simply remind the House that if I take Ardell alone, Ardell in 2010 was around 99 billion, just under. Last year it was 150 billion, which is a good indication of the significant funding. We can equally come over onto the capital investment, not least with the 40 hospital programme, part of a £22 billion package to 2030. Which underscores this government's commitment to investing in our NHS. Indeed, an investment that most recently the party opposite voted against when we brought that to the House. In terms of her challenge, she asked the question in terms of an apology around operational levels of performance. I don't know whether she is asking for that apology from the Welsh Government or just from the English government. She may want to clarify that, given the level of performance of the Welsh ambulance service under the Welsh government. In terms of the point she raised on auxiliary, particularly, my honourable friend, the Minister, in her statement said that we have seen improvements in May. Was referring to that in terms of the context, but on the auxiliary in particular, I can clarify for the House that a contract is being procured for auxiliary ambulance services, and that is expected to be concluded shortly. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, she raised the issue of what meetings I've held over the less than 2 weeks that I have been in post. I'm very happy to share with the House that I've been on visits to 4 different hospitals, at Whipps Cross, at Hillingdon, at King's Lynn, and at Bedford. I've been out on 2 different ambulance shifts, been to 3 different ambulance centres, been out to see GPs to look at their boost to access in their services, and also visited to look at life sciences. So I have been engaging, and obviously that sits alongside, for example, the meeting with Chief Execs of Ambulance Trusts on Saturday, the CABRA on Saturday, and other such meetings that I've been having in the course of my duties. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, she raised the issue of the Prime Minister's engagement. Again, just as the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster set out, who was engaging with the Prime Minister in terms of his role chairing CABRA as Minister for the Cabinet Office. I'm also happy to confirm to the House that I was also engaged with the Prime Minister over the weekend, updating him on the health plans that we've put in place. So he has been closely engaged on the contingency that we put in place.
Chair of the Health Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on taking up his post as Health Secretary? And since no one ever thanks you for doing that job, can I thank him for doing what is a tough job, and also say that I'm delighted that someone is doing that job who has ministerial experience in the Department of Health and therefore knows what he's talking about from the outset. And can I also welcome in his statement the fact that he said that it isn't just because of the heat wave that the ambulance service is under pressure? And does he agree that one of the main reasons for that pressure is that hospitals are finding it difficult to discharge patients who are fit to discharge into the social care system? Does he agree that it's financial madness to look after someone in a hospital at £300 a day when the social care system can often do it at £50 a day? And will he, in his new role, finish the job and put in place a 10-year plan for the social care system and the funding for local authorities needed to go with it?
Well, I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, to my right honourable friend, firstly for that warm welcome. I was Minister of State when he was Secretary of State, and hugely valued the expertise, diligence and insight that he brought in that role, which I think provides very useful context as I take on my new duties. He's absolutely right, and indeed in 2018 it was an issue I know he will recall looking at in detail around the issue of delayed discharge. Work on that continues. It is a key issue. For example, on the 1st of July, the NHS launched a 100-day sprint looking at what are all the known interventions. One of the issues he and I have discussed in the past is how we socialise best practice and industrialise innovation at scale. So we're looking at that specifically. There's also a call for expressions of interest in terms of pioneer science to better use tech and innovation on delayed discharge. And of course, there is £2.6 billion of investment in the Better Care Fund to support that integration work through the integrated care boards.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yep, great stuff. Whilst I do welcome the additional resources in response to the heat wave, can I say it is simply not enough? Does the Secretary of State agree that we won't truly be able to reduce the pressures on the ambulance service until the government addresses the systematic problems in social care to ensure it is properly funded and people can be discharged quickly into the community? But in addition, that we do not see the revolving door service that is proving to be so damaging in the sector.
Thank you.
Well, I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady brings great practical insight from her own profession as a nurse on these issues. And the point she raises, just as my right honourable friend before her, is absolutely right, that delayed discharge has long been a key issue. That is why we have made the tough decisions we have in terms of national insurance. It is why we brought forward the changes on integrated care boards. And I think it is an area of common ground across the House that we need to work better in terms of addressing the issue of delayed discharge, because that blocks the pipe that in turn delays ambulance handovers and causes problems at an earlier stage. So it is a key issue. I've just set out to the House a number of practical measures that we're taking, and further work is ongoing.
Tim Lawson.
I spent a shift with the A&E staff at the fantastic Worthing Hospital on Friday afternoon, and clearly it's being affected by older people in particular with the heat. But they said to me, just as the Chairman of the Health Select Committee has said, more than 15% of the beds are being occupied by people medically fit to be discharged. But they also said that a huge amount of their time is being taken up with people with mental health problems, including those being brought in by the police most inappropriately. What more can be done to make sure we're looking after people with mental illness away from A&E departments where it's far more appropriate, and to speed up the process of freeing up those beds as well?
Right, my friend is absolutely right, and both mental health, but as I saw for myself in Bedford, for example, on my visit there, where a patient is violent, how unsettling that can be also for A&E as well. So I'm very happy to have further conversations with him on what measures can be taken. And I think that points to the fact that there is no single intervention in this space. It is a question of looking at the integrated approach. That is what the call for evidence is about. And key to that is also understanding the data and seeing where the data can better target action on those measures, such as mental health, that can have a disproportionate impact.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's absolutely right that we limit the amount of time that patients have to spend in the back of ambulances, and I welcome that measure, but it is putting intolerable pressure on hospitals. Health leaders have told me this morning they simply do not have the space and they do not have the staff, and the one thing they need in the next few hours are more staff. So can the Secretary of State commit that in the next few hours he will ensure that there are no financial or other barriers to the NHS being able to access more NHS bank staff, paramedics and ambulance drivers from the fire service, and if necessary, those also from the military?
Well, there are the principle of subsidiarity is that local trust, part of the whole plans within the extreme heat plans, is about locally trust making those decisions to target resource, whether that has an impact on outpatients or other services, to target those resources to meet the increased pressure. She's absolutely right that there is significant increased pressure. You see that in the call volumes that are coming in to 999 111. Part of the contingency plans that are in place is then to surge resource, but part of that is also being clear about where risk best sits. And the letter on Friday from the NHS Medical Director was about the importance of not pushing risk out into the community where it's an unmet need, or in the ambulance where it's best that patients are, but actually having that risk more on the ward where a patient is known and can receive care. So that's what was at the heart of the letter from Stephen Paris on Friday, and local contingency plans are in place in order to then allocate resource to meet that.
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I pay tribute to all my Mid-Sussex constituents on the front line of all our emergency services in this extreme heat, and absolutely continuing their heroic efforts, whether it's the NHS backlog, managing discharges, as we've heard, or indeed managing the COVID impact. May I ask the Secretary of State to note also constraints in certain ambulances which have been raised by my constituents after recent media reports. It is reported that if you're over 6 foot tall, where cabs are too small and seatbelt use is impacted, there is a meeting for West Sussex MPs this Friday with CCAM where this impact is on the agenda of these new ambulances. Thank you.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy firstly to join her in paying tribute to the work of the local staff in her ambulance trust. In terms of the important point she raises about fleet, this was an issue 4 years ago when I was ambulance trust minister. I was very interested in when I discovered that we had, I think at that time, 32 different types of ambulance. And indeed, when I was out with crews over the last fortnight, one of the issues was discussing, for example, the merits of tailgates so that people are not suffering work absence and MSK injuries because they're trying to push quite heavy loads onto an ambulance. So I'm very interested in exploring with her and colleagues how we get the right standardisation and the right fleet in place. And indeed, we have been targeting additional money to support that work.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since March, the West Midlands Ambulance Service has been on the highest level of alert. And I understand it was joined by the other ambulance services across England last week. But since May, Mark Doherty, Director of Nursing for the West Midlands Ambulance Service, predicted the service would collapse by the 17th of August, that's a month away from now, if hours lost by crews delayed outside hospitals kept increasing, which of course they have. Can the Secretary of State give some specific answer on what he is doing to address the issues in West Midlands and also in our care homes, which of course is a root problem of trying to get people out of our hospitals?
Well, the honourable gentleman is right that the West Midlands in particular has been under significant pressure, and 111 ambulance service response times are significantly challenged, and indeed that is driven by wider system pressure and the resultant delayed handing over of patients. The sort of measures through the national support that is going in is around handover delay, improvements where work is taking place across all ICBs. NHS England, as I said, has allocated an additional £150 million to support the system, and there's an extra 20 million going into fleet in terms of capital. But given that I'm new in post, I'm very happy to, moving forward, to meet with the honourable gentleman to discuss any specific issues he has in terms of the West Midlands performance.
Done.
New role and say how important it is given in this particular crisis, given his previous experience as Minister for Health when he took over from me and had ministerial responsibility for ambulances. On Friday, I attended an ambulance summit with other Shropshire and Telford MPs, with West Midlands Ambulance Service and NHS leaders in Shropshire, where we were told that one of the critical issues in ambulance responses is the handover wait times at hospitals. Royal Shrewsbury Hospital is averaging 2.5 hours for handover in the first 2 weeks of July. Princess Royal Hospital in Telford, 3 hours. And the problem isn't so much with the conveyance through ambulance, because it's hard for them to reach the patients. It's ambulatory walk-in at our hospitals, increasing the volumes of patients being seen in A&E. And the problem with that increase in patient volume is patient flow and discharge at the far end. The quick win, if I may suggest, is to increase resources of social care, in particular domiciliary care workers, who at present, in rural areas in particular, have to pay for their own transport to get from one patient to another. If something could be done to improve those conditions, it would boost the ability to discharge patients.
Well, I think he very, well, partly through the experience I know he directly brings to this issue, but he highlights through his question the integrated nature of the challenge that we face, and the importance in particular of getting the right domiciliary care and care home support in place. And part of that also will be in the coming weeks ahead of any autumn and winter pressure to understand what the capacity is and what the constraints on that capacity is, in order that through the integrated care boards we can better focus on unlocking that capacity for, as the reason he sets out, to relieve the pressure on ambulance handovers.
Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Older and more vulnerable patients can become very medically compromised very quickly in extreme heat. In Yorkshire, you could be waiting for Category 1, 9.5 minutes, Category 2, 18 minutes over the expected time, and 2 hours 41 for other medical conditions. As a result of that, people clearly need support far earlier and assessment far earlier. What is he doing to deploy first responders in areas so people can get a medical assessment and early intervention far quicker?
I broadly agree with the Honourable Lady in terms of getting targeted support, particularly to those in domiciliary care, therefore working with those in primary care in terms of that, specifically over the coming days through the local resilience forums, but more in the medium term through the integrated care boards. And it's part of that wider package of measures of support that need to be put in place, working with primary care, looking at mental health support, looking at what can be done to raise productivity through better use of innovation and technology. And across the board, we'll be looking at all the interventions that are available to assist with the pressures she highlights.
Andrew Percy.
Speaker, I spent this weekend on duty in my role with the Yorkshire Ambulance Service, so can I remind him of the important work and extra resilience community first responders will be providing as they've been stepped up over these next few days, attending the most serious 999 calls. The reality is, though, even before this, we have been waiting often very much longer than in the past for backup from crew when attending those very serious cases. So can I ask him to look at a model I've pushed forward previously, which is advanced paramedic model, so that paramedics are able to have more clinical confidence to discharge patients to home, thereby reducing some of that demand on hospitals.
Well, again, I'm very happy to look at that, and can I thank him firstly for the service that he gives locally, but also I think I'm very keen to follow up on the point he raises, because I think that is absolutely right. I can also to the House say that based on feedback from ambulance trusts, it seems that Category 2 average response times are broadly stable so far this weekend, but how we triage, how we categorise calls, and what additional support can be given in terms of the skills mix are all factors in terms of improving that performance.
Helen Morgan.
Deputy Speaker, I also attended the meeting on Friday morning regarding Shropshire's health crisis, and I would echo my colleague, the Honourable Member for Ludlow's comments on that. The local team there are clearly working hard in a situation which has arisen, notwithstanding this week's heat wave, in a situation where there is not increased demand on Shropshire's ambulance service. The team are working hard to find solutions, but I did not feel reassured that they had any quick fixes available for the crisis that we're seeing at the moment. One of the big problems they have is in recruiting social care workers, and describe the situation as having never seen a market like it. So I'd like to ask the Secretary of State, what's he doing to address this critical workforce problem that we're seeing in social care, not only in rural areas, but across the country?
Well, again, Madam Speaker, through initiatives such as the Better Care Fund, the £2.6 billion of investment, it is looking at how we allocate funds in an integrated way. That in turn also requires us to have a better integration of data between the care sector and the NHS, and that's a further area that I'm very keen to explore.
Lee Anderson.
Speaker, I recently had the good fortune to spend a few hours with an ambulance driver from Ashfield, drives the East Midlands Ambulance Service, and he tells me he's so frustrated that a lot of the calls they get to, these people simply do not need an ambulance. Now, he's raised this with his bosses, but they're scared to admit this. So isn't it about time that somebody from the health department had an honest conversation with the people that actually do the graft, that's the drivers and the ambulance staff?
Well, there has been, from my conversations in recent days, a significant amount of work around dispatch and the assessment of calls and the run of clinicians, particularly with 111. There's further work, for example, with frequent callers. For example, one of the ambulance visits that I went out with London Ambulance was to someone who had called 140 times or had 140 ambulances to visit him over the course of the last year and a half. So there is initiative and work going on around how we assess calls and get our dispatch right, but I'm very happy to take forward the comments that he raises.
Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman on his new post. The Chair of the Select Committee raised the issue of what happens when people are ready to go into the community, but there's nowhere for them to go in the community. There's an even worse example of this, which is people who've had major brain injuries, for instance, in a road traffic accident, because the ambulance staff will get them to the major trauma centres. The major trauma centres will save their life, but in order to get back their life in any degree of independence, they'll have to have a prolonged period of neurorehabilitation. Some of that will happen in hospital, but what is happening across large swathes of the country is there is nothing, absolutely no provision outside of hospital. Now, with any other condition, you wouldn't expect to start the treatment and not expect to finish the treatment. So how can we make sure that that neurorehabilitation service, which gives people back their lives, is available across the whole of the country without any postcode lottery?
Well, I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Right Honourable Gentleman is co-chairing with the Minister of State for Care a strategy board looking at these issues, and I'd be very keen to explore that with him in due course. And I think there's also an opportunity, not just from health perspective, but also from a levelling up perspective, to look at the pockets where there are gaps in the way that he sets out, and to see how we get a better coverage geographically, as well as addressing the very real health needs that he identifies.
Pawsey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents attribute to deteriorating response times in Rugby by the decision of West Midlands Ambulance Service to close our community ambulance station at the Hospital of St Cross, a decision that was taken without reference to doctors, councillors, residents or the local MP. Does the Secretary of State agree that decisions of that nature should only be made after consultation and with the support of local stakeholders?
Well, without knowing the specific circumstances of the case that he highlights, that I think generally it is of course the case that good consultation, engagement with stakeholders will lead to better and more informed decision making. And where decisions have been taken, if the outcomes are proceeding in a way that is suboptimal, then I know from my knowledge of my honourable friend that he will make that case in the strongest terms.
Hi, Bedford.
Deputy Speaker, it's worth remembering that the 2010 and 2015 Conservative government took £6 billion out of social care, so it's no wonder we're facing a logjam. Since 2015, not once has the government hit its 4-hour target at A&E, and it's down to less than 72% on average right now. The shortage this logjam is created by the Conservative government's mismanagement of our National Health Service. So what is he going to do to get back to the 4-hour target for A&E?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is investing in our NHS. That is why Ardell in 2010 was 99 billion. It's gone up last year to 150 billion. It's why we're investing more than £10 billion in capital this year alone. It's why the NHS will get an uplift of around 38 billion over the course of 5 years from 29-20 to 24-25, and it's why this government has invested in its 40 hospitals programme as part of a £22 billion commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen some serious issues with West Midlands Ambulance Service and congestion at the Royal Stoke Hospital, and it's only a few years ago when we saw people dying on the corridors at Royal Stoke Hospital. So will my right honourable friend look at what we can do to address these issues, and that we don't just move people from queuing outside the hospital back onto the high-risk corridors?
Well, that is the specific point, Mr. Speaker, that was addressed in the letter on Friday from the NHS Medical Director in terms of where risk best sits within a system. And of course, the best way of addressing that risk is to address the issue of delayed discharge, and it is getting people out of hospital through initiatives such as the Better Care Fund, the £2.6 billion of investment, the use of integrated care boards, which will enable us to take a more integrated approach to unblocking those who are in hospital unnecessarily, which is not only very expensive, but it is fundamentally bad for their care as well. So it's important we address delayed discharge as a key priority.
We now come to Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his response to the questions that have been asked? And to give an example, which hopefully will be helpful to the Minister as well. One of my constituents, which is the devolved matter, fell and badly hurt her leg just last week. She was off the shore on the rocks. She was able to send a photograph of her injury. As a result, an ambulance was dispatched urgently and she was rescued. My concern, Minister, to ask you this question, is for those who aren't high-tech enough to send photographs of injuries to prove that they are ambulance-worthy. Minister, how would it be possible to triage calls which don't put pressure on people, but which would address the potential misuse of emergency ambulance requests?
Happy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to look at any specific issues that flow from his constituency case, and I think the more we can use tech and innovation to better address those issues at pace, then that will ultimately lead to better patient outcomes.
Point for order, Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the 22nd of June at Prime Minister's Questions, the Prime Minister agreed to look at the urgent case of Afghan nationals that I'm trying to help, whose lives are at daily risk, including Chevening alumni. I immediately sent him the details of our 4 cases and have chased him repeatedly and asked a written question. Today I did receive a reply, but it simply said that a reply would be sent in due course. Can you advise me on what avenue I might take to elicit a serious response, given that it makes a mockery of promises made at the dispatch box at PMQs if there remains no response more than 3 weeks later?
Can I first of all say the Chair is grateful to the honourable member for giving notice of a point of order. While the Chair is not responsible for ministerial answers or the actions they take following them, the Minister should of course follow up on the commitments they make in this House. Not to do so is discourteous, especially when the cases concerned are urgent ones. The government front bench, including the Prime Minister, will have heard what the members said, and I hope they will achieve a quick response for the honourable member. Right. Presentation of bills. Secretary Nadine Dorries.
I beg to move.
Data Protection and Digital Information Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of bill. Paul Maynard.
Ministerial Competence External Review Bill.
Second reading what day? Friday the 9th of September. We now come to the motion of confidence in Her Majesty's government in the name of the Prime Minister. I must inform the House I have not selected the amendment in the name of the Liberal Democrats. I now call the Prime Minister to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no idea why the Leader of the Opposition has insisted that we must have a confidence motion today, when we could be sparing people from online harms. That's what he wanted. We could be fixing the defects in the Northern Ireland Protocol, ending pointless barriers to trade in our country. But since he wants one,
order. Might be just helpful. It's actually the government that's put it down for today.
He wants one, Mr. Speaker, and since they want one, well, it's his constitutional prerogative. We will comply, and we will win, Mr. Speaker. But I'll tell him why I believe this is one of the most dynamic governments of modern times. Not just overcoming adversity on a scale we haven't seen for centuries, but delivering throughout adversity. And if he wants evidence of the temper and mettle of this government, I would remind him of how we began when Parliament was deadlocked and he was shadow Brexit Secretary, Mr. Speaker, and Labour were the first opposition in history to be absolutely petrified of calling a general election. And when they finally capitulated and agreed to submit to the verdict of the people, we sent the great blue Tory ferret so far up their left trouser leg they couldn't move. We won the biggest Conservative victory since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. We won seats they never dreamed of losing, and we, from Wrexham to Workington, from Bishop Auckland to Barrow, we turned red car, blue car, Mr. Speaker. We saw 54 seats go straight from Labour to Tory, and we won by 80 seats, Mr. Speaker. And then we worked flat out to repay that trust. With iron determination, we saw off Brenda Hale, and we got Brexit done. And though the rejoiners and the revengers were left plotting and planning and biding their time, and I will have more to say about the events of the last few weeks and months in due course, we delivered on every single one of our promises. No, Mr. Speaker, let me make some progress. We took back control of our money. We took back control of our borders. And we installed a points-based system for immigration. We took back control of our laws. We on this side of the House took back the sovereign right of the British people to determine their own laws and their own future in Parliament. And for that, I say to colleagues on this side of the House, your place in history is secure. And I say to the honourable gentleman, it will never be forgotten that 48 times he tried to overturn the will of the people. 48 times he tried to strike down the biggest expression of popular will, it would be remembered in the history of this country. And be in no doubt, if he were ever to come to power, Mr. Speaker, with his hopeless coalition of Liberal Democrats and Scottish nationalists, he would try to do so again at the drop of a hat. And it was only a month or so later that the government was forced to show its resolve again, when we began to lose lives, thousands of lives, in the worst pandemic for a century. A pandemic that was global, whose origins we did not fully understand, but were nothing to do with the British people, and if anything, the result of distant misbehaviour involving bats or pangolins, and whose spread was appallingly difficult to manage. And this government never gave up through wave after wave, and thanks to the courage and the indomitable resilience of the British people, we protected our NHS, we saved thousands of lives, and we were finally rescued by the genius of British scientists and by a vaccine that was licensed faster than any vaccine in the world, and a rollout that was faster than any comparable country, and faster, of course, than we would have achieved if we'd listened to the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker. So fast that the EU Commission actually tried to expropriate 5 million doses of Astra to try to slow us down, it can be told. And yes, shame is right. And still they failed. And insofar as the opposition came up with any ideas at all, they would quaveringly call for more lockdowns. Well, we trusted to British science and to the vaccine rollout. They vacillated, we vaccinated, and we vaccinated so fast we came out of lockdown quicker than any other European country. And when I look at that achievement, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, I have confidence in this government and in what it can do. And as a direct result of the actions of the government, we had the fastest growth in the G7 last year, and that is why we are able now to help people across the country with the latest challenge. The global inflation in energy prices, triggered partly by post-COVID blockages, but made far worse by Putin's vile war in Ukraine. And it's because we have sensibly managed the economy that we have the fiscal firepower to give the most vulnerable households, 8 million of them, £1,200, £400 to help every household with the cost of energy. And we can do that because our economic fundamentals are strong, with British companies hiring talent up and down the country. Yes, with unemployment at or near a 50-year low, with 620,000 more people in payroll employment than there were before the pandemic began, and youth unemployment at or near a 45-year low. And with people coming off benefits and getting into work, 500,000 of them just in the 6 months to June. And that is the fundamental difference between this government and the opposition. We believe that the best answer to poverty is not benefits, that's what they think. We think the best answer is the security and happiness and dignity that goes with a job. And I am proud of what we have done throughout the last 3 years to champion working people, lifting the living wage, cutting tax for those on universal credit, and just in the last couple of weeks, the biggest tax cut in 10 years for the vast majority of people on lower incomes who pay national insurance contributions. And that's why, and I'll give you a fact, Mr. Speaker. That's why today, under this government, the poorer households in this country get more of their income from their earnings, and under Labour, they got more of their income from benefits. That's the reality of the difference between them and us. There has never been a Labour government that left office with unemployment lower than when it came in. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why I have confidence in Her Majesty's government. In spite of the pandemic, we did not, for a moment, I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. And I personally think that our party is making the same mistake that the Labour Party made when they knifed Tony Blair. But may I say to my honourable friend, is he aware that the excess death rates in Europe show that thanks to his early intervention with the vaccine, fewer people died in the United Kingdom than the majority of other European countries? And thanks to my right honourable friend's intervention, Kiev is still a part of Ukraine and not a part of Russia.
I thank him very much, and I think he's absolutely right in what he says about the record of the NHS, the record of this country in beating back COVID. And what a pity it was that the right honourable gentleman opposite, the Leader of the Opposition, came so many times to this place and said that we had the worst record in Europe. He's never taken it back, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps he'll do so in the course of the debate to come. In spite of that pandemic, in a moment. We did not for a moment lose our focus on those huge manifesto commitments that we made in 2019, beginning with making our streets safer, and with the help of now 13,576 more police, and we will hit 20,000 by 2024. We have rounded up those county lines, drugs, gangs, 1,500 of them so far, and we will continue. We've taken thousands of knives off the streets of our country using stop and search, Mr. Speaker. Using stop and search. And I know that people on Labour benches oppose stop and search, but I think it is the kindest and most loving thing you can do when someone is going equipped with a bladed weapon to take that knife off him, Mr. Speaker. And it was by tough policing, giving the police the powers that they deserve, and putting more out on the street, we've helped to get neighbourhood crime down by 31%. And as we promised, we've invested massively in our amazing NHS. We got the nurses into the hospitals, I think another 10,000 this year on last year. We're on track to recruit 50,000. We have record numbers of people working now in our NHS, Mr. Speaker, tackling the COVID backlogs. And at the same time, we're getting on with our long-term programme of improvement of our National Health Service. And they constantly say that we're not going to build 40 new hospitals, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can tell him that we are. And they will be done by 2030, and he will, if he's still around in 2024, he will see measurable improvement. And I'll tell you something else, Mr. Speaker. 75 years after the foundation of the NHS, we have been the first government to have the nerve and a plan to fix the gulf between the NHS and social care. Ending the cruel lottery that brings destitution on families with a member suffering from dementia. Governments have promised it for decades. We did it, Mr. Speaker, and we're raising the funding to do it, which they opposed. And of course, we've been investing massively in our schools and young people, introducing hundreds of thousands of kids to tutoring. The kind of tutoring, kids who have potential, kids who are in danger of being left behind, the kind of tutoring that is currently only available to those whose parents can pay for it. And in making, I'm going to give way to my former opponent, the right honourable member for Islington North.
I'm grateful to the Prime Minister for taking a break from his fantasy tour of this country. Could he take one moment to explain why 14 million people in this country are living in poverty, why there are more food banks than there are branches of McDonald's, why there is a mental health crisis, why Big Pharma have made so much out of owning the patents of the vaccines, why his government is presiding over the enriching of the richest, the impoverishment of the poorest, and the greatest job insecurity in industry after industry. He has created poverty, inequality and insecurity. That is his legacy.
I'm thrilled to be debating again with the right honourable gentleman. And since our last encounters, I can tell him I am proud that we've actually got unemployment down to at or no record lows. I know that he'd rather have people on benefits, but I don't think that's the way forward, Mr. Speaker. And he talks about 14 million people, let me tell him, 40 million people voted, 14 million people voted for this Conservative government, and this Conservative government is undefeated at the polls, and never let that be forgotten. Of course, at the same time, just a moment, we've been investing massively in schools, as I say, and it's by making our streets and our communities safer, by making our population healthier, by ensuring that our kids are literate and numerate at the age of 11, and our goal is to get up to 90% by 11 rather than the current 65%, Mr. Speaker. We've been driven throughout this last 3 years by a very simple vision. We Conservatives believe that there is genius and talent everywhere, and energy and imagination distributed in every corner of this country. But we don't think that's the same for opportunity, Mr. Speaker. And our immense programme of levelling up is driven by the simple mathematical observation. If per capita GDP, productivity were evenly distributed in the UK as they are in our major competitors, then this would be by some way the most prosperous economy in Europe. And of course it would also be the morally right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we've kept going with the most colossal infrastructure programme ever seen. 3 new high-speed rail lines, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, how many miles of electrified line did Labour build in their 13 years of office? Anybody know? Virtually none. Hundreds of miles of road improvements were putting in, massive investments in buses, in cycling, and of course we gave people, and we are giving people, the skills, the lifetime skills guarantee that means the government will support you to get an A-level equivalent skill when you're an adult. And Mr. Speaker, we're also giving them the technology to use those skills throughout the country. Gigabit broadband, I am proud to say, now sprouts through every wainscot, or virtually every wainscot. We've gone from 7% to 69% coverage in this brief 3 years, and it's only by putting in the infrastructure. She says they don't have Wi-Fi in the north, Mr. Speaker. Let me say, it is this government. That's what she said. It is this government that is putting in Wi-Fi across the whole. How little she knows! How little she knows of the very area she purports to represent. It's only by putting in the infrastructure that you enable people to live where they want. And I'm proud that not only are we seeing record numbers of homes being built, last year there were 400,000 first-time buyers. Because unlike the party opposite, we believe in home ownership. We believe in getting people on the property ladder. They don't like it. You can tell they don't like it, Mr. Speaker. And the better the infrastructure, the skills, the technology, the less 400,000 first-time buyers. The less intrusive the regulation in our country, the more the investment flows in. And we're seeing huge sums come in now from the private sector. Every other week there is another £1 billion unicorn, not just in London or Oxford or Cambridge, but across the whole country. We have more tech investment than France and Germany and Israel combined. And now, in the first quarter of this year, in attracting tech venture capital, we've actually overtaken the Chinese, Mr. Speaker, with £12.5 billion coming in. And this government will continue to make the UK the place to come for the industries and the businesses of the future. This year, Newquay will join Cape Kennedy and Baikonur as a functioning spaceport, I'm proud to say. And for the first time ever, under this government, a British satellite will be launched into space from Britain. And next year, the spaceport in Shetland will roar into life thanks to the investments of Lockheed Martin and others as local crofters, and I mean humble crofters, Mr. Speaker, almost as humble and local as the right honourable gentleman opposite, have withdrawn their opposition because they can see that it means jobs and growth for their area. And people in this House may not know it, but this government has made an investment in low Earth orbit satellites, and it was a risk, hundreds of them. but it has paid off for the taxpayer, and hundreds of them are now circling the earth, offering all sorts of opportunities, including the potential for internet connections for the people of sub-Saharan Africa. And I will give way one last time to the honourable gentleman there.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. It is highly unconventional to put down a confidence motion in his own government, though I suppose he's an unconventional person, since only an unconventional man would want the opportunity to speak at his own funeral. So can I ask him, though, isn't his essential problem, despite all this litany that he thinks are his fantasy achievements, the bottom line is this government, this country is supposed to operate on the good chap theory of government, but it doesn't operate when there's a bad apple at the core.
Mr. Speaker, I think, if he is saying that he is going to vote for confidence in this government, I will certainly welcome his support. But what I can tell him is that I believe that the achievements of this government over the last 3 years, I think, have been very remarkable. And as for his personal criticism of me, I am proud of what we have done, and I am proud of the way that I've been able to offer leadership in difficult times. Let me put it that way. I think that investment in the low Earth orbit satellites has paid off, and as I said, that people in sub-Saharan Africa now have the chance to get internet connection. It's a massive success for global Britain, and people around the world can now see the renewed ambition of this country. The record £22 billion we're investing to become a science superpower again, the new Advanced Research and Innovation Agency, and of course at the same time the scientific solutions that we are providing are helping to solve the fundamental problems facing humanity. And on this sweltering day, let me just remind the House, there are very few governments in the world that could have organised a COP26 summit so far-reaching in its impacts. And I thank my right honourable friend and colleague, the member for Reading, for what he did, committing 90% of the world to net zero by 2050, moving the world beyond the use of coal, moving from fossil fuel cars to EVs, planting billions of trees around the world, and launching the Clean Green Initiative, as we did at Carbis Bay, by which G7 governments will now leverage the trillions of the private sector to help the developing world to use the clean green technologies that offer economic as well as environmental salvation. And I think people around the world can see more clearly than ever before that we have in this country, and I think in this House, a renewed willingness as global Britain to stand up for freedom and democracy. And you could have no better proof of that than our campaign to help the Ukrainians. And if it is true that I'm more popular on the streets of Kiev right now than I am in Kensington, if that is because of the foresight and boldness of this government in becoming the first European country to send them weapons, a decision that was made possible by the biggest investment in defence since the Cold War. And though I think that conflict will continue to be very hard, and I think our thoughts and prayers must continue to be with the people of Ukraine. I do believe that they must win and that they will win. And though there may be, of course, a massive strategic importance in the face of Putin's adventurism and aggression, when the people of Ukraine have won, it will also be a victory of right over wrong and of good over evil. And I think this government saw that clearly and saw it whole and saw it faster than many other parts of the world. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why I have confidence in this government. By the way, I have absolutely zero confidence in the opposition. I don't think eight of them voted down. I know Tara is saying this, and you must say this, everybody must say this right until the election. 8 of them, including the Shadow Foreign Secretary, voted to discard this country's independent nuclear weapon, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe they would have done the same thing in standing up to Putin in a month of Sundays, Mr. Speaker. Last week I went up in one of our 148 Typhoon fighters, and I flew out over the North Sea, Mr. Speaker. I flew out over Doggerland, the drowned prairies that are now being harvested again with tens of gigawatts of clean, green energy. We will have 50 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2050. And thanks to this government's activism, I'm proud to say that offshore wind is now cheaper than onshore wind. And, you know, I look down at that ghostly white forest of windmills in the sea, financed, by the way, with ever-growing sums from international investors. And I thought, this is how we are going to fix our energy problems. This is how Europe should be ending its dependence on Putin's gas. And I am proud of the way we have responded to the challenge. A nuclear reactor every year, Mr. Speaker, rather than one every 10 years or none at all, as was the ridiculous policy, the catastrophic policy of the last Labour government. And then the wing commander interrupted me. And he, for a glorious period, I was at the controls of the Typhoon, and I did a loop-the-loop and an aileron roll and a barrel roll, and then I'm coming to the point, Mr. Speaker. I handed back the controls. And in a few weeks' time, that is exactly what I will do with this great party of ours. And after 3 dynamic and exhilarating years in the cockpit, we will find a new leader, and we will coalesce in loyalty around him or her. And the vast twin Rolls-Royce engines of our Tory message, our Conservative values and beliefs, will roar on, Mr. Speaker. Strong public services on the left, and a dynamic free market enterprise economy on the right, each boosting the other and developing trillions of pounds of thrust. And the reason we keep winning is that we are the only party that understands the need for both. And whatever happens in this contest, we will continue to fight for the lowest possible taxes and the lightest possible regulation. And their problem, Mr. Speaker, is that they would try to fly on one engine, endlessly kowtowing to the union barons, endlessly inflicting more tax and more spending, endlessly giving in to the temptation to regulate us back into the orbit of the European Union and flying round in circles. And some people will say, as I leave office, that this is the end of... They will say this is the end of Brexit. They will, oh yes, listen to deathly hush. Deathly hush. And the leader of the opposition and the deep state will prevail in its plot to haul us back into alignment with the EU as a prelude to our eventual return. And we on this side of the House will prove them wrong, won't we? And some people will say that this is the end of our support. Some people say that this is the end of our support for Ukraine. And I'm told that is exactly the analysis, the Champanskia corks have allegedly been popping in the Kremlin. Just as the Islington lefties are toasting each other with their favourite Kir Waiau, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have no doubt that whoever takes over in a few weeks' time will make sure that we keep together the global coalition in support of our Ukrainian friends. And some people will say that my departure, I think it was the leader of the opposition himself who said it, the leader of my departure means the eventual victory of the Labour Party. And I believe this side of the House will prove him totally wrong. And in due course, we will walk the honourable member for Holborn and St Pancras into that capsule in Newquay that I have talked about earlier and sent him into orbit where he belongs. And, Mr. Speaker, I tell my right honourable friend, the member for the Scots Nationalists, that it is time that he takes his protein pill and puts his helmet on, Mr. Speaker, because it won't be long, I hear, before his own party is taking him to Shetland, I should say, and propelling him to the heavens. Mr. Speaker, this government has fought some of the hardest yards in modern political history. We've had to take some of the bleakest decisions since the war, and I believe that we got the big calls right. And at the end of 3 years, this country is visibly using its newfound independence to turbocharge our natural advantages as the best place in the world, not just to live and to invest, but to bring up a family. And with a new and incontrovertible spirit of global leadership, I believe that we can look to the future with a rock-solid confidence, not just in what this government has done, but in what it will do and will continue to do. And I commend this motion to the House.
The question is that this House has confidence in Her Majesty's government. We will wait and see. But there we are. I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer, to respond.
Mr. Speaker, the delusion is never-ending. What a relief. What a relief for the country that they finally got round to sacking him. And in many ways, the chaos of the last fortnight is familiar. The third Tory leadership contest in 6 years. The latest bumper summer for graphic designers and brand managers. The latest parade of pretenders promising unfunded tax cuts. Latest set of ministerial jobs handed out on a wink and a shake in return for a nomination. And TV debates so embarrassing that even the contestants are pulling out. Every other year they switch out a failed Prime Minister. It's like a once secure Premier League side burning through managers as they slide inevitably towards relegation. But, Mr. Speaker, the end of the season can't come soon enough. But besides the déjà vu, things are different this time. David Cameron left office because he lost a referendum. The Right Honourable Member from Maidenhead left office because her party could not agree on how to leave the EU. There were serious policy and political disagreements. And on how to grow the economy, how to run our public services, the Labour Party had our own profound disagreements with both former Prime Ministers. But no one seriously disputed that they were fit for office, that they could be trusted to carry out their own. I suggest some of those on the opposite side reread their resignation letters. No one seriously disputed that they were fit for office, that they could be trusted to carry out their responsibilities, that the information they gave their ministers was true to the best of their knowledge, and the policies they proposed were the ones that they believed were best for the country. So no one objected to them staying on whilst a successor was found. Not at the moment. Now, there clearly are policy disagreements between the Prime Minister and his party. I know he spent the weekend throwing another party. It's obviously a very good party from the last 20 minutes. But can I suggest to use his catch-up TV to see what they've been saying in the leadership debates?
The Foreign Secretary says the Prime Minister's economic policy is not going to drive economic growth. She's left now. Exactly. The member for Portsmouth North said they've left public services in a state of disrepair. Exactly. And the member for Saffron Walden says junior ministers raised concerns about fraud that were ignored and cost the taxpayer £17 billion. That's on that side. This is what they're saying, Prime Minister, in the leadership debates. So the people behind him are not happy with his record, whatever they say and jeer now. But unlike his predecessors, this Prime Minister has not been forced out over policy disagreements, and despite the delusions he's fostered in his bunker, he's not been felled by the stampede of an eccentric herd. Instead, he's been forced out in disgrace. Judged by his colleagues and peers to be unworthy of his position and unfit for his office. He promoted someone he knew to be a sexual predator. Might be an idea to listen. And then denied all knowledge when that inevitably went wrong. He lied to his ministers about what he knew and allowed them to repeat those lies to the country. It's the same pattern of behaviour that we saw when he and his mates partied through lockdown, denied it for months, and forced his ministers to repeat those lies until he was found out. He can't change. Even last week, he was tearing up the rules by insisting that an opposition motion of no confidence could not be heard. He promoted an ally to the ministerial payroll as she literally gave the public the middle finger. And he appointed a Chancellor with questions to answer about tax avoidance and his personal finances. They all know. They all know. They all know. They all know.
It's a point of order. Mr Speaker, the Chair has been very clear at times about being conscious of language. Now, from my understanding, the Right Honourable Member for Stratford-upon-Avon, to whom I think the Right Honourable Learned Gentleman is referring to, actually denied that accusation. Perhaps you could guide the Right Honourable Learned Gentleman as to temperament of language.
What I would say is I want everybody to think carefully about what they say in this chamber and the effects it has on people, and it does concern. But also it's better if neither the clerks nor myself can hear a lot of what's going on. So if you can just turn it down so we can hear. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. They all know it can't go on. Just read their resignation letters. The member for South West Wiltshire went after saying this is the last straw in the rolling chaos. The member for Cheltenham had enough of defending the indefensible. And the member for Bolsover simply said the Prime Minister was an apologist for someone who has committed sexual assault. When the Right Honourable Member for Richmond resigned, he accused the Prime Minister of not conducting government properly, competently or seriously. I presume he was talking about the appalling joint economic legacy, the highest inflation and the lowest growth in the G7, leaving us with the highest tax burden since rationing and diminished public services. That's the record. The rhetoric doesn't match it. He suggested the Prime Minister is not prepared to work hard or take difficult decisions, and he implied that the Prime Minister cannot tell the public the truth. They all read the letter. They know what he said. But this week, the Right Honourable Member for Richmond is trying to convince us to ignore all that. Apparently he's changed his mind. asked a straight question, he won't tell his party that the Prime Minister is dishonest. And now he's saying the Prime Minister is actually a remarkable man with a good heart. Pathetic. There can be no one worse placed to rebuild the economy than the man who broke it. There can be no one worse placed to restore trust than the man who propped up this totally untrustworthy Prime Minister. I'll make some progress, then I will. Instead of rewriting history, members opposite need to face up to what they've done, what they've put this country through. Despite knowing exactly who he is, despite knowing that he always puts himself before anyone else, despite knowing that he'd been fired from job after job for lying, they elected him to lead their party. And he behaved exactly as everyone feared when he got into Downing Street. He lurched from one scandal to the next. He demeaned his office. And he started to drag everyone and everything down with him. So belatedly, they found him unfit for office, too untrustworthy for government. I'll give way.
The honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, sounds like he's describing his own actions, when for year after year he sat there while the Labour Party were found guilty of breaching the law by the ECHR on the anti-Semitism of the honourable member for England North. Why didn't he have the courage to stand up at the time and stand up for what's right?
Apologise, Peter. Apologise.
I wonder if he actually realises why we're having this debate.
Exactly.
It's because so many.
Oh, just a moment.
You've lost it, mate.
Mr. Oldham quite rightly asked the question, and also, like yourself, would like to hear the answers. Let's move on.
We're having this debate because dozens of frontbenchers resigned their posts because they wouldn't serve this Prime Minister. They're sacking him because he's untrustworthy. That's why we're having this debate. Normally in a debate like this, the Prime Minister is asking for a vote of confidence so he can carry on. This one's already...
Order. I'm very bothered about where this is going. The use of language needs to be brought into a more temperate manner, and what I would like to say is we need to calm it down. You know, and let's see how we can try and progress in a more orderly way, but more temperate in what we're saying. Keir Starmer.
So, Mr. Speaker, why are they leaving him with his hands on the levers of power for 8 weeks? 8 weeks where the British public must trust the word of a Prime Minister who's been sacked because he can't be trusted. 8 weeks where Britain will be represented abroad by someone who's lost all respect at home. 8 weeks of a caretaker government led by an utterly careless Prime Minister. And anyone who thinks that doesn't matter, that this is just a quiet summer months where everyone goes to the beach, is in denial about the severity of the challenges our country faces. The war in eastern Ukraine drags on. The Nord Stream pipeline has been shut down. Flights are being cancelled left, right and centre. Britain is facing an unprecedented heat wave as our climate changes in our very eyes. These are serious Mr. Speaker, they don't think that these are challenges. These are serious issues that will require serious leadership. Hard decisions will have to be made. This is not the summer for Downing Street to be occupied by a vengeful squatter mired in scandal. Mr. Speaker, every day they leave him there. Every hustings they refuse to distance themselves from his appalling behaviour. And every vote they cast today to prop him up is a dereliction of duty.
You don't like it, do you? Disgrace.
It's a reminder, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister has only been able to do what he's done because he's enabled by a corrupted Conservative Party every step, every scandal and every party along the way. Mr. Speaker, I know there's been fear-mongering that this motion might lead straight to a general election. Sadly, that's complete nonsense, but you can see why they fear the electorate. After 12 years of failed Tory government, Britain is stuck with a low-growth economy, stuck at home, unable to get a passport or a flight, stuck on the phone trying to get a GP appointment. Our taxes are going up, food and energy bills are out of control, and the public services we rely on have simply stopped working. And every Tory standing to lead their party has given up on trying to defend Prime Minister. They have no confidence in you. That's why you're going.
Really are struggling to hear. Now, I want to be able to hear, then we can make better judgment calls. Both the clerks and myself are struggling. And all I would say is, please, can we calm it down and think about what we're saying? Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Britain deserves a fresh start with Labour. Free from those who got us stuck in the first place. Free from the chaotic Tory party. Free from those that propped up this Prime Minister for months and months. And here's the difference. Under my leadership, the Labour Party has changed. And we're ready to do the same for the country too, to get our economy growing, to revitalise our public services. And after this Prime Minister has damaged everything around him, to clean up politics. This House should make a start by voting no confidence in this Prime Minister this evening. Thank you, Mr.
Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Mr. Speaker, in June 2016, there was a vote of no confidence in the then leader of the Labour Party. I don't know whether the present leader of the Labour Party voted yes or voted no. Did he vote confidence in his predecessor, or did he vote no confidence in his predecessor? If he can remember. In 2019, his predecessor moved a motion of no confidence in the government, saying the issue should be put to the people. It was put to the people. There was a general election in 2019, and the present government came in with a majority of 80. And I have it on reasonable authority that the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party has said today that Boris was, in effect, the magic which helped. I'm glad she's confirmed that. The issue before the House now is whether people would have any more confidence in the Labour Party becoming a government. And the answer is no. If we can return, Mr. Speaker, to that no confidence vote in June 2016, when the leader of the Labour Party lost by 172 to 40, and the 40 may have included the Honourable Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition. At that moment, 20 of the Shadow Cabinet had walked out. The Right Honourable Gentleman for Holborn and St Pancras walked in. I think the interesting question is whether the way he's spoken today is actually a leadership bid. He's trying to take over the Labour Party properly rather than just in name, and whether he can, whether he can lead what he describes himself as red and green. But if you put red and green together, you get a rather unpleasant kind of brown. Or whether he's going to accept that the Labour Party has not yet been trusted by the British people. I would say to this House that by voting against no confidence, in fact voting confidence in the government, we're saying on balance, as the British people did in 2019, they prefer us to be in government and not them. That's not to say that the government's got everything right. I could, if I were taking part in the Thursday Sir David Amess debate, list the things where I want government to make changes, I want to drop the privatisation of Channel 4. There's no point in it. I'd like them to reconsider the question of whether the Holocaust Memorial should be in Victoria Tower Gardens. And there are a number of other issues I could take up, but this is not that issue. The issue today, do we want to change the party of government? And the answer is no. I rest my case there.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see the Prime Minister is leaving the chamber. In this particular case, Prime Minister, leave means leave. We all know that the government has spent the last week trying to delay, reword and ultimately avoid this debate. But, as is the way these days, the herd moved. So today, we finally have a chance to cast our verdict on a failed Prime Minister and a Conservative Party that is collapsing before our very eyes. And I know that the government wants to use this debate as some kind of dignified, although I haven't seen any dignity from the Prime Minister this afternoon, obituary for the political legacy of the leader that they buried last week. But if the government are determined to debate the legacy of the Prime Minister, then let's allow ourselves the opportunity to be that one thing that he singularly failed to be. Let's be very, very honest. Let's reflect on a man who should never have been put in office in the first place. A man that simply shouldn't be here for a minute longer because he demonstrated no dignity in office, in the highest office in the land. And he's shown no dignity today in departing. And so every single member of this House needs to ask themselves a very simple question. Why on earth does the Prime Minister deserve the dignity of a long goodbye and a 7-week chance to rewrite his own legacy? And, Mr. Speaker, apparently, the one and only reason being offered up by Tory MPs to justify keeping him in place is because we're told that that is the precedent. That is the way that it works down here. It's the Westminster way. But those citing any kind of precedent have clearly forgotten the exact reason that we've been brought to this point. The behaviour of this Prime Minister has no precedence.
I'm relieved that we can hear the speech of the Right Honourable Gentleman now, and we have no longer the Prime Minister bawling at speakers as he then leaves the chamber. But would you agree that what we want over this change is dignity? Dignity in the House, dignity in the country, and we didn't see it from the Prime Minister in his behaviour on that front bench today.
Order. I think I made that decision, and I don't need any recommendations. I think the behaviour from both sides hasn't been exceptional today. Come on, Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although I have to say I agree with my honourable friend that it's important that these are matters that are of interest to the public, and we need to treat each other with a degree of respect and dignity. And let's come back to the Prime Minister, because he broke his own laws in office. He broke international law, and of course the thing that ultimately brought him down, the fact that he could never ever be trusted with the truth. That is the record, and that is now the Prime Minister's legacy. He shouldn't be allowed any room to rewrite that record and that legacy even for 7 weeks. Because, Mr. Speaker, it hasn't escaped anyone's notice that this Prime Minister has lived his life thinking that the world owes him a living. And he hasn't had the grace to stay today to hear the opening speeches in this debate. That tells you everything that you need to know, Mr. Speaker. I'll happily.
I thank my right honourable friend, and he's making an excellent speech. Does he agree with me that the Prime Minister today spoke for 30 minutes and not once in what could be his last speech did he make reference to the real facts that because of political decisions he made, children are living in poverty, working families are using food banks, and the devastation he has caused our communities? Does he agree he should have at least had the dignity in his last speech to apologise to the children in our country?
I agree with my honourable friend, and let me commend him for the passion that he brings to this topic, because the fact that so many people are struggling in this country and so many people are going to be struggling over the cost of living crisis is something that should concern all of us. One more time. Yeah.
I do thank the right honourable member for giving way. We talk about food banks, we talk about poverty. It is a fact that many households, something the Prime Minister referred to as some of the poorest in the land, many households in my constituency have no alternative but to use fuel oil. They're off-grid. And when I asked the Minister of State for Energy in March, would there be a cap placed on it, he said no, because there had been some survey in 2011. Today is a very hot day, but winter is coming and it will be cold. So can I suggest, the right honourable member, that it is a mark of a civilised, a caring government, that these people should be helped and that a price cap should be put on the cost of fuel oil, domestic heating oil.
I agree with my honourable friend. We both represent Highland constituencies, beautiful constituencies, but constituencies where the rain falls on a regular basis and the wind howls through the windows, through the walls of these houses. And, Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, there ought to be equity and fairness for everyone, regardless of where they live. And, of course, we're talking about the heat wave that people are suffering from in many parts of the United Kingdom today. But actually, when I looked at the weather in my own constituency in the Isle of Skye this morning, the temperature was 14 degrees. People in parts of Scotland will still have their heating on. And the fact that people are being penalised and that people are not being looked after the way that they should be, for the very simple reason that they have to rely on off-grid heating oil. I will give way one last time, then I must make progress.
I'm sure he appreciates that the reason that the Chancellor gave the assistance to people on their electricity bills, not their gas bills, is because people may use fuel oil or other types of fuel, but almost everyone in the country is on the electricity grid.
Well, my goodness, Mr. Speaker, and I have respect for the honourable gentleman. He knows that. But there for all to see, is the lack of compassion, the decency, the humanity and the recognition that people in Highland constituencies are not getting the benefits that other people get. That's what happens with this Conservative government. But let's come back to the Prime Minister and that sense of entitlement, that he deserved to be Prime Minister, that he deserved to be above the rules, that he deserves the dignity of staying in office over the summer. But this place and the public owe the Prime Minister nothing. Only this weekend, he again showed why he is unfit for office, skipping Cobra meetings to do his favourite thing, attending yet another party. Another party. You know, the one thing you would have thought that he might learn. When he was caught breaking his own laws, when he's fined by the Metropolitan Police, the only Prime Minister in history to be fined in office, and he turns his back on his obligations at a time of an emergency overheating over the effect of global warming, and he's attending parties. That tells you everything, Mr. Speaker, that we need to know about the priorities of this Prime Minister. People have suffered enough under this most careless, casual and reckless inhabitant ever to have been treated with the office of Prime Minister. He doesn't deserve another day, never mind another 7 weeks. Mr. Speaker, as well as casting verdict on the Prime Minister today, it is also a chance to hold to account those who propped up his government for so long. Because with every new candidate and every new campaign video for the Tory leadership, we're literally being bombarded with talks of fresh starts or hitting the reset button. I hate to break it to them, but it isn't lost on any of us that most of the talk is coming from the very same people who backed as Prime Minister from day one and sat round the cabinet table until the very end. Try as they might. they can't hide the uncomfortable truth that they want us all to magically forget that their party has been in power for 12 deeply damaging years. Fresh starts, new starts, or clean starts simply don't exist after 12 years of the chaos that now defines their time in charge. They definitely don't exist when they've already failed to get rid of the Prime Minister that they put in power. The herd might have moved last week, but they've very quickly fallen back in line and reverted to Tory type, just as we've seen this afternoon. The Tories have stayed with this Prime Minister until the bitterest of ends, and today proves that they're staying with him still. Their failure to get rid of the Prime Ministers means that we now finally need to get rid of the lot of them, because today proves another thing. The only fresh start we need, the only fresh start that will work, is a general election. An election that will offer the people of Scotland the chance and the choice of an independent future. And on these benches, we relish that campaign and the choice that is coming. The need to put an end to this Tory government is underlined by the terrifying spectacle of the leadership race that is underway throughout this building, because no sooner had the race begun and it became very clear that it wasn't just a race to getting to Downing Street, it was a race to the toxic right. The policy proposals so far have amounted to tax cuts for the rich at the very same time that millions of families are struggling to put food on the table, watering down our climate targets, when we can literally feel that temperatures, particularly in this place, are soaring, and doubling down on the hostile environment when the Rwanda policy has already gone beyond the point of morality. The new Tory vision of these candidates is every bit as disturbing as the old one. And while they're all tearing lumps out of each other in this contest, they're ignoring the very thing that they're responsible for. The Tory cost of living crisis is ripping through every household on these islands. The contest has also exposed that they're completely out of credibility. Never again can the opposite benches claim economic literacy. Because during this leadership campaign, the Tory candidates haven't just discovered one magic money tree, they've apparently found a magic money forest. The billions in tax breaks for the rich they are bidding over always come at the price for the poor. And one of the most telling insights of the contest came from the current Chancellor, whose policy is to cut 20% for all public spending. So that's 20% cuts to the NHS, to welfare and to our Scottish Parliament. The Tories imposed 1 decade of devastating austerity, and now it seems the new Tory vision is gearing up to inflict another. If there ever was a reason to vote no confidence today, surely that is it. And of course, Mr. Speaker, on these benches, we are now well used to our country's constitutional future being discussed and dictated to by Tory politicians and governments who Scotland hasn't voted for and or had any confidence in since 1955. The last number of weeks have been no different, and it turns out democracy denial was not just an attitude of the Prime Minister, it's now official Tory policy. The idea of voluntary union of nations has clearly been dead and buried long ago, according to the Tory party, because every single candidate for the Tory leadership has fallen over themselves to tell us just how they're going to deny Scottish democracy. And we know why. They have long since run out of ideas and run out of road in defending the Union. So now they're running scared of democracy. And I'm sorry to say, I'm genuinely sorry to say, that the Labour Party has joined in that too. In the space of the last week, the leader of the Labour Party told us he was ruling out 2 things. The first was ruling out an independence referendum that, let's not forget, that the Scottish people have voted for. The second, Mr. Speaker, was ruling out a return to the European single market and freedom of movement. He didn't rule it out for now. He's ruled it out forever. So, not only will this place And these parties tried to deny our right to a democratic vote in our future, but they will forever deny our return to the European Union. If there were ever two motivating arguments to secure our independence, surely those are it. It really is the better together strategy. They're in worse trouble than I even thought. Because, Mr. Speaker, the crucial point that those reunited better together parties need to fully understand is this. Not only does Scotland have no confidence in this Tory government, we have no confidence in Westminster control of our country. The parties here might not like it. They might try to deny it. But that's democracy. But that's democracy. And then are the breaks. We want a different future. A future where we get governments we vote for, where our democratically elected parliament cannot be overridden and undermined, and where we have a secure foundation on which to build the economic and social future that we want. A new Scotland at the heart of the European Union. That is the future we can have confidence. We have lost control in this place. We've lost confidence in Westminster.
Lots of members want to speak in this debate. To try and accommodate it, can we start off by saying, let's aim for 4 minutes? Sir Edward Lee.
The order paper which is in front of us is a motion about no confidence in Her Majesty's government. And when we face this cost of living crisis and war in Europe and all the other challenges, I was rather hoping when I arrived here we might have a serious debate about how we can deal with these issues. Instead, I have heard a speech from the Leader of the Opposition which, in terms of vituperation and insult and sheer nastiness, I don't think I've ever heard anything like it before, certainly in terms of a Prime Minister who will be leaving office in a very few weeks. Where is any sense of kindness or magnanimity? Why do we need to throw these insults around and claim, I'm just going to proceed if I may, and claim that this is the worst sort of mass murder and criminal in political history? It's complete rubbish. The fact is that when this Prime Minister took power, Parliament's reputation was in tatters. Virtually everybody in this chamber had voted to have a referendum. And yet large parts, many members were doing their level best to frustrate it. And if we had not had this Prime Minister, if we had not delivered Brexit, I believe that we would have had a meltdown in political trust.
Absolutely.
He got Brexit done. So we got Brexit done, and I agree I would personally have liked to have done a lot more with it, and we will do, given time. So that's the first issue. That's why the Prime Minister was given a majority of 80. The second issue is the pandemic. We've had all these insults against a Prime Minister who was working on our behalf and nearly died in office.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And he was working flat out, and he saved, it's a disgraceful attack. He was working flat out to save lives. And our record on the pandemic, frankly, is second to none. And again, the opposition were trying to force us into more and more severe lockdowns. And this Prime Minister, with his vaccine rollout, got us out of that mess. And thousands of people are now alive because of this Prime Minister. So speaking for myself, I wholly regret the departure of this Prime Minister, and I remain completely loyal to him to the very end, as I remained loyal to Mrs Thatcher. And I think we will ask ourselves, what have we done? What have we done to a man who gave us this 80-seat majority? And the third point is that but for this Prime Minister, the first Western leader to arm Ukraine, Kiev would now be in the hands of the Russians.
Absolutely.
We led Europe. We led the world in saving this country. This is the record of this Prime Minister, and I am proud as a backbencher, to have given him all the loyalty I possibly could. And as I will give loyalty to the next leader, of course there are challenges. Anybody would think that we live in a vacuum, that despite the fact that we have this pandemic, despite the fact that we have this war in Europe, that somehow the government is to blame for all our ills. This is complete rubbish. And when the next leader of the Conservative Party, the next Prime Minister, comes into office, within weeks the Labour Party will be calling for another general election. As we've already heard from the Right Honourable Gentleman, they will say this new Prime Minister is unelected, elected by a fairly small number of people. They never said that about the previous Prime Minister because he was elected by the people with an 80-seat majority. So the problems are not going to go away. And we all know, in reality, that if the Labour Party had been in power, the outcomes of the pandemic may not have been a great deal different. We don't know what will happen with Ukraine. We don't know what will happen with the economy. But the Conservative Party, as the Prime Minister explained, is turbocharged because we believe in the power of the free economy and freedom and in low taxation. Of course, we can't deliver it now. And I say to these, my friends who are competing for the leadership, be responsible. Be responsible. I know it's the popular thing to call for tax cuts now, but we do have record levels of borrowing. If you have record levels of borrowing, you do not solve the problem by borrowing more and more. And when it's said that you can put the COVID expense in a particular box and we can forget about it for 50 years, that doesn't matter. Debt is debt. We all know in our private life you can't say to NatWest, well, I've got this debt on my car or something, I want to put it on in a different box and I won't have to pay for 50 years. Debt is debt. The Conservative Party reputation is built on economic competence. We have to be careful with the economy. I personally was very unhappy about the rise in national insurance contributions. I'm not in favour of tax rises. I believe the reputation of a Conservative government depends on low tax. We want to cut tax. But I say to these leadership contenders that we must be responsible. And in conclusion, I hope... I'm only trying to give a loyal speech to my party, which is surely no bad thing. And to the present leader of my party. Because ultimately... No, I better stop now because they've had enough of me. Ultimately, the secret weapon of the Tory party is loyalty.
Dame Margaret Hodge. The honourable member for Gainsborough is right that these confidence motions can descend into pointless political attacks. But the reality is that it's this government and this Prime Minister and what they've done that makes us all oppose today's motion. It's fundamental. This motion is fundamental for anybody who wants to uphold democracy, defend integrity and restore trust. It's not just Partygate, Madam Deputy Speaker, dreadful though that was, not the failed attempt to defend the indefensible behaviour of Owen Paterson, not the abhorrent culture of tolerating bullying and sexual harassment from political allies. These contribute to a loss of confidence, but they don't stand alone. There's an endless list of incompetence and waste, taxpayers' money being tossed around like confetti, with 16 billion fraudulently squandered on COVID business support, shameful failures in ambulance waiting times, and 6 million citizens waiting for hospital treatment, people unable to travel because of the crippling delays at the passport office, a stream of rail strikes, and chaos at the airports. All of that is unforgivable. But it's the creeping culture of corruption and the determination to close down those whose job it is to keep a check on executive power that makes this government unfit for office. There's a growing body of evidence of corruption. Dodgy Russian money funding MPs and the Tory party. An explosion in illicit finance with Londongrad and now the international capital for dirty money. Peerages for pals like Cruddas and Lebedev. Jobs for mates like James Wharton to people from the Prime Minister's City Hall days. Contracts for cronies, with only 0.2 million of the 17.3 billion contracts for PPE subject to open competition. This is not, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister's money, not the Conservative money. It's our money, taxpayers' money, earned through hard work, and we expect it to be honestly and efficiently spent. This government has no moral compass. Look at their reaction when criticised by institutions that provide a check on their power. When the courts found the government had illegally prorogued Parliament, they looked to limit judicial review. When international laws prove inconvenient, they break or ignore them. Parliament's role in holding government to account has been eroded. Ministers refusing to appear at Select Committee, Prime Minister interfering in parliamentary elections, legislation being rushed through with scant scrutiny. The independence of the civil service has been undermined, permanent secretaries sacked for speaking truth to power, and ministers appointing their cronies as non-executive directors. And those in the press who dare to criticise the government get sidelined. The government tried to keep sections of the press out of Number 10 briefings. Their answer to criticism from Channel 4 is to privatise it, whilst the BBC's reward for unbiased public service broadcasting is the licence fee slashed. A free press, a strong Parliament, an independent judiciary and impartial civil service are essential to a healthy democracy. And this government has undermined these institutions, and it is shameful. This debate is essential to call a halt to the dangerous Trumpian assault on everything we value in our British democracy. This shouldn't be about Conservatives against Labour. Every MP needs to ask themselves, can I have confidence in a government that misleads with impunity, abuses office to reward friends with jobs and lucrative contracts, puts self-interest above the national interest, allows its party to accept cash for access, influence and honours, whose members indulge in egregious lobbying or sex, bullying and sleaze scandals? Can any honourable or right honourable member in good conscience walk through the lobby and declare their confidence after the litany of bad behaviours that have marked this government's time in office? The answer must be no.
Sir Bill Wigan.
Deputy Speaker, I think I can be very confident in predicting that we shall never again hear a Prime Minister describe their phenomenal electoral victory as putting a blue ferret up the trouser leg of the opposition. Since entering office in 2019 on the back of his historic election victory, the world has been turned on its head. And let us not lose sight of what has been thrown at the government since March 2020. We have lived through a once-in-a-century pandemic, the first major war in Europe for a generation, and worldwide economic turbulence. Yet at every turn, this government and the Prime Minister have put their back to the wheel and gone to work for the British public. Now, of course, by their own admission, mistakes have been made. At every opportunity, the Prime Minister has shown contrition and a desire to get on with a Conservative agenda. However, the mudslinging and the relentless nature of politics and the media eventually take its toll on even the steeliest character. The Labour Party and some in the media are glad to see the Prime Minister go, as we are losing a political communicator and leader of historic proportions. During the 1997 general election, I stood for Burnley. And while I believe I did as good a job as possible in restricting the Labour candidate to a majority of a mere 17,062, I never thought that Burnley would be a Conservative seat. Nevertheless, 22 years later, and thanks to this Prime Minister's leadership, I am proud to see that Burnley has its first Conservative Member of Parliament since 1910, and a very good one at that. The British public put its overwhelming faith in our Prime Minister and his government to get Brexit done. Finally, we have escaped the grasp of the European Union's clutches, and we have our freedom. Because this government made the right calls at the right time during the pandemic, we are learning to live with COVID. Over 39 million people have received a booster jab across the UK. We had the fastest rollout in Europe and were the first to unlock and begin our recovery. On a smaller, no less important scale, some years ago, I brought forward a private member's bill to allow motorcycles to use bus lanes. I will in a moment when I finish this. The evidence showed that when motorcyclists were in bus lanes, pedestrians were considerably more careful, and as a result, people were no longer hurt or seriously injured. Now, during his tenure as Mayor of London, he heeded my call. He made it happen. And as a result, in London, motorcyclists are allowed in bus lanes. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. We know that as Foreign Secretary, the Prime Minister managed to slip his security detail. We don't know why. There was no officials there. Does the honourable gentleman have any concerns what meetings the Prime Minister may have had as Prime Minister without officials or security detail?
He's talking about, so I'm not going to speculate. But probably not for the first time. And I'm sure he will agree that motorcycling remains one of the best ways to travel around the capital. Yes, I give way to the honourable gentleman, but that will be it.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does the honourable member not agree that, like most of us individuals here, government is not perfect? None of us are, certainly not myself. And this appears to be a genuine attempt to change that approach. And whilst it's not my form to remind right honourable members that kindness and respect in this place is the responsibility of every individual member, this debate must have that underlying principle at its very core.
That none of us are perfect, and if we were, this would be a very dangerous game to be in, because there would be very quickly someone pointing out that we were not. And I think it's helpful for our constituents to understand that it is absolutely right for the opposition to be able to call a confidence vote in the government at any time. And if they made a mistake last week and therefore were having it today, like all of us, they are fallible too. And we should be very clear that that right is being defended, and he is right to insist that kindness and respect are fundamental for this job. After all, it's hard enough anyway. Another aspect of this government and its leader that cannot be overshadowed is the reach and the likeability. My right honourable friend remains one of the rare politicians who is on first-name terms with the public. This reflects a rapport with the public which is frankly astonishing, given the extent of smears from all corners of society. And what many will never get their head around is that the Prime Minister remains immensely popular across the country. He loves his children, he is caring, he is loyal, and my in-laws would agree, as he was their MP in Henley. Yet despite all the horrible things said about him, he is never rude back. Many people would not have been able to handle the vitriol he has experienced over the last few years, but that is a testament to his character. And it is going to be a great shame that he is going when he has done so much for the free people of Ukraine. And I hope we will all try to live up to that example of protecting freedom. Protecting freedom is so crucial, and that is why I'm proud to have supported him, and he is right to leave with his head held high.
Sir Ed Davey.
Speaker, like so many of the British people, we on these Liberal Democrat benches have absolutely no confidence in this whole Conservative government. This government has plunged our country, our great country, into three serious crises: the cost of living crisis, the healthcare crisis, and a political crisis. Before the Prime Minister was forced to resign, there was absolutely no plan to tackle any of these crises. And now the candidates who succeed the Prime Minister are proving comprehensively that they have no idea even of the scale of these crises, let alone how to tackle them. Madam Speaker, I mentioned the scale of these crises because it's shockingly evident that the Conservative Party opposite is totally out of touch with the financial and healthcare catastrophes facing millions of British families and pensioners later this year. Let's start with the cost of living. Already families and pensioners are struggling to pay their soaring energy, petrol and food bills, inflation accelerating away. Energy bills alone up £700 in April, with an even bigger rise in October. So many of our constituents are already asking how they're supposed to pay next month's bills. And their fear about winter's heating bills is growing every day, understandably. Millions of people are facing a financial catastrophe over the next few months. Yet the party opposite seems blissfully ignorant. In the so-called debates between the leadership candidates, there's this massive elephant in the room called the energy bill catastrophe. Yet a total answer, any serious answer to that. Liberal Democrats showed what could be done. For months we've been calling for an emergency cut in VAT, a tax cut, save families £600 a year. Instead, this government has chosen to raise taxes, raising national insurance, freezing income tax thresholds, and hitting hard-working families, making the crisis worse, not better. And then there's the healthcare crisis. Health crises used to occur for a few weeks every winter, not with this Conservative government. This Prime Minister has brought health crises for winter, autumn, summer and spring. Madam Deputy Speaker, just look at the stats. A record 6.5 million people on hospital waiting lists. Cancer treatment targets missed by miles. Ambulance response times with record-long delays. But this government has ignored the ambulance crisis, hoping it goes away. It's failed to employ the GPs, the NHS dentists and the care staff the British people need and deserve. And now leadership candidates argue about how much to slash the NHS budget. Which brings me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the political crisis. It would be easy to blame it all on the Prime Minister, and surely he must certainly take a large part of the blame. He has debased the high office of the British Prime Minister, and he has shattered the public's trust in our politics. But he didn't act alone. For 3 years, those on the benches opposite have backed him to the hilt. When he was at that dispatch box telling us there were no parties at number 10, or claiming crime had gone down when it had gone up, they were all there, nodding behind him, nodding along with every word of it. Conservative MPs defended the indefensible and excused the inexcusable. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just the Prime Minister we have no confidence in them, it's all of them. The people of Chesham and Amersham showed they have no confidence in this government when they elected my honourable friend last year. The people of North Shropshire showed they had no confidence in this government in December when they voted for another of my honourable friends. And the people of Devon showed they have no confidence in these Conservatives when they so wisely elected the new member for Tiverton and Honiton just last month. So we just think it's time we gave everyone across the country the chance to have their say and the chance to end this shameful, shambolic Conservative government in a general election. When members opposite decide how to vote today, I would urge them to ask themselves these questions. Do they really have confidence in a government that has raised taxes by over £1,000 per family in the middle of a cost of living crisis? Do they really have confidence in a Prime Minister who was fined by the police for breaking his own law, who forgot about serious allegations against his Deputy Chief Whip, and who is now under investigation for contempt by a committee of this House? Do they really have confidence in a government that is running our NHS into the ground and taking local communities for granted? Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe the British people have lost confidence in all of them. And if they had any decency left, they'd back this motion tonight.
Order. Mr. Speaker indicated that there will be an informal limit of 4 minutes. That clearly isn't quite working. I'm not speaking with reference to the leader of the Liberal Democrats, who, as the leader of his party, is allowed a certain leeway. We now have to have a formal limit of 4 minutes. Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And yes, this House can have confidence in Her Majesty's government, because faced with unprecedented challenges over the past 3 years, it's got far more of the important ones right than it's got wrong. Have there been mistakes? Of course there have. I'm not aware of any government of any nation, even in the most benign of times, that could claim otherwise. But of course, these have not been benign times. But on the big questions facing the government, our country is in a better position now, because the Prime Minister has been in charge over the past 3 years, than it would have been if the Leader of the Opposition had had his way. On the decision to respect the referendum result, the Prime Minister broke the deadlock over Brexit that threatened to leave the country paralysed with indecision. While there are still important issues to resolve, it's clear that any of the 5 Conservative candidates to replace him will continue that work and secure Brexit, not reverse it. We know what the Leader of the Opposition wanted to do if he had become Brexit Secretary in 2019, another referendum to overturn the first one. We know that he promised Labour Party members what he promised: to become leader. He promised free movement across the EU. And we know that he is now telling voters that he wouldn't take us back into the EU internal market, but people are bound to ask, just who is he telling the truth to? This government and this Prime Minister called it right. And going into a global pandemic, this government recognised that normal procurement and distribution systems were not going to meet the need to get PPE to people who needed it most urgently. And at the time, the Leader of the Opposition attacked the plans for having too many checks, for being too slow, and for not awarding contracts quickly enough. Later, that criticism was reversed. Suddenly, there were insufficient checks and bureaucracy. But again, the government called it right and struck the correct balance. They put in place the biggest job and business protection schemes in British peacetime history to make sure that our economy was able to build back once the need for lockdowns had passed. 9 million workers' wages paid, nearly 3 million self-employed workers helped, and businesses right across our economy supported. If the Leader of the Opposition had had his way and the Right Honourable Member for Islington North's plans had been put in place, bankrupting the nation, we simply wouldn't have been able to borrow the money for that emergency help. And back when a COVID vaccine looked a distant prospect, the Prime Minister and the government backed a range of potential vaccines and a superb task force with Kate Bingham, which the opposition decried as waste and cronyism. The opposition was wrong, the Prime Minister's right, and Britain got more vaccines more quickly than any other European country. I really don't have time. And it was the Prime Minister's personal intervention, sending back early drafts of the rollout strategy that brought together the NHS, armed forces and private sector to get those vaccines out more quickly than other large countries. And with Russian troops invading one of our European partners, we can be proud that it's our Prime Minister who has done so much to lead international support for Ukraine. It is simply not credible that to imagine that Britain would have stood as firmly against Russian aggression if it had been led by a man whose response to an assassination attempt on the streets of Salisbury had been to demand evidence be sent to Moscow. Of course I will.
To the honourable gentleman, does he think that the right response to that poisoning was to fix a meeting with a former intelligence agent of the KGB, without officials, without minutes, without any report to this House of what the hell happened?
Well, gentlemen, what the right response was, it was to coordinate the biggest diplomatic response since the end of the Cold War, where the Prime Minister, as Foreign Secretary, got more diplomatic responses than have been seen in decades. The Prime Minister has many achievements of which he should be rightly proud. His successor will have a strong foundation to build on, thanks to the decisions that he has taken over the past 3 years. And it's for these, I really shouldn't. It is for these and many other reasons that this House should continue to have confidence in Her Majesty's government.
Dame Angela Eagle.
Speaker, we do not currently have a functioning government. It imploded 2 weeks ago with over 50 ministerial resignations in 36 hours. Their decision to render their own government incapable of governing forced the Prime Minister to concede that the end was nigh. But he didn't resign. Shamefully, he was allowed to make over 60 new ministerial appointments to a caretaker government, many of whom will only be ministers for 3 months in this drift through a national crisis. The Prime Minister has been told he must be gone by the 5th of September. That's 50 days from now. 50 days in which the government is being led by a disgraced Prime Minister and Parliament will be in recess. It's not in the interest of our country or our democracy to allow this discredited Prime Minister to squat in Downing Street for 1 day longer. He's a security risk, having admitted to attending KGB agent Alexander Lebedev's Italian villa alone en route home from a NATO summit. He's trying to install more of his cronies into strategic jobs before he goes. He's ending his tenure in Downing Street, much as it began by going AWOL from emergency Cobra meetings, preferring to party at Chequers instead. And there are rumours that he's planning a bumper resignation honours list of 40 Tory peers. Such patronage should not be available to a man driven from office in disgrace by his own side. If it was carried, this motion would bring about a general election. It's voters, not Tory members, who should be given the chance to pass a verdict on this catastrophic government and its failures of probity and competence. Of course, the Tories don't want to face the voters yet. They're hoping they can ditch their third leader in a row and crown a new Prime Minister without bothering to ask the country. They prefer to have the next Prime Minister chosen by their tiny and completely unrepresentative party membership. The very same people who chose the current disgraced incumbent barely 3 years ago. The Tories hope they can get out of any blame for giving a man they knew to be wholly unfit for this great office the keys to number 10. But they can't. Tory MPs are as culpable as the Prime Minister for the chaos and catastrophe he's caused. They gambled with our democracy, respect for the law, for truth, for morality in public life. They lost, and now the voters must judge them. If we are to believe the dangerous pictures of the wannabe Prime Minister still in the leadership race, the minuscule Tory membership appears to be obsessed with fantasy promises of billions of pounds of unfunded tax cuts and haunted by the fear of so-called wokeness. What is crystal clear is that they're not addressing any of the real problems and challenges facing this country after 12 years of Tory misrule. They've not addressed the cost of living crisis facing millions of our fellow citizens. They've said nothing about soaring levels of child poverty as they vie with each other for who can concoct the biggest fantasy tax cut. They've left the country weaker and more ill-prepared for the future. Their neglect has caused chaos in the NHS, the Passport Office, the DVLA, at the border, in our schools and in the courts. And as the leadership race lumbers on and more of their 2019 manifesto is ditched, the Tories are shredding our constitution, their manifesto and their own mandate for government. And now they won't even debate in public, which is why we urgently need a general election. Giving evidence last week, John Major said of the Cabinet they were silent when they should have spoken out and spoke only when their silence became self-damaging. The only democratic way to respond to what has happened is to have a general election, and to have a general election now.
Sir William Cash.
I certainly most emphatically have confidence in this government and no confidence whatsoever in Her Majesty's official opposition, the Liberal Democrat Party, the Scottish National Party, nor any other ragtag and bobtail. First of all, I want to pay tribute to the Prime Minister himself, who has led on all the historic matters that he has carried through so successfully since he became Prime Minister a mere 3 years ago. Brexit, standing up for Ukraine, COVID, The general election, Madam Deputy Speaker, was based on a manifesto which gave us a great democratic majority and the Labour Party a well-deserved drubbing. On the handling of COVID, for which he nearly died himself, and despite which, don't you dare speak like that. And despite which, with courage and resilience, he battled through with AstraZeneca and the scientific expertise of our great scientists and the support of our government under this Prime Minister. Then there is Ukraine and Putin's brutal and unprovoked aggression and the murder and killing of innocent citizens, not to mention even Russian soldiers sent to fight on false pretences. The Prime Minister of this country has led the world. Then there is Brexit, on which he led a democratic victory in 2019, endorsing the vote of the British people in 2016, freeing us from the subjugation of the European Union, other than the unfinished business of Northern Ireland, now being addressed in the committee stage of the protocol bill with a majority of 74 on second reading. Brexit itself, with the freedoms generated by leaving the laws of the European Union and the means to unleash the potential of the British people and their business, their innovation and their worldwide commercial ambitions, will create new horizons in our economic history. All this is based on stable economic foundations. The fact is that if you look at the unemployment rate in the other member states, our unemployment now we're out is 3.8%, Germany 5.3%, Italy 8%, Spain 13%. The Eurozone is imploding and on life support. All these problems of the cost of living were induced by global, uncontrollable, external forces causing inflation throughout the Western world. Underneath all the strident rantings of the party opposite, this government has succeeded when on every count they would have completely failed miserably. The essential foundations of sovereignty and democracy have now been re-embedded in our national DNA. The success cannot be taken away from the Prime Minister, and it never will be when the history books are written. Job vacancies are now at a mere 1.3 million in this country, far, far better than in the other member states. The G7 and similar countries are affected in a similar way. Thanks to this Prime Minister and this government and this party, we have made a success of one of the greatest revolutions in British constitutional history, certainly since we entered in 1973 and stretching back over 400 years. I have confidence in this government because it has achieved, and the people on the other side of this House have failed every single time they've ever been given an opportunity to do it, and they'll do so again.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Well, what a man to follow, Madam Deputy Speaker, because, well, I'm not sure Fran and Anna here quite agree with me on that, actually. But let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're here debating a motion of no confidence in the government. But as has been said by other speakers before me, we don't have a government. It's a government in name only. It's essentially now a form of organised Tory hooliganism that squats in these offices of state, that squats in these departments, and squats most of all in Downing Street. And one of the canards that is often advanced, if the member wants to go out on his feet and intervene, he's more than welcome. I'm happy to have that extra 60 seconds from him. But the canard that is often advanced by members opposite, indeed you wouldn't know that we're only having this debate because members opposite wielded the knife on their leader just a couple of weeks ago, but the canard is that the Prime Minister, quote, gets the big calls right. Well, let's examine that proposition. Indeed, the honourable, in fact I think a few honourable members opposite have been asked, did he really get a big call right when post-Salisbury, straight after a NATO summit, he went to a palazzo in Italy of a former KGB agent? Was that him getting the big calls right to not even have the decency to do that properly with security and then log it with his department when he was Foreign Secretary. That's before he even got to Downing Street. Did he get all the big calls right when he was partying all over the place and our constituents had to adhere to the rules as strictly as they did? Indeed, it resulted in him being the only Prime Minister to have received a fixed penalty notice whilst in office. While I always thought, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have witnessed the Scottish Conservative Party, like you, at close quarters over the years. And I always thought, if you go back to the days of his old pal, the late Sir Teddy Taylor, that tenement Tory of my constituency, he believed in law and order. And he sits there decrying anyone who draws attention to the fact that we have a criminal in Downing Street who has the keys for another 5 weeks in office, happily.
Is he aware that the Lord Chief Justice himself, in a case on fixed penalty notices when the payment was made within the 28 days, said it was not a crime, that he couldn't be prosecuted, and that he left the court without a stain on his character?
Well, the honourable gentleman has educated me because I did not know that, but it doesn't change the facts. Facts are chiels that wani ding, Madam Deputy Speaker, and those are indeed the facts. The Prime Minister has presided over a shambles. What was witnessed 2 weeks ago in this very building and not so far from here was a government in meltdown, and yet we're asked to believe that somehow all of the MPs and ministers and PPSs and trade envoys who resigned got it wrong, and somehow this Prime Minister is still fit for office. Well, nothing says that quite like the acres of empty green benches on the government side of the House tonight. So whilst they may well, it's a government motion brought forward by the Prime Minister himself, and isn't it telling that none of the leadership candidates have turned up to defend him here tonight? One can only imagine that several of those who've come here, if the gentleman wishes to get to his feet, I'm happy to be educated once again.
He's making a fantastically farcical speech, but I'm enjoying it immensely. I mean, it's a little bit rich to have a go at candidates when there's an election actually open now for not being here at this very point. There is a fair place, and he knows this process. He's been longer here than I have. So this is a, 6-hour debate. I think it's fair to give some courtesies in this House.
Interventions are best made on your feet, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the honourable gentleman showed that with great grace this evening. But as far as this is viewed, indeed, in Scotland, from what we've heard, not just from the leadership candidates, but from the Prime Minister himself, indeed, he was at great pains to name the various constituencies that his big blue Tory ferret had paraded through all through the Red Wall. It's worth noting in Scotland his party continues to go backwards any time that the electorate face a ballot paper in their constituencies. The Tories have never won an election in Scotland since the 1950s, and the idea that we're frightened of any of these contenders now is for the birds. They will again lose more elections in Scotland, and that is why, because of the chaos that has actually started from David Cameron, it's not all the current incumbent at number 10's fault, let's be honest. I can see the right honourable gentleman at least agrees with me on that one. But all of the chaos that has flowed from that referendum in 2016 to now has only made the case for a strengthening of Scottish democracy, for which I know the right honourable gentleman takes seriously. There will be a referendum on Scottish independence. He can shake his head as much as he likes. The reason that there will be one, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reason there will be one is because, like many of the members opposite, the public are free to change their minds. They are free to give a government in Edinburgh a mandate, as they did in 2011, to ask that question on Scottish independence again. We rejected this rancid, squalid Brexit that he sits there smiling all about, and that is how we reverse it in Scotland. Labour have shown us there's no route to do it via Westminster. The only way to do it is for Scots to take their future into their own hands, create that path back into the European community where we belong, and we will do that firstly with our independence referendum in 2023, and I look forward to the Scottish people voting for it with enthusiasm.
Yeah. Gareth Bacon.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to declare my confidence in Her Majesty's government. And there are a myriad of substantial reasons for doing so, but I'm going to focus on just three because of the time allowed to me. The first, of course, is ending the Brexit impasse that the dead Parliament of 2017 to 19 has shown itself so completely incapable of doing. Under the leadership of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, the Conservative Party won a landslide victory at the 2019 general election when I had the privilege of being elected for the first time to represent my constituents in Orpington. It is an undeniable fact that the significant reason for the national result was the mandate to deliver on the largest democratic exercise in this country's history, an exercise that had been hitherto thwarted by arrogant elites, some of whom I see sitting opposite me this evening. But on the 31st of January, on the 31st of January 2020, Her Majesty's government delivered on the will of the people and we left the European Union. Now, the Labour Party, Madam Deputy Speaker, claimed that a Conservative government would not achieve a Brexit trade deal. Well, Her Majesty's government announced on the 24th of December 2020 that the EU and Britain had agreed a post-Brexit trade deal, ending months of disagreement. A clear manifesto commitment that the previous dead Parliament had failed to deliver on had been completed within a few weeks of the election. And in the months that followed, the government announced more than 70 trade agreements with countries all around the world. So that's achievement number one, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll now move on to achievement number two. Shortly after we left the European Union, the worst pandemic in a century hit the entire world. Her Majesty's government put its arms around the people at great pace and under enormous pressure. The government introduced a comprehensive package of support for individuals and businesses. Component parts of the support deal, such as the furlough scheme, saved millions of people from being made redundant when businesses could not trade due to the spread of the virus. And although our economy was on life support, it was kept alive thanks to the actions taken by this government. As a direct result of decisions taken by my honourable friend, the Prime Minister, this country was amongst the first to begin to emerge from the pandemic because Her Majesty's government made the right call when it came to the vaccine. Thanks to the government's quick action to secure the most promising vaccine doses in advance, more than 120 million doses were administered in the first year in the UK alone. Now, however, it should be noted that the leader of the Labour Party wanted Britain to remain within the European Medicines Agency, which would have delayed the rollout of the vaccine. Countries in the EMA were much slower in vaccine production and rollout than the UK. Had Labour remained in power, the vaccine success experienced in this country would not have occurred at anything like the speed, with potentially dire consequences. Her Majesty's government made the right call when it came to reopening the economy last year, something which, of course, the Labour Party disagreed with. Time after time, Madam Deputy Speaker, senior Labour figures called for the maintenance and even the extension of restrictions. The Leader of the Opposition even said that he would vote for a circuit breaker lockdown over Christmas and then days later pretended that he had never backed a Christmas restriction. Had he been in power, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would have been less capped in hindsight and more major catastrophe. Finally, it is this government and this Prime Minister which has led to the West rallying the international support for the Ukraine. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, Her Majesty's government has kept our country safe. It has led the world in the response to the first ground war in the European continent since the Second World War, and it has got Brexit done. It is therefore patently obvious that this House should have confidence in Her Majesty's government, and I will be supporting the motion.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's really unusual to be in here listening to all this praising of the Prime Minister from the people who just got rid of him. So it's just an unusual thing. I just wonder whether you're having buyer's remorse. There is one thing about why our Prime Minister was got rid of, in very heartfelt letters by the people opposite. That has been since the leadership hustings and everything have started, completely forgotten, as if it didn't happen. And the reason I don't have any confidence in the government and the reason I don't have any confidence in the Conservative Party is because of the dreadful record they have overseen on sexual harassment and violence within their own ranks. Since I was elected to this House, 2 members of the Conservative Party have gone to prison for perpetrating sexual crimes. In one of those cases, I repeatedly begged various people with power, whether it was the Chief Whip on their side of the House, to intervene, to stop, to not give him the whip back, telling them how serious the accounts I had heard. Every single time, it was ignored. Also, if you'd like to intervene on me, I'm more than happy to explain the very fine details. Also, a victim of child sexual abuse came forward to the Conservative Party and said that they had been abused by the candidate in Wakefield, to which the Conservative Party lost the complaint, or it went somewhere. He was then elected. He is now in prison for sexual crimes. This is deeply serious. The member for Delyn, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have informed all the people I will be mentioning that I will be mentioning them. I should imagine there's some people checking their inboxes right now. That the member for Delyn was cleared by the Conservative Party's processes. And then the Prime Minister is toppled because he promoted somebody who he knew had undertaken sexually harmful behaviours. So while everybody in here is now dancing on the head of a pin about how great he was and he got all the big calls right, remember the reason that every one of the people in here wrote those letters, where in every single one of the candidates, if the Justice Secretary would like to intervene, I'm more than happy to take it. He's saying it's total rubbish. Would he like to get to his feet and tell me what I've said that is total rubbish? No. Should I tell him what's total rubbish? The rape statistics that he has overseen. That is what is total rubbish. And it is not a surprise when his political party turns a blind eye. I give way.
Does she recognise the fact that in the last year the volume of rape convictions has increased by 2/3? That's simple yes or no.
The convictions. But how is the charging, Secretary of State? Again, I'm happy to take the intervention. Has this charging gone up or down? We currently have a rape rate of 1.3% of rapes that come forward are charged. And it doesn't surprise me when the institution that is currently in government turns a constant blind eye to sexual misdemeanours of the people. So there's a lot of people who have mentioned anti-Semitism in this debate today because you're all desperate to make this about there being something wrong with the Labour Party. However, when the Labour Party was holding a leadership election, every single candidate was asked, what will you do to stamp out anti-Semitism? And rightly so. It is absolutely vital that we were held to account. So what did any one of the candidates do when the member, I can't remember where, pinch you by name, I can't remember where.
Order. I have given the Honourable Lady quite a lot of leeway. We are here discussing matters that are or will be sub judice, perhaps, and I think the Honourable Lady knows what to do. Just let's guide in a different direction.
I'd like to know what the Chancellor of the Exchequer of the time did when the member for Tamworth was given the position. I'd like to know what the Foreign Secretary did. Did they all sit back? I wouldn't have. I would never have sat back. I want to know what every one of the candidates who wants to be the Prime Minister did when that happened, and I want to know what the Conservative Party is going to do about its institutional problem where it cannot deal appropriately with complaints independently about sexual harassment. I have absolutely no confidence.
Chris Clarkson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's motion is on whether or not we have confidence in the government, and obviously I will be speaking in favour of that. But I do want to register my exasperation with the way that we arrived at having to introduce this particular motion after the botched stunt from the party opposite last week. By attempting to table a vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister, they were seeking to do away with constitutional precedent and decades of convention. Whatever their personal animus towards the Prime Minister, and I've listened to the speeches and I can tell it runs very, very deeply. The office is bigger than any one person, and the institutions around it, our constitution, are bigger still. To seek to upend that in a fit of petty spite just shows how irresponsible and deeply unfit the Leader of the Opposition is to lead. A man who should know better, a man who, as a lawyer, does know better, but a man who simply cannot do better. This is the Mother of Parliament, not a sixth-form debating society. However, that's not what this debate's about, and I appreciate it's a popular one, so I wanted to touch briefly on why I'll be supporting the government tonight. Those on this side were elected on an ambitious manifesto, which was not just about Brexit, as some would like to claim. It was also about how we use that opportunity to change the way that our country is working, because frankly, for a very long time, in a great number of places, it simply has not been. Areas like mine were left in abeyance, written off, put in the too hard basket, subjected to their own passive form of managed decline, and that isn't right. That can't be the case, that all the talent and all the ability is clustered in one part of the country. We know it isn't. So why should all the opportunity be focused in a postage stamp-sized area in our country? Our manifesto promised to address that, and we've already made great strides. That job has been undoubtedly complicated by the pandemic, which is why nobody's manifesto contained it, but it has been necessary to do extremely difficult things. But it was years of making those tough choices, since 2010, restoring our public finances, that enabled us to put our arms around the nation at the darkest of times. There will undoubtedly be those who want to talk down the pandemic response, but the simple fact is that this country went further and faster than most to protect, vaccinate and unlock. It wasn't all that long ago that members opposite were demanding that we emulate the EU or New Zealand and a host of other countries, only for them to be grappling with surging infections and repeated lockdown measures. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've always believed that levelling up, or whatever we want to call it, is about different things in different areas. And for me in Hayward and Middleton, that meant improving educational opportunities and transport links. Seemingly simple things that will open doors currently just out of reach of so many. In my borough alone, around £130 million was injected into the local economy to protect lives and livelihoods at the height of the pandemic. And despite a genuine fight to stop Rochdale's Labour councillor siphoning most of that into their reserves, we got the money to the people who needed it. During my first 18 months as an MP, I closed more cases than my Labour predecessor did in her 5. That's with the level of intensity this government has put into supporting the country and the amount of disinterest shown by my predecessor and her party. But now, as we emerge from the pandemic, what next? Rochdale Borough has bids in for £40 million of levelling up funding. Greater Manchester has been allocated £98 million from the Shared Prosperity Fund, in addition to over £1 billion earmarked to improve public transport, which for me is a game changer. Over £1 million has been given to cultural recovery in the borough, and the government's designated as one of its priority education investment areas, with a share of over £40 million. Despite everything that's happened in the past few years, we're getting on with the job. I've been extremely proud to sit on these benches the past 2.5 years, and I genuinely do believe that what we've done has been with the best of intentions to make this country a true partnership of people, all of us engaged in a common endeavour, all of us equally able to achieve and we're willing to put the work in, and that is why I will be voting confidence in the government tonight.
Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. No, I don't have confidence in this government because they have manifestly failed to govern efficiently or effectively. They wasted billions on fraudulent COVID loans, on unusable PPE and on a test and trace system that never ever worked. And they have completely mismanaged the Passport Office, the DVLA and the railways. No, I don't have confidence in this government because they lied about Brexit and they haven't got Brexit done. No, I don't have confidence in this government because they haven't got any of the big calls right. When I was warning about Putin's Russia, the Prime Minister said the days of tanks rolling across Europe was over, and he cut our army by 10,000. When COVID started, they failed to protect people in care homes, sending thousands unnecessarily to early graves. When everyone issued warnings about inflation, the Prime Minister said that it was nothing to get worried about. No, I don't have confidence in this government because a massive shortage of personnel and skills is holding Britain back. Asparagus and courgettes ploughed back into the field, strawberries left to rot, pig carcasses destroyed, all while British families rely on food banks. And worst of all, most shameful of all, NHS hospitals running food banks for their staff. Many schools have no applications at all for teaching posts, especially in key subjects like science, maths and modern languages. No, I don't have confidence in this government because they refused to put Magnitsky sanctions in place for years, because they still haven't tackled dodgy Russian money and London's massive money laundering industry, because they failed to take Putin's initial invasion of Ukraine seriously enough in 2014, and because their delight in Putin's bling emboldened Putin. No, I don't have confidence in this government because they're obsessed with all the wrong things. They spend more time and energy protecting statues than protecting women from domestic abuse. Exactly. They deliberately drive wedges between people over gender identity and trans rights and ignore the fact that their own equality minister resigned because he thought the government was creating a hostile environment for LGBT people, which is why he should be ashamed to defend this government. No, I don't have confidence in this government because they have no plan for the NHS or social care. England has a backlog of 6.6 million patients, and that excludes patients' multiple treatments. And no, it isn't all to do with COVID. We had a 4.8 million backlog before the pandemic. They promised... He's doing a point of order, sorry.
Point of order, Chris Clarkson.
Pointed directly at me.
Wait, by the way, I do hope that this isn't... I really do feel it's quite bad if we have points of order that disrupt debates. The honourable gentleman has had a chance to speak. I'm not sure that he tried to intervene on the honourable gentleman, but go ahead with your point of order.
The honourable gentleman just pointed at me and said, and that's why he should be ashamed. Is that in order?
Yeah, well, yes, if that's his opinion, then he has said did you try to intervene? No, you didn't. That would be the appropriate. That would be the appropriate thing to do. Chris.
The Chair has said consistently about temperance of language. To say that my honourable friend from Hayward Middleton, as an LGBT man, should be ashamed to defend this government, I don't fits within the ruling that the Chair has given. Could you just clarify, for the purpose of the House, whether it's temperance of language?
This is not a point of order, first of all. Secondly, the Speaker and the Chairman of Ways and Means and myself have all said that we should try to conduct this debate in reasonable terms. And I think we just all need to calm down and discuss the important matters that are before the House. Chris Bryan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. No, I don't have confidence in this government because they play fast and loose with numbers. They boast that they're recruiting 20,000 more police, but they cut police by 20,000. They boast of a single tax cut now, but forget that they've increased taxes 15 times in 2.5 years, giving us the highest tax burden for 70 years. They boast of the COVID vaccination as if they personally developed it in the Downing Street kitchen. But actually, France, Germany, Italy, Portugal and Singapore have higher vaccination rates than us, and Wales managed it faster than England. No, I don't have confidence in this government because not even Conservative MPs really have confidence in this government. They know it's a massive conceit, an organised hypocrisy, a house built on sand, and the fissures run deep. They're not even very good at being Conservatives these days, tearing up conventions and the Constitution like student revolutionaries. Of course, that's not how they'll vote today. Oh no, they wouldn't dare risk a general election. But even as they troop through the lobbies to indicate, yes, they do have confidence in the government, they'll be privately plotting its demise. They'll be making themselves look foolish today. I don't mind that. But they can't take the British public for fools as well.
Sally Ann Hart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for his dedication to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, his aspiration for all in this country and his expectation that we can achieve great things as individuals and as a country. This Conservative government, working as a team, has delivered hundreds of achievements over the past 2.5 years. It has delivered and continues to deliver on the people's priorities. Brexit for starters. In March 2020, the country faced an alarming health crisis, the COVID pandemic, and something which those opposite had conveniently forgotten about. This government has taken decisive action to shield the public from the worst effects of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine. And it is very easy to criticise, but far, far more difficult to make tough and hard decisions. We have delivered the biggest reforms to our railways in 25 years with simpler, modern fares and reliable services for passengers. We've begun the accession process to join the comprehensive and progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, giving UK businesses access to one of the world's largest and most dynamic free trade areas. We hosted COP26 in Glasgow last year, helping to drive ambitious climate change action around the world. And we saw the world-leading Environment Act passed, ensuring that the environment is at the heart of this government's agenda. The Agriculture Act, the Police and Crime Sentencing and Courts Act, the Building Safety Act, the Skills and Post-16 Education Act, the Nationality and Borders Bill. We've seen the plan for jobs, upskilling and reskilling, a focus on education, giving every pupil in England a funding boost so all children have the same opportunities to succeed. We've invested in levelling up parts of the country that have been long overlooked and neglected, including the Levelling Up Fund and the Towns Fund deals. Hastings received £24 million, leveraging another £85 million in private sector funding. I could go on. I'll give way.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for giving way on that point. And she mentions the Towns Fund, which is, would she agree with me, is going to transform and regenerate the towns and cities that have been left behind by the Labour in the past.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention and completely agree with him. This is why the previous Conservative government had the Northern Powerhouse, to try and lift those people left behind for generations by the Labour Party. It is a fundamental principle of our Constitution that any government must retain the confidence of the legislature, that is us. The Conservative Party won an 80-seat majority. We may have slightly reduced that majority now, but this government operates effectively, as votes on legislation in the last couple of weeks alone prove. Healthy majority votes in favour of the government, backing the government. The Prime Minister may have lost the personal confidence of some of his MPs, but he has not lost the legislature mandate. I pity those on the opposition benches. They have resorted to the petty low of personality politics because they have nothing else. So with this Prime Minister gone, what will they do? We can feel their panic seeping across the floor. Their hate-fuelled, moralistic posturing has made them all vulnerable. This government continues to function as a strong team, and I have full confidence in it to deliver the priorities of the people and businesses living in my constituency, as well as the country. This, on this side of the House, we keep calm and we carry on in the British way.
Tommy Shepherd.
The most disturbing aspect about this entire debate is that the Prime Minister is still in office. After all the lies, the rule-breaking, the defence of sexual predators, and after his own cabinet turns on him, he is still in office. Now, clearly this chamber has no confidence in the Prime Minister, but the reason why I have no confidence in the Prime Minister, in this Conservative Party, is because they have enabled this delusion, and they continue to enable it. In his mind, he thinks he has done no wrong. He probably thinks that he is even the victim. I'll take the intervention.
Thank you. I thank the honourable gentleman. Does he know of any other parties represented in this chamber whose leaders tried to protect a sexual predator and are still in post?
I'm sorry, I didn't actually hear what the gentleman said, so my apologies. Would you repeat it? Sorry.
Does the honourable gentleman know of any other parties represented in this chamber whose leader is still in post after protecting a sexual predator?
No, I do not. But if there were, if there were, they should certainly be investigated. And if the honourable gentleman is trying to say something, perhaps he should say it and not be quite so coy and insinuate things. Now, what is even more concerning is, of course, the manner in which the Prime Minister's successor is being selected. And what started out as a sort of political beauty pageant has become a carnival of reactionary ideas as these contestants vie with each other to see who can be the most right-wing. And the reason for that, of course, is simple. Is because they are not appealing to the Conservative Parliamentary Party. They are appealing to a narrow and narrow-minded section of the electorate, quite unlike the people amongst whom they live, the Conservative Party membership. How else could we explain that as the country burns, not a single candidate has anything to say about the climate emergency? How else can we explain that they are talking about tax cuts on business profits rather than action to help ordinary families with the cost of living crisis? Now, there will be members of the party opposite who will hope that this is just an aberration and actually these things will disappear once the contest is over, and some of this economic illiteracy and particularly the drivel about small states and tax cuts will pass and go into history. Well, I will take your intervention. Yeah.
I'd just like to point out, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the benefit of the House and the honourable gentleman, that in fact earlier today every single one of the candidates spoke and was questioned at length by the Conservative Environment Network precisely on the issues which he has just described.
My point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that when they set out their stall to you, this was not on their agenda. This is not something that they chose to put in their prospectus because they know who they're appealing to, and it is worrisome in the extreme that people who ought to know better are massaging prejudices amongst the Conservative Party membership in order to gain political office. Now, some will hope that this will disappear once this election is over, and that much of the drivel about tax cuts and small states and the economic illiteracy that comes with it will pass away. I say this, there is a worrying trend here that some of these ideas may gain traction and they may change public policy. And I am concerned that the party opposite is attempting to do that and change public policy in this country without consulting the electorate. And if it does that, I believe that that would be undemocratic and it would be illegitimate. Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to Scotland, I am also concerned. I don't expect any new Conservative leader or this Conservative government to support a Scottish independence referendum, but I do expect a degree of civility and respect when it comes to appreciating Scottish public opinion. And it is distressing that what we have seen from quite a number of these candidates and what now seems to mark the character of the government is to actually ignore that and override it. Hence we get statements about how the UK government thinks that it needs to save the Scottish people from the SNP-led government in Edinburgh. What a monstrous contempt that is on the people who elected that government just 14 months ago. Surely it is not too much to expect that there should be some dialogue, some respectful conversation, because if there is not, then that in itself will ensure the destruction of this union. But this attitude is fueling the campaign in Scotland for an alternative. And we come here, mandated by the communities that sent us here, to say the people in Scotland want another choice on whether they should be an independent country. And it is their right, their democratic right, to have that aspiration and to demand that it be listened to. And we will not be going away. We will keep coming, we will keep demanding. And the more this government, for whom I have no confidence, refuses, the more the argument for the alternative, a new independent country, will gain ground. And I say to the Conservative Party and to the Conservative government, Scotland clearly has no confidence in you. But everything that you are doing makes Scotland believe that there is a better alternative to come.
Andy Carter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following the honourable member for Edinburgh East, one of his colleagues just a few moments ago talked about Tory hooliganism. The definition of hooliganism is the SNP trying to smash up the United Kingdom. That's hooliganism. The motion we're debating tonight asks, does this House have confidence in Her Majesty's government? Absolutely yes, we have confidence in this government, Madam Deputy Speaker. Why do I say this? Well, this government is delivering for British people. It's delivering for my constituents in Warrington South. We've left the European Union. We've invested and innovated in life sciences to deliver a vaccine rollout. We've supported families and businesses during the worst health crisis for 100 years with the furlough programme. We've lifted restrictions, allowing our economy to get back to business. We've supported Ukraine in a way that most other European countries have failed to do. We put billions of support into families as the long tail of COVID affects the cost of living. This government absolutely is backing the people of this country. And our first duty as members of Parliament is always to our constituents and the respective areas we are honoured to represent in this place. So what have the government been doing for the last 2.5 years for Warrington? Well, levelling up for transport. Warrington benefiting from £42 million of government investment, replacing our entire fleet of buses with 120 new zero-emission electric buses, tackling the problems that we face with environmental issues, ensuring we have a cleaner and better air quality, improving services for local people and reducing the cost. What are we doing in terms of schools? Well, just last week I had a message from the principal of Penketh High School, John Carlin, who said how thrilled he was to receive £6 million from this government to rebuild his school, something he's been trying to achieve for the last 10 years. A £6 million rebuilding programme finally will mean students in Penketh will get the facilities that they deserve. And in March this year, I was delighted to welcome the Prime Minister to Warrington to open a brand new scan centre at the Warrington Hospital, funded with £5 million from this government. It's a fantastic addition, delivering a new MRI and CT scanner and reconfiguring the imaging suites and facilities, meaning that the backlogs that we faced as a result of COVID have almost now entirely been removed. And while this government puts in place policies and funding to help constituents in Warrington South, we're beset with a Labour Warrington Borough Council whose priorities appear to be building huge logistics centres on the Greenbelt and introducing terrible low traffic neighbourhoods that simply increase the amount of congestion in our town. Madam Deputy Speaker, for all the talk from the opposition parties of a general election, let's just remind ourselves that we have a parliamentary system, not a presidential one. We are elected on a manifesto to level up those areas of the country which for too long have felt unnoticed and have been left behind. And I'm incredibly proud to represent my home area in this place, and I'm proud to work with this Conservative government that has done so much to benefit constituencies like Warrington South. And tonight, I will be voting to support this government in today's motion.
Lynn Brown. Madam Deputy Speaker, I decided to have a quick look at this Tory government's record in order to prepare for this debate. I found that child poverty was up by 300,000 since 2010. 860,000 children, according to government's own records, don't know where the next meal is coming from. And that's all before we factor in the cruel cut to universal credit or this year's inflation rate. So no, I have no confidence in this government. Crime is up 18%, prosecution's down 18%, and that's just the last 3 years. Less than 6% of offences lead to a charge, and that is a record low. So no, I have no confidence in this government. The Prime Minister promised 40 new hospitals. Where are they? Ambulance waits are going through the roof. Every single ambulance service is in critical incident. People having a heart attack or a stroke are waiting, on average, 50 minutes for an ambulance. And we know for many it's far longer. One patient waited 24 hours in an ambulance before a space in the hospital was found. These waits are deadly. So no, I have no confidence in this government. And let's get to the man in Downing Street. He spent the past years, as he spent his whole life, corrupting and destroying confidence in everything he touches. It's not just about the parties, the law breaking, or whether he misled this House. It's his casual approach to our democracy and our society. He spent the last 6 months pretending everything's going great, and we know it ain't. Inflation is skyrocketing, the economy is on the verge of recession. And what's the plan to deal with the root causes of this? We have workforce shortages blighting our NHS, all our public services and much of the private sector too. We have massive trade problems linked to the mismanagement of the Tory Brexit. But all the leadership of the party opposite know how to do is to pretend immigration is somehow the problem and bashing the EU is some kind of solution. Well, it ain't. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Tory party have finally done the right thing, but frankly it's too late and it's superficial. There's not going to be real change. The Tory record of destruction, division and chaos continues. The country's boiling, but their leadership candidates won't credibly address climate change. They've said little to nothing, and apparently I think they must live on a different planet. All they can manage to argue about against, actually, is the tax hikes that they voted for just weeks ago. And when they ain't doing that, they're trying to divide our communities based on frivolous nonsense. We'd be better off if they talked about stopping climate heating or how to stop the NHS falling apart. But that doesn't seem to match the priorities of Tory donors. So do I have confidence in this government? Hell no. The truth is, our country will only be able to recover once the lot of them are out of office. And for that, we need a general election. Let's get on with it.
Tom Randall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The manifesto on which this government was elected is entitled Get Brexit Done, Unleash Britain's Potential, and the first part of that has been achieved. It has been difficult and protracted, but we got there. And I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, in achieving perhaps the most significant single piece of constitutional change in the post-war era. And when one sees, for example, unrest in places like Catalonia, I think that we sometimes do not give ourselves enough credit at this country's ability to effect change peacefully, smoothly, and considering the far-reaching implications of Brexit at some pace. The Prime Minister achieved this, and while his premiership is ending sooner than many would have liked, and sooner than I would have liked, his place in history is undoubtedly assured, and he has begun to unleash Britain's potential. So I welcome the creation of an East Midlands free port that will create up to 60,000 jobs in the region, made possible by Brexit. I welcome the government's ambitious vaccination policy, made possible by Brexit, and I further welcome the over 24 police officers on the streets of Gedling, the plans to overhaul the Queen's Medical Centre and city hospitals in Nottingham, and the increased school funding in Gedling made possible thanks to the sound finances only a decade of Conservative government can provide. This is my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's legacy, and it's a legacy that will be taken forward in the remainder of this Parliament. Now, the Leader of the Opposition has instigated this motion today, this confidence motion, in order, and were it to fail, there will be a clamour for a general election. So what is the Leader of the Opposition's European policy? For starters, he is the man who said no, the man who was happy to tell the people of Gedling that you may have voted to leave the European Union, but I'm going to ask you to do it again. To him, the good folk of Gedling had put their X in the wrong place on the ballot paper and were to be admonished and to correct their mistake. The Leader of the Opposition is seeking to look like a Prime Minister in waiting, and to establish his European credentials this week, he's gone to the continent. He's turned up in Berlin, where the Bundestag is in recess. He's committed what many consider a faux pas by recording a party political video at a Holocaust memorial, and in that video declared that he wants the Labour Party to follow in the footsteps of the German SPD. Well, given, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the SPD's position in the opinion polls has fallen by a fifth in the last 3 months, I wish him well in those endeavours. There are currently, as I speak, 5 contenders for the leadership of the Conservative Party, almost as many as contenders as there are for the Labour Party. And one of the things that those contenders for the Conservative leadership have in common is that none of them served or would serve in a shadow cabinet led by the Right Honourable Member for Islington North, hostile to NATO, calling for collaboration with Russia after a Russian chemical attack, and a proponent of a reckless economic agenda. The prospect of a Labour government led by the Right Honourable Member for Islington North scared people in Gedling at the last election. And notwithstanding the many achievements of this government, of which there are many, it is surely inconceivable that anyone would have placed greater confidence in the alternative government that might have been elected in 2019 to take us through the pandemic, the Brexit and the war in Ukraine. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be supporting tonight's motion because I have confidence in the programme of this government, I have confidence in the Cabinet, I have confidence in the manifesto, and I have confidence that the Labour Party remains unfit to govern.
Yeah. Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I certainly do not have confidence in this cobbled-together, bottom-of-the-barrel government. And if we're supposed to be voting in here tonight about whether or not we've got confidence, the people out there will surely be asking, is this some sort of rhetorical question? Because when you add all the opposition MPs, and then you add in all the ministers who have resigned, and you add in all the Tory MPs who voted against the Prime Minister in the vote of confidence, I think we know where Parliament sits on this Prime Minister, and it's not a positive report card in any way, shape or form. And Scotland never took a minute of this Prime Minister seriously. I'm testament to that fact. When they went to the country in 2019, Angus said, no, we're not going to have a Tory MP, we're going to have an SNP MP in Westminster, speaking up for the values of fairness and opportunity and underscoring the mandate that we have for an independence referendum. And it will happen, I can assure you of that. I won't miss this Prime Minister talking up, gaslighting the people of these islands about the UK economy. He makes it sound like it's a land of milk and honey, where there's £2.2 trillion worth of sovereign debt in the UK's name. And let's be really clear, when this government came to power, there was £0.8 trillion of sovereign debt. It's getting on for 3 times that, and that 0.8 took nearly 100 years to build up. This government have nearly tripled it in 12 years. The government have lost complete control of the economy. And the term working poor, let's forget, should be a contradiction in terms, but it isn't, not in the UK, where you can go out to work 2 people in one house, can go out to work for 40 hours a week and still not have enough money to put food on the table. He cloaks himself in the NHS in the most shameless, unedifying way possible. It's absolutely abhorrent. And then these phantom numbers about building new hospitals while all the while people can't get access to an ambulance or get their way down a waiting list for an operation. And he shamelessly exploits the UK armed forces, who should be above politics and have been dragged mercilessly into it by this Prime Minister and his cronies in the Cabinet. He's got a 1,000 cut to the army under his watch. Nuclear weapons are getting, and their delivery systems are getting on for consuming a 1/6 of the armed forces budget. They've cut the E7 Wedgetail programme to 3, and the Ajax £5.5 billion debacle has been rumbling on for the entire duration of this government. But they're supposed to be the government that stands up for defence of these islands. It's a disgrace. And worst of all, how dare they deny democracy in Scotland? The people of these islands are not confused in Scotland, Madam Deputy Speaker. They don't vote SNP out of some sort of habit or tradition. They vote SNP because they recognise our values in their values, and they do not recognise the values of the party opposite one iota. And they're smirking and laughing, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, laugh up your sleeve, I'll tell you that, because the people of Scotland are watching you. They're watching the disdain that you hold for the decisions.
No, too many times you've used the word you. You can, in a general sense, but you are sort of implying things about myself when you use the word you. And went with disdain, yes. Dave Dugan.
And I wouldn't dream to do so, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are laughing up their sleeve, and the people of Scotland are recognising that, and they don't like it one iota. We will have our say, and we will divest from this broken United Kingdom once and for all.
Yeah. Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Madam
Deputy Speaker, you have asked for a more moderate, positive tone, and I'll endeavour to do that. I have full confidence in this government for 3 reasons. One, because no captain is more important than their team, and I think on this side of the House we have a very, very strong team. 2, because the government has delivered for the country as a whole, and a lot of my colleagues have rehearsed the arguments over Brexit and COVID and Ukraine, and indeed net zero. But 3, because this government has delivered for my constituency of South Cambridgeshire. I was elected here to represent the interests of my constituents, and it has had a real impact on their lives. This government has delivered when it comes to healthcare in South Cambridgeshire. We've got the new Royal Papworth Hospital, a gleaming state-of-the-art hospital, the most important heart and lung hospital in the UK. Just a couple of weeks ago, we opened the Heart and Lung Institute, the biggest concentration of heart and lung researchers in the whole of Europe in South Cambridgeshire. More is coming. We've got the Cancer Research Hospital that's going to be opened in 2025. And then the Cambridge Children's Hospital, the first in the east of England, will be opened shortly after. The first hospital of its type to combine mental and physical well-being of children. The government has delivered when it comes to transport for South Cambridgeshire. We've got Cambridge South Station opening in 2025, fully going through the process now. The A428 has been started dualling. We've finished dualling the A14. The Girton Interchange, that's coming. The government has started looking at that. The government has delivered for the environment in South Cambridgeshire. One of the big issues for us is chalk streams, protecting the chalk streams. We have the government set up a chalk stream task force. We've passed new legislation on sewage discharge, which all the Lib Dem MPs voted against. Shame on them. They voted to let dump sewage into chalk streams. We've brought in new hair coursing laws, a really big issue in South Cambridgeshire. I had meetings with the Home Secretary, the Secretary of State for the Environment about it. We finally brought in laws to stop this terrible crime. Education spending is a really important issue in South Cambridgeshire. Historically, it's been one of the lowest in the country. But actually, we've now had a 21.3% increase in real terms in education funding in Cambridgeshire since 2014. Just in the last 2 years, a £453 per pupil increase in education spending, and the schools are starting to feel the difference. We need more, but it's already made a difference. When we had the COVID pandemic, the government delivered support for businesses and individuals. 17,000 people were on furlough. Their jobs are saved by the government. Over £15 million in funding for businesses. And I know a lot of my small businesses, in particular in hospitality, in particular pubs, were saved by the intervention of this government and the support it gave it. Research is a very big thing in South Cambridgeshire. I've got hundreds, literally hundreds of research institutes and companies. And the government has increased funding on research and development to £22 billion a year by 2025. And that's making a real difference for South Cambridgeshire. And finally, police. We actually have record numbers of police officers in Cambridgeshire now, 1,671 as of March. We've never had more than we have at the moment. So for all these reasons, the government is delivering for South Cambridgeshire, and I would like to have full support, full confidence in this government.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Door knocking in Newcastle yesterday, a young mum of 2 told me she had never found it so hard to manage. The cost of living crisis meant that she could barely afford to get her two kids to school. Government was doing nothing to help, and she and her friends joked that they would have to start selling their kidneys. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the kind of gallows humour of a country in crisis. It doesn't belong in one of the richest nations on earth. I have no confidence in a government which does not support working families in Newcastle. Good word.
I think I would like to say my honourable friend is making an excellent speech, and I would just like to add that this issue is found across the country, in every part of the country, including in the south of England. She's making an excellent point, and I hope the government listens to her.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for underlying that point.
Order. Can I just say I think it's really important that people remember a lot of people have put in to speak, and it is important that we get to them. And if colleagues want to take interventions, absolutely no problem. I would strongly encourage them to stick within the 4 minutes if they wish to take interventions. Chiomora.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have no confidence in a government which does not support working families in Newcastle. And when people have no confidence in the government, it drains their confidence in politics and democracy generally. After all that has tested our country, the financial crisis, austerity, Brexit, COVID, inflation, it is more important than ever that we have confidence in our leadership. But I have no confidence in this government because the Prime Minister repeatedly told Parliament that there had been no parties and then was fined for partying. I have no confidence in this government because as our Queen contemplated the loss of her life partner of 73 years alone, Downing Street partied. I have no confidence in this government because each and every minister, whether they resigned or not, is tainted by the support they gave to the disgraced but still presiding Prime Minister. I have no confidence in this government because the Prime Minister does not find formal sexual misconduct complaints against a serving government minister memorable. I have no confidence in this government because the Minister for Brexit Opportunities and Government Efficiency, when asked to justify slashing 91,000 civil servants, said technology would enable them to do more with less. The Right Honourable Member for the Middle Ages only reluctantly agreed to a digital parliament and is happy to give the impression that the printing press is a recent and debatable innovation. I have no confidence in the government because when giving a valedictory assessment of his meteoric rise and fall, the expensively Eton and Oxford educated Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Them's the breaks." I have no confidence in the government because they have decided to do without a science minister, even as they say science is essential to our economic recovery. I have no confidence in this government because as our nation faces a lethal heat wave, one so severe that the rail links between Westminster and my constituency have been severed and the NHS is braced for a wave of heart stroke victims, the Prime Minister preferred to play at Top Gun rather than turning up for Cobra meetings. I have no confidence in this government because the candidates to replace the disgraced Prime Minister are so mired in mudslugging they barely mention health, education, jobs or the environment and have now cancelled further debates because they are so embarrassing. I have no confidence in this government because they appear to be in an arms race to slash taxes, cut the state and postpone or abandon our commitment to net zero carbon emissions. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we swelter in this country, we should remember that the whole of Europe is less than 2/3 the size of the Sahara Desert, and if we do not meet the climate challenge, the Sahara is coming for us. And if they think net zero commitments are expensive, they should try costing retrofitting every home, school and building in this country with air conditioning, and that will be but a small part of what it will cost us. So, I have no confidence in this government because it has no ideas and no convictions. It is a zombie government. Worse, it is a vampire government, effectively dead but still continuing to suck the lifeblood from my constituents. Only a Labour government can give us the fresh start we deserve.
Miriam Cates.
And may I just say that my colleagues on this side of the House look very much alive to me. Looking back over the last 2.5 years, I think we can say with confidence that the government has done a lot of things well. We left the EU when so many said that that wasn't possible. Our COVID response has been one of the best in the world. The furlough scheme, delivered at extraordinary speed, prevented the horror of mass unemployment. Early decisions taken on vaccine procurement saved countless lives and enabled the UK to leave lockdown sooner than almost any other comparable nation. On Ukraine, this government and our Prime Minister have led from the front, not only in terms of sanctions, but in terms of providing military and moral support. And in my constituency of Penistone and Stocksbridge, the government is delivering on our manifesto promises to level up. The Towns Fund will see £24 million invested in Stocksbridge and Deepcar. Government grants have rescued cultural assets like the Paramount Cinema. A new fibre in the water project in Penistone offers the possibility of rolling out broadband, high-speed broadband to rural homes. The Prime Minister's personal intervention on behalf of the steel industry, in particular to keep the steel safeguards, has been a boost for local industry and an important demonstration of this government's commitment to areas that were once the powerhouse of this country and can be again. No administration is perfect, and ours has made its fair share of mistakes. But this government has done many things, nationally and locally, to inspire confidence. But of course, I speak in the context of huge uncertainty at the heart of government. The Prime Minister has resigned, I've lost track of who hasn't resigned, and we're in the middle of the process of choosing a new leader. Now, the events of the last 6 months will be chewed over relentlessly in the coming years. But let us not forget that despite the Prime Minister's mistakes and misjudgments, 14 million people voted for our party under his leadership, securing the biggest Conservative majority for 3 decades. And unlike so many other politicians, my right honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge, has the ability to inspire, to uplift, and to connect with those who feel like the British establishment does not represent them, their community, or their values. Now, after 2016, the reputation of Parliament suffered as ordinary people watched on as the establishment, as they saw it, sought to overturn the biggest popular mandate of all time. My concern is that when a coalition of the media, the opposition, and sadly some within our party, work relentlessly and now ultimately successfully to destabilise a Prime Minister with such an extraordinary democratic mandate, we may once more be accused of trying to overturn the democratic will of the people. So as we on these benches are engaged in the process of choosing our next leader, let us consider this. No one is without fault. No one is without a past. No one who has the skills, experience and charisma to lead our great nation will never make a mistake. No one has never lied. We have been told that the Prime Minister had to go because of his lack of integrity and a tendency to change his mind. The previous Prime Minister had to go because she had too much integrity and refused to change her mind. Perhaps like Goldilocks, we will now find our just right. But our party is a broad church and we have a broad range of candidates vying to lead it. Whoever wins, we must unite behind his or her leadership and stand firm against attempts to throw us off course. Perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, the question is not who is ready to lead, but are we ready to be led? So yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do have confidence in this government. I have confidence in the British people who put this government in place, and I wish the new Prime Minister...
Order. Hannah Bardell.
Speaker, oh, would some power the gift to give us to see ourselves as others see us. They are the words of the great Scottish poet Rabbie Burns, and they're as resonant now as they were then. Because if we cannot, as politicians, see ourselves as others see us, we have little hope of governing responsibly or with credibility. And I suspect if the Prime Minister and some with their delusions of grandeur on those benches could see themselves as people in my Livingston constituency and across all of our constituencies could see them, and they could see the damage that their government has done to them, they would be and should be horrified. And that's the problem with this government and with this Prime Minister. Some have become so used to the privileges and entitlements and trappings of government that they have become utterly insulated from reality. Our citizens have the right not to have confidence in this government, this political system and these political institutions in Westminster, because quite frankly, as this government and this Prime Minister has shown, they are utterly broken. Now, the Prime Minister, we shouldn't be surprised, we have ended up with someone who has come from one elitist institution to another, from Eton to Oxbridge to the House of Commons. And actually, we have 50% of the Conservatives privately educated. And I was struck by a tweet recently from says privilege. Yeah. Says privilege. If the honourable gentleman wants to give way, he's very welcome.
Yeah, OK. Jonathan Gullis, but remember what I said about people who were trying to catch my eye and chose to intervene earlier down the list. Hannah Butler.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. The Honourable Lady makes this cast as aspersions against people who attended private school. I found it quite disrespectful, Madam Speaker, that my mother and father, who chose to send me to that school and decided to use their hard-earned money to give me the best start in life that they unfortunately didn't receive themselves, should somehow be insulted in this way.
Bardell.
I I think there's just a very basic reality, and I wanted to read the tweet of the academic Taj Ali, who highlighted that just 7% of British people are privately educated. 43% of the most influential news editors and 44% of news columnists are privately educated. A two-tier education system creates a two-tier society, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's the point I'm making, because we have a Prime Minister who is completely devoid and divorced from reality. And the current leadership race and its navel-gazing narcissism has given a window into that elitism and privilege, because among them we have one of the most richest men in the UK, by whose own admission knows literally no one who is working class. And only did they quit government when they realised that their own reputations were going to be tainted. So whether it's the Windrush scandal or the Post Office Horizon crisis, there is a litany of chaos behind this government. And I have no confidence in this government because it's failed to build proper social housing, failed to fund a health service that was already on its knees before the pandemic, failed to protect the most vulnerable in our society, and has instead cut the financial lifelines to the poorest and most vulnerable, and has sought to balance the books on their backs whilst vilifying them. Now, the SNP government in Scotland is sick to the back teeth of cleaning up the mess of this Tory government, using our precious resources with one financial hand tied behind their back to clean up their mess, mitigating the bedroom tax, lifting the poorest and most marginalised out of poverty without the full basket of financial powers is hugely challenging. But we do it because we understand what it means to govern in everyone's interest. And this Tory government has failed because it failed to quell the river of dirty Russian money flowing through its financial system. I sat on the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Bill with my honourable friend from Glasgow Central, and I saw this government turn its back on the opportunity to stem the corruption and flow of dirty money. So, whilst we are grateful for what they have done in Ukraine, it is an absolute disgrace that this Prime Minister, this government and previous Prime Ministers did so little. I have no faith in this government because it has presided over a right-wing Brexit that has torn our social and economic fabric apart. And I understand, and we understand, the notion of credibility. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the sooner Scotland can get independence, the sooner Scotland can flourish, and the rest of the UK can, I hope, have its own democratic enlightenment. It can be free from the chaos and the corruption that this Westminster system of government holds. And I have no confidence in this government because I am sick and tired of hearing members opposite on the television talk about how, when they heard personal experiences of those who lost loved ones during the pandemic, that because his Prime Minister, their Prime Minister, partied his way through it, that somehow we don't have a right to challenge that. And the reality is, and the honourable member might shake his head, but I had to stand at the deathbed of one of my team and dear friends through a window in her hospice because I was not allowed to cuddle her while his Prime Minister partied his way through. And there he is, still sitting in power.
Order. James Daly.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I have to say that at least there have been some serious contributions, Madam Deputy Speaker, to what we've heard today, and one of them has been quite enlightening because I've often wondered what it is that people are seeing in the SNP government, because it's not a government that's trashed the economy, that has trashed the education system, that's trashed the health system, that's bankrupted it, has one of the worst drug problems in the Western government, the absolute definition of incompetence, actually come here. Absolutely not. No more nonsense about the rubbish we've just heard. This is about a motion of confidence, and we hear from a party who have a record of utter and dismal failure that they attempt to criticise this government, which is truly laughable. So can I turn, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Greater Manchester? And
can't hear. James Daly.
thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So let's turn to the record. We've now covered the SNP record. Let's see the record of the Labour Party in Greater Manchester, which my constituents are faced for. Now, with that great political titan, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, what have we had? We have the Greater Manchester Police in special measures, of which he is Police and Crime Commissioner. We have the IOPS computer system, which has cost about 800 million, all under Andy Burnham, completely wasted. We have mental health services in special measures in Greater Manchester under the control of Andy Burnham. Utter, complete disaster. And the cherry on the cake was when he attempted to impose upon people in Greater Manchester the world's biggest green, I can't even say the word, green air charging zone, where Andy Burnham's big idea was to charge my constituents anywhere between £10 and £60 to have the temerity to go to work. That's what they're faced with. The Labour-controlled council in Bury, their great record comes down to this. I can only go through the litany of failure. But in the Bury Times today, Madam Deputy Speaker, children's services in Bury, mental health services in Bury are on its knees due to our Labour-controlled council. And the headline in the paper is it's going to take 10 years for Labour-controlled Bury Council to get children's services back to even a good rating. This is under a Labour council, so the record of the parties opposite in terms of how they have interacted as governing bodies throughout this country and with my constituents is absolutely abysmal. And it is a shame for me. I wish the lady from Birmingham, Yardley, was in here, because the thing that the Honourable Lady missed out when we're talking about rape and serious sexual offending, which is an incredibly serious record, which she never touches on, is the abysmal record of the Leader of the Opposition as Director of Public Prosecutions, something that the Labour Party quite rightly never talk about. Absolutely, and they throw allegations out regarding this government's record. So what do we have? What is this government? My government has spent £10 million on building a new STEM high skills centre in Bury. It has saved Gig Lane and given my constituents back their football club of 130 years. It's invested £80 million into transport infrastructure. It's provided £20 million for a levelling up bid for Bury Town Centre. And mysteriously, the Honourable Member for Bury South, which isn't here, I know that he would want to...
Gentleman notified the other honourable gentleman that is named.
I will withdraw that. All I will say that within the Metropolitan Borough of Bury, we have another levelling up fund bid for the people of Radcliffe, a new school coming from the people of Radcliffe, and an SEND school providing support service for some of the most vulnerable people in my communities. This is a government to be proud of and a record to be proud of.
Miss Saville-Roberts.
Very on, Deputy. Well, the Prime Minister's bluster and banter and his stock-in-trade mockery ended today. And it was little more than effectively a pointy-finger rhetorical raspberry. Not to us, but to everyone who ever made the mistake of holding him to his word and believing what he told them. He is a law-breaking Prime Minister who cannot be permitted to remain in office, even as a caretaker. His dishonesty and abuse of power have together only served to erode trust in politics and our institutions. My party, you'll not be surprised to hear, does not have confidence in this Prime Minister or his government. But to come back to that question of eroding trust, this is why I introduced a private member's bill, which will make it an offence for politicians knowingly to lie, be given every opportunity to correct the record, but to be held to account in law for using words, our stock in trade, genuinely and honestly to the best of our ability. I have also written, as you would do, to the Conservative leadership candidates, inviting them to support this bill, because they've made truth and honesty core tenets of their campaigns as they attempt to separate themselves from the outgoing Prime Minister, who they all, of course, supported. The bill seeks to ensure that those who deliberately lie are held to account, but also to send a signal that lying and dishonesty are a blight to be eradicated in a modern democracy. My party's lack of confidence goes beyond this government, besmirched as it is in Westminster scandal. It is driven by wider, deep-rooted problems of the Union. We distrust the Union, we lack confidence in the Union. The UK is foundering in deep stagnation, from years of Tory austerity to a hard Tory Brexit, which is hobbling our economy. It's no wonder that Poland is set to become richer than Britain in 12 years' time on current growth rates. And of the tiny growth predicted, it won't be ordinary working families who feel the benefit. The TUC estimates that the UK will see the worst wage squeeze out of the G7 economies, with real average wages falling by £1,750 between 2022 and 2023. In Wales, we seek the macroeconomic tools, but continue to be denied the bare necessities to fix Westminster's chronic tolerance of geographical inequalities. If we look at the place of Wales specifically within the UK, we can see things are so bad. Since 1998, relative productivity in Wales has hovered between 80 and 85% of the UK level. Once London's disproportionate weight is accounted for, the figure is still only 90%. Wales has been given the tools to juggle poverty, not to condemn poverty to history. How can we have confidence in a government and system that perpetuates such gross inequalities? The UK government talks of levelling up, but instead of presenting a comprehensive plan for redistributing wealth, they have forced councils to fight over dwindling pots of money. Today, the Institute for Fiscal Studies has shown how this government's levelling up agenda doesn't work for Wales. Through its ideological insistence to exclude Welsh governments from decision-making, the IFS says this has led to worse outcomes for Wales. Just to close now, despite this, we saw the Conservative leader in Wales recently call for no further powers to be devolved, and that consequential funding for HS2, should wait for it, be controlled by the UK rather than Welsh government. This is a staggering insult to our democracy. In conclusion, we have no confidence in the current government, and we have no confidence in any Westminster government.
Paul Bristow.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it won't surprise honourable members that I do have confidence in this government. And I want to talk at the first a little bit about policy and some of the policies this government have pursued. Now, it would be very easy, Madam Deputy Speaker, for me to talk about Brexit, about how this government managed to get Brexit passed, got through that dreadful impasse, that political paralysis of the last Parliament, as members opposite did everything they could do to block Brexit, but this government got it done. And it would be quite easy for me to talk about the great effort that led to jabs in people's arms and our country opening up and releasing our freedoms once again. To talk about furlough and about the thousands of people that were supported, millions of people in fact, that were supported through the furlough scheme. And it would be very easy for me to pour scorn on the political pygmies who appear on social media and say that somehow Britain's place in the world is diminished as a result of Brexit. You only need to look at the streets, Madam Deputy Speaker, of Kyiv to see that that's just not the case. But what this government should be congratulated for is providing hope. Hope for 14 million people who voted for the Conservatives, many for the first time, and many people who didn't vote for us. Because lots of those people were voting for hope, that this government would make a break with an agenda that's been pursued for decades, probably starting with the Blair government. This is a big city, this is a London agenda, and it's not for places like Peterborough, Madam Deputy Speaker. A Britain attached to the EU, dependent on mass migration and cheap labour, where we're happy to write off millions of young people without a job because we can easily import it from elsewhere. Very much a liberal agenda that was happy to pour scorn and laugh at traditional values, national identity, strong communities and strong families. And we saw these people being poured scorn on again during the Jubilee. Big business, big cities, but little people and little places like Peterborough are left behind. Low-paid jobs, wages suppressed, and the welfare bill sky high. Regional inequalities, the negative effects of mass migration, as well as the positives, but higher rates of family breakdown, alcohol and drug abuse. And to many people who reject this, and to many people opposite, these people don't matter. They're denounced as bigots, as gammons, as Karens, or any other sort of vulgar term when they voice objection to this sort of agenda. This is what this government was actually trying to address. It was trying to create a high-wage, a high-skill economy, value up and level up and value places like Peterborough. Because in Peterborough, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have built a new university with students starting in September. We've got 23 million for Towns Fund regeneration and investment. We've got new police officers. We've got more money for theatres, more money for our schools. And I would just really implore people, members opposite, and members on all sides actually, to actually understand and realise that the Prime Minister, when you take your nose away from SW1 and away from your Twitter feed,
you'll actually find real people still support the Prime Minister. OK, I'm going to read you one quote. I don't have time to go through all of them. I'm going to read the honourable member one quote, who turns around and says the current government have been best at dealing with the pandemic, given circumstances, and delivering Brexit. It's the only government that can deliver today, tomorrow and the future. This are ordinary people of Peterborough. Poke, Madam Deputy Speaker, honourable members should poke their nose away from their Twitter accounts and realise that the Prime Minister is still very popular. He's a greater man than many of his critics. He's a greater man than many of his critics, and it's a sad day that we've seen him go. But I still have confidence in this.
Naz Shah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the best of days, this place is interesting. But what's really interesting is listening to all the members opposite stand up time and time again, suggesting that they're going to support this motion. They don't even need to listen to us and what we're saying on this side of a litany of failures of the government. All we have to do is tune into the next leadership debates and just watch the own candidates tell us the litany of abysmal failures that this government has overseen in the last 12 years. But we're not going to let the Conservative leadership candidates wipe the slate clean after 12 years of Conservative rule, which has happened on their watch, because they've walked through this lobby and voted for 15 tax rises. They've voted against hungry children getting free school meals. They voted against a windfall tax on billionaire profit-making oil companies, but then they adopted Labour's and tried to give it a new name. Well, there's loads that can go on about. And they think we'll forget that it was all of these leadership candidates that actually supported this Prime Minister through Partygate, Owen Paterson crisis, through dodgy COVID contracts, and the list is longer than my arm, and many of people on this side of the House have mentioned it. It was this Conservative government's failure that has led to record delays in A&E, NHS waiting lists, delays at the Passport Office, delays in our courts, prosecuting rapists and murderers, delays at the ports, delays in getting driving licences, delays at our airports, delays that record neglect in the cities of the north of England like Bradford, where we've had years of austerity, years of underfunding and years of false promises, such as the Northern Powerhouse Rail, none of which have come to fruition. This government has completely wrecked the industries in this country. That's their record. We have a skill crisis in the country, a crisis with our criminal barristers that is leading to further delays in our courts, a crisis in our care sector, a crisis with HGV drivers, a crisis with train drivers, airport workers, school teachers and one looming in the civil service. Is this the record that the members opposite really want to stand by? And I don't even know where to begin when it's starting the record of a consecutive Conservative government when it comes to their engagement with Muslim communities. Last night, when I saw the front page of the Daily Mail and heard about the so-called dodgy judgment used by the Minister for Trade to meet a controversial Muslim group, I was not expecting this meeting to be with a mainstream Muslim organisation that members across this House meet with on a regular basis. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Muslim Council of Britain is a mainstream Muslim organisation backed by mainstream British Muslim mosques, organisations and institutions. Yesterday, this long-held secret boycott of a mainstream Muslim group by Number 10 was finally admitted on the front page of a tabloid press. The record of this government is that the Prime Minister's comments led to 375% increase in attacks on Muslim women.
Disgraceful. Previous
Conservative governments refused to form a working definition of Islamophobia, and then they refused to adopt the APPG definition of Islamophobia. Then they promised they'd make one of their own. Then appointed and unappointed their advisor, and almost a decade later, hate crimes on Muslims are rising. And what do we have from this government? Absolutely nothing. And mainstream Muslim organisations boycotted by Number 10. I'm sorry to tell this Conservative government, but the days are gone when they could prop up Muslim organisations based on one or two people and funded and supported for the purposes of their policy agenda. Those days are over. Mainstream British Muslims sit within Parliament, represent our nations in sports. We have the doctors, the nurses in our hospitals, the teachers that teach our children, our future leaders. We are equally British and must equally be heard. The record of this government is nothing to be celebrated, and those that vote for a confidence motion in this government are equally responsible for their actions, and they are endorsing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. One might think that Her Majesty's opposition had perhaps better things to do than waste valuable parliamentary time, and one might have thought that they might have respected parliamentary conventions in the preparation of a motion of confidence, but they failed in doing that too. But no matter, it needed this government, again, to show how it's done, hence the debate. So here we are playing these silly games while we have a war on our hands and several issues to deal with at home as well as overseas. By the way, we are having this because this is the Parliamentary Convention and this is the way to do it. Much has been said about leadership in recent days, weeks and months, and none of it has been found emanating from the benches opposite. Just the usual stone-throwing coming from a party that is so out of touch with the people of this country that it feels this motion is the best way to spend valuable time. The one that needed to be corrected, obviously. So let's talk about leadership. This government responded to COVID by leading the Western Hemisphere's response to it. Brexit, which you all voted against, allowed us to fund a vaccine, to procure it, and to get it into people's arms faster than pretty much anywhere else on the planet, so actually saving lives quicker than anywhere else on the planet. What did Labour do? Well, oppose its procurement and then criticise every move, with Captain Hindsight, of course, at the helm. No, thanks, no. But I must say, they did take a stance on one thing. We must be fair. Yeah, this is great leadership. Just watch this. They would have had us in lockdown throughout the whole of Christmas and beyond, destroying more jobs, destroying more businesses, and harming lives. And that is out there for everybody to see, everybody knows. The Ukraine, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Ukraine, I stand corrected. Absolutely, whoever said that. Ukraine, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This Prime Minister and our country are the ones revered most by Ukrainian politicians and people, and hated most by Putin. That doesn't happen by chance. It requires leadership. So what have Labour to say about defence? Defund it. That's what they've always wanted. So what have Labour... Well, you've always wanted to defund it. And if the leader of the opposition had been successful in electing the honourable member for Islington North, we all know that we would now be without a nuclear arsenal.
They bring them back tomorrow.
These are two huge issues confronted head-on by this government, in addition to delivering a programme set out in the 2019 manifesto, a manifesto that is bringing real change in my own constituency of Dudley North. So let's have this vote tonight. Let's send a message out to the nation what the party opposite is all about. I won't say what the party opposite stands for, because I don't think anybody really knows. Thank you.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the leadership of this self-obsessed and profoundly damaging Prime Minister is finally coming to its end. But this charade went on for far too long. He should have gone over his mishandling of the pandemic. He should have gone over the lobbying scandal that he created. And he should have gone because he partied when people died, and then he, as we put it in this place, misled this House. And now he is going, but it's only because he's been forced out by his ministers, because they've finally concluded that he'll cost them more votes than he wins. So they don't deserve any credit, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They knew who he was when they voted for him. They propped him up through every scandal, and together they have stripped away our rights and made the people of this country poorer. Because while the news focuses on the Tory party implosion, supermarkets are adding security tags to cheese, to butter, to baby formula. We have the highest inflation for 40 years. Electricity is fast becoming a luxury good, and millions are no longer paid enough to put food on the table. This hunger, this poverty, this inequality, it is all a political choice. And without action, people will die. People, particularly disabled people, have already died due to this government and 12 years of brutal cuts. So we need a government that will tackle the cost of living crisis, but instead we have one that is barely functioning, while the squatter in number 10 is throwing parties and checkers. And if anyone had any hope that the next Tory leader would prioritise the cost of living crisis, well, the contest so far has completely dispelled that. Instead of setting out the bold measures they take to help working class people, the candidates to become PM are obsessed with attacking trans people and cutting corporation tax. So no, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't have confidence in this government to tackle the worst dropping living standards since 1956. I don't have confidence in this government to prevent millions being forced to choose between heating and eating this winter. And I don't have confidence in this government, full stop. So on behalf of my constituents who lost loved ones to the pandemic due to this government's actions, on behalf of the families I meet who are left with no choice but to turn to food banks, and on behalf of every single person in this country who deserves better than a low-pay, no-safety-net society created by 12 years of Conservative rule, I will be voting no confidence in this government.
Gallus.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to stand up on behalf of the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Talk and have confidence in this Conservative government. Because why is that, Mr Deputy Speaker? It's not just because the 73% who voted to leave the European Union finally had their wishes commanded, despite the Brexit blockers opposite continually trying to find every way to dodge at the opportunity from delivering the mandate those people elected. Not just the fantastic furlough scheme that meant that people were keeping their jobs in the time of the biggest global pandemic we've seen in 100 years, and not the fact that we rolled out the fastest vaccine rollout. But actually, if we look at the local story, in Stoke-on-Trent, Kidsgrove and Talk, we have the £56 million Levelling Up Fund, which is bringing masses of regeneration, unlocking hundreds of millions more of private sector investment, and we'll see heritage buildings like Tunstall Library and Bath regenerated for future generations, adding on top of the Conservative-led council's regeneration and revitalisation of Tunstall Town Hall, which the Labour Party were all too happy to allow to sit and rot for 30 years. Then you've got on top of that the £17.6 million Kidsgrove Town deal, which is meaning that we're bringing up to 1,700 new jobs at Chatty Valley West, reinvesting in our high streets in the town of Kidsgrove, and making sure that Kidsgrove Sports Centre, which was shut because the Labour Party, who ran the council at the time, couldn't be bothered to send a single pound coin to save it, meant that we are refurbishing and reopening it and letting a local community group run it, because they are local people who champion that cause. And then on top of that, you've got the fact that we brought 500 new jobs via the Home Office coming to our great city, £29 million to the Transforming Cities Fund, £31.7 million to Bus Back Better, which will see bus fares cut by 33% with the new £3.50 a day flat fare, creating new routes and making sure that there are people, because 1/3 of the city don't have access to a motor vehicle, can get around and travel, as well as the money to look at opening the Stoke to Leek line as well. The litany of success goes on and on and on. There's £7.5 million for Middlehurst School to become a new SEND school, the family hubs that we successfully got as well, and the fantastic investment going further. But let's have a look at Labour's abysmal and unforgivable local record as well. Let's not forget it's a Labour council that spent £60 million on white elephant projects, like a new council office, rather than investing in Burslem Indoor Market, the Wedgwood Institute, and the Queen's Theatre in the mother town of Burslem, which would have brought regeneration to that fantastic town of our city of Stoke-on-Trent. Let's not look at the fact that jobs were leaving the ceramics sector overseas to China, and the Labour Party did absolutely nothing to prevent it whatsoever. Let's have a look at the fact that when the Labour went on strike for over 70 years, withdrawing their Labour fame to represent the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Talk, because they believe that they have some God-given right to have that seat, that those people should get in line, and they sneer and they snarl and they arrogantly look down and talk down to those people, because that's the attitude the Labour Party have always had towards the working people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Talk. They believe borders are racist, and anyone who wants border control is a bigot, which is why, despite the fact we support the Rwanda deal on this side of the House, their party opposite snarl at it. That's why on this side of the House, when I introduced the Desecration of War Memorials Bill, the party opposite said, oh, it's statues we're trying to protect. No, it's war memorials to our glorious dead. And it's about time the Labour Party stood up for our flag and for our country. And then when you look at the fact that I introduced a new law that means we're increasing the fines on rogue and absent landlords who allow our high streets and heritage to rot, because despite at the last minute my Labour predecessor standing with a placard pretending to care, despite having 4.5 years to do something about it, within 2 years I've changed the law and we're taking those rogue and absent landlords to court. And it's a Labour Party that was found to be institutionally anti-Semitic and failed to defend my predecessor despite the abuse she got. The Labour Party is out of touch.
Cunningham.
What a rant, Mr Deputy Speaker. We all know that the Prime Minister is unfit for office, but rather than remove him, the Tory MPs will tonight be whipped to keep an incompetent lawbreaker in power, a person who has a problem with the truth. But I don't have confidence in this government for many reasons, but top of the list is the fact that the number of people living in poverty in the Tees Valley, the number of children living in poverty in the Tees Valley has soared to over 40% in the last 12 years, the highest in the country, and the Prime Minister, his former Chancellor and his rotten government should be thoroughly ashamed. Too many of those children in the Tees Valley and many more across the North East go to school hungry, and many don't know if there'll be much to eat when they get home at night, and who knows what many of them will do during the extended school holiday period. Earlier this year, whilst being grilled by the Liaison Committee, the Prime Minister accepted it isn't possible to level up the country without reducing the number of children in poverty. When challenged on why there wasn't a single mention of child poverty in more than 300 pages of the Levelling Up White Paper, he suggested this was the result of, and I quote, a purely formal accident. What the devil does that mean? Whether accidental or deliberate, this was a staggering and unforgivable oversight on the government's part. Last week, I raised absolute poverty levels with the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, but she said she didn't recognise the figures I quoted from her own department's statistics. Not only do they not care, but they don't even know their own facts. Poverty is widely acknowledged as being the leading driver of health, educational and economic inequalities between children growing up in areas like the North East and their counterparts in the rest of the country. Research published by the End Child Poverty alongside the North East Child Poverty Commission has found that 2 in 5 babies, children and young people across our region are now growing up poor and having their life chances and opportunities limited as a result, and that's as a result of a Conservative government. This abject failure of children and young people in Tees Valley and the wider North East will be one of the defining legacies of this Prime Minister and indeed anyone who has supported this government. Why should any child or young person in the Tees Valley have confidence in the government when intolerably high rates of child poverty is in our area and is somehow forgotten in the Prime Minister's flagship policy? And why should anyone have confidence in any of the candidates vying to be the next Prime Minister when not one of them has even acknowledged this fundamental issue, never mind set out any plan to try and tackle it? And when one of them, the former Chancellor, showed up in Redcar on Friday in his designer shoes, costing several times more than most families have to spend on food and other essentials in a month, he had nothing to say about child poverty. We have so much talent and potential across the Tees Valley, and yet so much of it is wasted as poverty and ill health holds our young people and our population back. Those children and their families need decisive action and a comprehensive joined-up plan to tackle child poverty now, not vague promises of being levelled up in 8 years' time. They need a government that's willing to tackle child poverty front and centre in its agenda, that's committed to supporting them to thrive and fulfil their potential, not one that forgets they even exist.
Anna Furr.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the City of Southend, I absolutely have confidence in Her Majesty's government. My wonderful constituency of Southend West is undeniably healthier, wealthier, but especially safer. What the party opposite seem to conveniently forget is that the honourable member for Islington North, the person they would have put into Downing Street, would not only have plunged us into the dark days of the 1970s at the mercy of the militant unions, he and 8 others on the Labour front bench, as has been already observed on this side, would have voted to get rid of our independent nuclear deterrent, fundamentally undermining our national security. That's why the Conservatives won the election so resoundingly 3 years ago. The British people chose democracy, freedom, security and opportunity over socialism, anti-Semitism, losing our nuclear deterrent and returning to the European Union. And we have not squandered our 80-seat majority that the British people entrusted to us. Yes, the past 3 years have been difficult. We've had to deal with COVID, I will not because of the time, with a global energy crisis and with Russia's illegal, barbaric invasion of Ukraine. Yet, we have never once lost sight of our core manifesto promise. It was this Conservative government that got Brexit done. Not finished, but done nonetheless. And it is because of Brexit that we were able to develop the world's first approved vaccine, followed by the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, as has been highlighted by my honourable friend for Orpington. No, because of the time. The speed and take-up of our vaccine programme allowed us to lift our restrictions quicker than any other country in Europe, restoring freedom to people and benefiting our economy. And this has only been possible because of this Conservative government and because of Brexit, totally opposed by the party opposite. If the party opposite had been in charge, more people would have died while we waited for the EU's vaccines. We would have been in lockdown. We would have been in lockdown for longer, damaging not just our economy, but people's mental health. Also, if the party opposite had been in charge, the NHS would not have been so well funded and would have been less able to cope with COVID when it happened.
Order, please resume your seat. Come on. Stop the shouting, please. We don't need it. Let everybody make their contribution in silence, please. Anna Firth.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a fact that over the last 12 years of Conservative rule, NHS funding has been increased by 42% in real terms. We are now spending £177 billion on our health service. We will be spending an additional £22 billion per year by the end of this Conservative-led Parliament, the highest amount to be spent on the NHS by any government ever. And let's not forget, every single one of those increases in funding was opposed by the party opposite. Only recently, they voted against providing our NHS with an additional £36 billion of funding, money that is now being used to treat our most sick and vulnerable people. The Conservative government has also made us safer, but I'm now conscious of the time. I would say that thanks to 12 years of Conservative government, Britain as a whole, Southend West in particular, are healthier, wealthier and especially safer under a Conservative government.
Mr Deputy Speaker, to say I have no confidence in this government or its Prime Minister must be the greatest understatement ever heard in this chamber, particularly so when we consider his horrendous tenure. Confidence is not something that should be blindly given. Like respect, it is something that must be earned. And how can we have confidence in or respect for a government still headed by a Prime Minister who has shamed the office he holds? He has no respect for us, Scotland's representatives in this place, and we have no confidence in him or his government. How can we have confidence in a government or a Prime Minister that has consistently lied to or misled this House, allegedly, Mr Speaker? He has no respect for us, and we have no confidence in him or his government. Who can have confidence in a Prime Minister who has been charged and fined by the police for breaking the very rules that he implemented over the pandemic. He has no respect for us, and we have no confidence in him.
Hear, hear.
How can we have confidence in a Prime Minister or a government who has not only presided over sleaze and scandal, but decided to cover for it, or even promote those at the very heart of it to positions within the government? We have no respect, and we have no confidence in this government. Even those of his own party, Mr Speaker, now shudder at the thought of being associated with the Prime Minister, as we have seen in the Tory leadership race. And is it any wonder? A Prime Minister who, despite all the scandal, despite the desecration of office, despite the criminality, is still clinging on. Even after all the backstabs and even after all the headshots by his own so-called allies, he still won't go. He is now a zombie Prime Minister. And why? Not for the sake of continuity, not for stability, and not for Ukraine, but so he can avoid having to find a new venue for a wedding reception. It is laughable, but it is not funny. We are being laughed at by the entire global community. We have no confidence, and we have no respect for this government any longer. Mr Speaker, the people of Scotland had this Prime Minister's card marked from the outset. And regardless of who comes after him, we also know that Scotland's interests will not be high on their agenda when they take up office in number 10. Albert Einstein was still alive the last time Scotland voted Tory. But you do not need to be a genius to work out where Scotland puts her confidence when she goes to the ballot box. It's not here in Westminster, and it's not in any Tory government. They place their confidence in the trust in the Scottish Government and in the SNP, the party that has been re-elected consistently by the majority of people in Scotland since 2007, the party in administration of the majority of the local authorities across Scotland, the party that has the greatest number of elected parliamentarians in Westminster and in Holyrood. Regardless of the voting franchise, regardless of the political office, the people of Scotland speak clearly. They place their confidence in Scotland's National Party and in the party of Scottish independence. Let us not kid ourselves. The next Prime Minister will not be any different from any of the others. In the eyes of most Scots, a Tory is a Tory. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And the ducklings on the Tory backbenches, they all quacked in agreement and, crucially, in defence of everything the soon-to-be ex-Prime Minister did. When he played fast and loose with the truth, they supported him. When he broke the law, they quacked their support for him. And they'll do the same again for the next one. Scotland has no confidence in them, and we have no confidence in this government. And on behalf of the good people at Coatbridge...
Sean Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I must say this has been, well, an experience, hasn't it, really, over the last few hours. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are two elements to a confidence motion. There is that you don't have confidence in the government, and what you see as the alternative to that government. Now, I have lived under that alternative, because I live in Sandwell. Labour-controlled Sandwell.
Oh, God.
Socialist Sandwell. And let's just take a journey to what life would be like under the party opposite. SCND contracts doled out to their mates. Dodgy land deals. Backhanders to their mates because they feel like it. Dodgy contracts for the council. No scrutiny, no analysis. The Honourable Lady does a usual thing from Luton North. She doesn't have anything to say, but she chunters from a position. You know, she failed in Hastings and she went to Luton because, let's face it, they didn't like her there. But the truth of the matter is, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I've seen that alternative and it terrifies me. And what worries me even more is they go along with it. They are all complicit in that corruption in Sandwell, because it is their party who sit there and do it. It is their party who denied the need for commissioners to go in. We've now got commissioners controlling that council. It's those young people with special educational needs who are put at risk by them because they failed to do a proper procurement on those contracts. And I sit there when they talk about standards in public life and I laugh, Mr Deputy Speaker, because it reeks of double...
Oh,
here we go.
Sit down. Point of order.
This is an order
for the honourable member to accuse the members this side who have no connection to the council he's talking about, who's accusing them, abusing his privilege to talk about corruption, then pointing at us and saying it's our fault. It's completely out of order.
Order. I would have brought Mr Bailey up. I'm listening very carefully, and it would help if people don't chunter in order for me to hear both sides clearly. Mr Bailey.
Mr Deputy Speaker, as a point of clarity, my understanding is that they are all members of the Labour Party. The Labour Party that control that local authority.
Yep.
They're all comrades in arms together.
Yep.
And they could have intervened at any point. They promised they would get a grip on this. No, I won't give way. No, I won't give way. Well, they promised they'd get a grip on this, and they didn't. So when they sit there and they talk about standards in public life. Come to Sandwell. Come to Sandwell. Because I'll tell you something, if you want to see the horror of what the alternative is, we can show you.
My friend, give way.
I will absolutely give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. It will not shock him to hear the party opposite shouting down the fine people of Sandwell and Tipton, just like they shout down the people of Kidsgrove, Talk, Newchapel and Stoke-on-Trent North. And that is why, my honourable friend, I'm sure, will share with us why Labour are going backwards, Conservatives are gaining in his local council as well as they are in Newcastle and Borough Council, the #1 target in the West Midlands in this May, which they lost.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend because he's right. We are scalping Labour councillors all over the place because, as one lady put it to me on the door during the general election, during the local elections, I have been Labour all my life. I am Labour through and through, but I cannot vote for that shower. And the truth of the matter is, Mr Deputy Speaker, when we look at the alternative, it is horrific. Now, I also want to touch on what this government has done, because what we've seen is £22.5 million possibly coming into Tipton. We've seen £25 million for Birchley Island in Albury, dealing with our congestion, dealing with our transport issues. We've seen £50,000 for the horrendous route between Burntree and Dudley Port, Mr Deputy Speaker, which will mean finally we can start dealing with those horrendous congestion issues, those road safety issues that we know are vital to keep people safe. And I know from my constituents who are spending 45 minutes sometimes on our roads, the fact that it messes with their businesses, it messes with their standard of life because of how long it's taken them to commute to work and the difficulty it presents them. And that's this government, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's put that money into Sandwell. And it was quite interesting, actually, Mr Deputy Speaker, because quite often I'll go to ministers, I'll go to my honourable friends, many of whom I see on the Treasury bench in front of me, and I'll say, look, Mr Deputy Speaker, look, I say to my honourable friends, rather, we need money, we need investment, this is what we want. And when they say to me, well, the problem is, Sean, your local authority hasn't applied for it. And then I go to the local authority and say, what plans have we got on the shelf? Particularly, Mr Deputy Speaker, around the Levelling Up Fund. And I got told, oh, well, we don't have any. We don't have any. Because they can't be bothered. And that's the truth with them.
Shameful.
They cannot be bothered.
Shameful.
For 50 years, my communities put their faith in the Labour Party. They were betrayed, and it's as simple as that.
We all make
and
mistakes.
I always remember...
We all make mistakes.
I always remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, at the general election, a man breaking down to me in Tividale, in my constituency, who told me he'd been Labour all his life, but he realised that the lot opposite had lied to him.
Yeah.
Had misled him.
Time and again.
For most of his life. He felt lied to. He felt lied to.
Yeah.
He felt lied to. And he broke down, Mr Deputy Speaker, and that really impacted me, because when you feel that your life purpose has been missold to you, and your belief system, what do you do? What do you do? So the truth is, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure there's some quips, I mean, they may find it funny, because they've led Sandwell for 50 years, they find it funny. It's their arrogance, it's their thought process. I mean, I look at the honourable gentleman for Aberavon, I mean, he's absolutely typical of the Labour privilege that we see. I mean, how he can sit there and pretend to represent working people is beyond me. But the truth is, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I round up my comments, is this. My communities have confidence in this government because they've seen the difference. After 50 years of the lot opposite misrepresenting them, they've seen the investment that's coming, and they've seen the shambles that is the party opposite and the way in which they've mismanaged our local area. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, to conclude my remarks, I have total confidence in this government and I wouldn't want them.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have no confidence in this government. The public has no confidence in this government. The MPs opposite, 59 government members of whom put it in their own letters, have no confidence in this government, and they need to vote accordingly with us tonight. All political careers end in failure. It's a truism, but unlike past demises, this is one not on policy but on probity. And the degradation and debasement of standards should not be about left and right, it should be about right and wrong. And this is a government that's got all the big calls wrong. The highest inflation in 40 years and biggest tax take in 70. While these leadership contenders who spent years defending the indefensible now attempt to outvie each other in disowning the last 12 years. And, you know, the moral of this is that not every fairy tale has a happy ending. This was not just about ambush by Kate, but a pattern of behaviour that resulted in the first ever Prime Minister lawbreaker. Now, one misjudgment alone might have been ride-outable, but the cumulative effect of Partygate, Patterson, the redecoration of the number 10 flat, add to which the promotion of an alleged drunken groper to a post including reporting MP's misconduct to him, just proved to be one implausible, and the Prime Minister saying he had a memory lapse about previous of this individual, proved to be one implausibility too far. And as we've seen today, the PM who as a child wanted to be world king has become King Canute, still defiant and partying to the end, characteristically skipping Cobra meetings, if not quite fiddling while Rome burns, partying while the country roasts, bringing to mind those suitcases being wheeled down Whitehall on the eve of Prince Philip's funeral. Meanwhile, our fellow citizens face huge challenges: climate change-induced heat wave, looming strikes, inflation, cost of living crisis, energy crisis, record NHS backlog, passports backlog, Home Office backlog, courts backlog, backlog Britain.
Absolutely.
And in fact, if we're trying to define what is exactly Johnsonism, I think you'd have in there that the rules do not apply to those at the top. Self-advancement, government by slogan, and as Dominic Cummings put it, a shopping trolley modus operandi. Remember that pro-EU column, the anti-EU column, the one-time fan of an amnesty for illegal immigrants who now wants to ship off asylum seekers to Rwanda. Multiple signs were already there, those costly London mayoralty vanity projects, the Jennifer Arcuri impropriety still unresolved, new people appearing out of the woodwork making similar claims. Even indifference to groping and grabbing was part of a pattern. I was in the PM's presence in Acton in 2015. There's footage of it out there. I was grabbed from behind by one of his aides for wanting to speak to him. Look, if you take Imran Ahmed Khan, Neil Parish, Charlie Elphick, Andrew Griffith, it doesn't feel like sexual misconduct is being stamped on or out. When an entire government is rotten to its core, all politicians become tainted and tarnished. And it's time to call time on the lot. The first step is today's vote, but the country is crying out for change. And there is a democratic deficit if all of us who aren't in the small number of Tory party memberships don't have a next say in our next PM. We need a general election as soon as possible to have a say on the next unelected Prime Minister who emerges and refresh all 650 of us.
Order. We've just got over an hour before the wind-ups begin, and I want to accommodate everybody, so we're going to 3 minutes with immediate effect. Mark Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've heard a lot of speeches tonight from the opposition. Some have been reasonable, some have been bad, but I do take exception to the honourable member for Livingston, one of the Scottish nationalists over there, when she implied that the Conservative Party is privately educated and there's no working class on these benches. What I would say on that point, I was brought up on a council estate, yeah? I went to a local high school. I had the choice to go to university, but chose not to. That was my choice. So what have the Conservatives done for a working class kid in Dewsbury? Yeah? They made me an MP. Yeah? They made me the Prime Minister's trade envoy to Pakistan, and they promoted me to a PPS. So all I would say, if the members opposite could pass on the advice to the honourable member for Livingston, yes? Give way.
You don't agree with me that the laugh that we've just seen from the Prime Minister's opposite shows their utter contempt for working class people, such as him and me, both from council estates ourselves, who actually it was a Conservative government that gave us the opportunity to be here now.
Yeah. Absolutely, I totally agree. And actually, the members over there could do with doing their research on the members opposite, on these benches, especially the new intake, and people like myself and the honourable member over there. So that's the message I want to pass on there. But I was here today to do a more positive speech, and I'm pleased to be here to support, be in support of the Prime Minister and government that's delivered on people's priorities and stepped up to the plate to support our nation through an unprecedented pandemic. The government introduced a coronavirus job retention scheme which saved so many jobs, supporting them with 80% of furloughed workers' wages. The self-employment income support scheme that would pay self-employed individuals up to 80% of their profits. The bounce back loans, C-bills, all these in support of business, and with a business background, I'm proud that the government has stepped up to the plate on that one. Further schemes such as Eat Out to Help Out and Kickstart sought to alleviate some of the most pronounced economic effects of the pandemic, supporting citizens and businesses throughout the last 2 years. As the pandemic progressed, the fantastic network of healthcare professionals and volunteers enabled this government to deliver a world-class vaccine rollout, the fastest in Europe, to protect our nation's most vulnerable from the devastating impact of COVID. Now, you see I'm going to push the time on this one. What the government has done has helped. We've got the Town Fund, which has helped regenerate my town centre, where I grew up. So this £24.8 million has come to my town centre to regenerate it. That will mean we'll get a world-class market back that we had before. This was all done under this government and the Prime Minister. And I'm looking forward to seeing that town being transformed in the future. On education, the government invested in Kirklees as an educational investment area, £36 million on SEND provision for schools. This is amazing. This is amazing for my constituency. And as someone who's experienced this personally, I actually think I am absolutely proud that we are supporting parents with children that are from different backgrounds and different issues and difficulties, because we need to level up and give everybody the same opportunity in life. So, in summary, the government has delivered, the Prime Minister has delivered. However, we are looking to replace the Prime Minister with a new leader. I will continue to support this government, and I will continue to support the new leader as we carry out this crucial agenda. Thank you.
Sir George Howard. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Dewsbury, even though I'm not quite sure what the argument he was making really was. I want to speak this evening, in the time available to me, about the fact that most people in this country, in fact overwhelmingly, people in this country have no involvement, indeed even this Parliament has no involvement in deciding who the next Prime Minister is. Now, I will come back to that. But the reason, it's an important issue whenever a Prime Minister is switched in mid-term. But at the moment, as many of my honourable friends have said, with a massive crisis in the National Health Service, with the problems we've got about energy costs and how they're going to affect people's lives, with the cost of inflation and how that affects people's ability to put food on the table, they are more important than ever. And yet, here we are, switching government with no, as far as I can tell, prospect of any realistic plan to address those problems. And I just want to share a quote, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's from Janice Turner, who wrote in Saturday's Times as follows, and I quote, "For the third time in 6 years, who leads us is being decided by the tiniest sliver of society." She refers, of course, to the 150,000 Conservative Party members. And Margaret from Knowsley made a similar point. She said, and I quote, "It's like watching a criminal gang choose its leader. The rest of us have no say in the matter, but have to live with the consequences daily in our lives. Except this is about our democracy and who is in charge of our country." I think she put it very well. Now, in the time that's available, I haven't got time to talk about how we could handle this better, but I would refer those who are genuinely interested in it to an article that was in the Sunday Times 7 or 8 days ago by the noble and learned Lord Sumption, where he set out why, without a written constitution and a parliamentary system, we've got this problem. It's a problem that has to be resolved before we get into this position again. And it has to be resolved because it threatens to undermine the stability of our democracy.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I first won my seat back in 2019, I still remember the look on people's faces, and it was the look of hope for the future. The reason for that was because they felt neglected for generations. And to tell the truth, that's why I decided to stand as for Parliament and represent the people of Blythe Valley and break the chains of Labour. One of the first tasks we had to do as a government was to deliver Brexit, which we did, and then to support the country through the pandemic, which we did with the massive vaccine rollout, the furlough system, and the support to businesses and individuals, and now we support the people of the Ukraine. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Blythe Valley, people are starting to see the shoots of the economic growth. The number of jobs set to come to the area is truly amazing, with British Volt, JDR Cables, Merit Engineering, the Catapult, Tharsis, the offshore wind industry, the Port of Blythe and Drager, as well as the Towns Fund and the Future High Streets Fund. This is true levelling up with a Conservative government, with an expectation of more than 10,000 jobs. And where once stood a coal-fired power station will stand a gigaplant, the 16th largest building in the world that will make the batteries to power thousands of electric vehicles up and down the country. This will be
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend from Blythe Valley, because actually British Volts have their HQ stationed in Myra. Isn't this exactly what's happening, that levelling up in the Midlands and the North East under this government is exactly why we should have confidence in this government's agenda?
I would totally agree, and it's actually levelling up across the country. Indeed. This will be like a phoenix rising from the ashes of neglect. Even today you can see work being carried out on the Northumberland line, which will connect Ashington to Bedlington Station, Bebbside, Newsham, Seaton Delville, and connecting to the metro system and then into Newcastle Central Station. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have every confidence in this government, and I am under no illusions that the honourable members on the benches opposite will say, well, he would. He's the first Conservative Member of Parliament for Blythe Valley. But I know when I talk to people in the constituency, they feel that there is a definite change and we have hope once again, and that is why I have confidence in Her Majesty's government.
Jill Furness.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When the Prime Minister first took office, he stood on the steps of Downing Street and promised to level up across Britain. He said he would close the opportunity gap and, in his own words, unleash every corner of the United Kingdom. In 2019, he came to Sheffield and made that same pledge. But when the Prime Minister continues to boast about levelling up, he does so as though it's been some gigantic success. But dig deep enough beneath the surface and you will find that his legacy is in fact one of broken promises, shattered communities and a failure to deliver. The public know that they cannot trust a word this government says. They have concluded that levelling up is just another empty slogan which will do nothing to help them in their everyday lives. The effects of 12 years of Conservative mismanagement are plain to see. Only by removing the party opposite from power altogether will we see the trends reversed, and today's vote is a chance to do just that. To take just one example, our local authorities have been cut to the bone by this Prime Minister and his two Conservative predecessors. Sheffield City Council has seen their central government grants cut by over £3 billion in real terms since 2010. This has put an enormous strain on their budgets. The impact of this has been stark. According to the End Child Poverty Coalition, 45% of children in my constituency are in poverty. That really is a shameful statistic. One of the basics of levelling up needs to be ending child poverty once and for all. But in my region, child poverty rates continue to rise year on year. This is not levelling up, this is levelling down. And families across the country are paying the price. Mr Deputy Speaker, the party opposite is truly unfit to govern, as they have shown time and time again. I am, of course, pleased to finally be seeing the back of the Prime Minister, but it is clear that whoever takes over, they cannot be trusted to truly level up. Instead of focusing on the real issues facing people, leadership candidates are trying to stoke culture wars and divide communities. Today, the Met Office warned that unprecedented heat waves pose a significant risk of death. But the leadership candidates are not prepared to step up to the serious threats posed by climate change. They instead want to water down net zero targets and roll back on green initiatives. Perhaps this is not surprising, given one candidate has seemingly accepted tens of thousands of pounds in donations from a notorious climate change denier. Mr Speaker, the party opposite is out of touch, out of ideas, and I hope soon out of power. A new leader will not change any of that.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. And personally, I would have preferred, and I think my constituency in Gloucester would have preferred, that these many long hours of debate on confidence in the government would have been better spent on discussing the safety of our children in the online safety bill. And it is, of course, a difficult moment for members of the Labour Party opposite, for all of them stood to make the Right Honourable Member for Islington North, who is aware roughly of what I'm going to say, Prime Minister of our nation. So how would he have fared with his second referendum on the EU, which he didn't even personally believe in? How would he have created the private sector-led vaccine task force? For when Dame Kate Bingham was first appointed, there was no shortage of people on the benches opposite who decided that this was a crony appointment. It was, in fact, a brilliant move. And she worked closely with our multinational pharmaceuticals, whom the Right Honourable Member for Islington North would happily have seen abolished, as he would our intelligence agencies. How would the member for Rhondda today be standing up and defending his own Prime Minister's record on standing up to Putin, when the same man, there is no time, alas, when the same man gave Putin the benefit of the doubt for the murder of a British citizen in Salisbury and the handling of Novichok, which could have killed hundreds, if not thousands more. So it is a difficult debate for Labour, and I understand that. Nor did we hear from the Scottish National Party opposite any mention of the first ever dedicated ring-fence pot for marine energy in the recent renewables auction, which gives £20 million for investment in Scottish companies like Orbital Marine, Maygen Limited and Nova Innovation. Nothing from them about the value of 33 Prime Minister's trade envoys who tirelessly promote Scottish products abroad. None of us have ever lost confidence in Scotland or in the quality of Scottish products, but we do think it is sad that the SNP do not see the value of the United Kingdom in promoting their exports all over the world. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in terms of what this government has achieved, let me highlight its strong record on the Indo-Pacific pivot, which has led to better relationships across Southeast Asia to the great benefit of both them and our own nation. And secondly, what has been done in terms of levelling up, pride and regeneration in small cities like my own in Gloucester, where the Levelling Up Fund, the Station Improvement Fund, a whole number of improvements have done things that under Labour's tenure were never even dreamt of. So let us be under no doubt. There are always things a government can do better. I wish this government, for example, was thinking closely and hard about insulation for some of our poorer families to help them through this winter's energy increase. And maybe that will come. But I am under no doubt that this is a government which is delivering. I have full confidence.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We are here today because we have seen a real decline in our standards in public life, and particularly in the Prime Minister. We've heard many members on the government benches talking about the positive things in their constituencies, and they clearly want to see those continue. But we're here because the Prime Minister was put out of office by those on the government benches 2 weeks ago. And the government had the opportunity to do things very differently. And I would argue that the rot set in November of last year when Owen Patterson there was an attempt to keep Owen Patterson from censure. And it was, I had a constituent, I had the emergency debate on standards that came after that, which was a much more collegiate, dare I say, and positive debate than we've seen this evening, because I think there was a recognition on all sides of the House that there needed to be a stop put to the direction of travel. But I had a constituent who said that Mr Patterson's resignation is not the end, but it must be the beginning of an uncompromising campaign to end the corruption in our politics. And we are here where we have been in the last couple of weeks because that corruption has not been stopped. If we look at Partygate, I certainly, from a constituency perspective, other than trips to Barnard Castle, had no higher volume of emails from constituents telling some quite devastating stories. And we know how that has gone. We have gone from there were no parties to all rules were followed to really an admission there were parties, but we weren't quite sure what the rules were. And the PM has indicated that he intends to remain as an MP if he remains sitting in this place. And therefore, I do hope that the Privileges Committee will continue with its investigation, regardless of whether he is the Prime Minister or not. And if the new Prime Minister, whoever they may be, fails to ensure this, that we will know then that there is no change to the approach to our standards in public life. Lord Evans believes that there's been an erosion, Lord Geidt clearly did, and indeed we've had the Honourable Member from Weston-super-Mare in his resignation statement make clear that standards have fallen. And I think, to go back to the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley, the fact that where we have ended up today is because of the lack of candour around Whip Office appointments. And what that means, it means that this place is not safe. We cannot with all confidence say that it is safe, and that is something that shames and should shame us all, and we should all be committed collectively to doing something about that. But by failing to face up to this corrosion, Mr Deputy Speaker, by failing to identify the battery acid at the core of their party, the government has lost confidence because people have lost confidence in their values, and our by-election victories over the last year demonstrate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to focus on one specific problem about this government, which I think makes it impossible to have confidence in it. One example, between November last year and the end of March this year, the Prime Minister claimed 10 times at Prime Minister's questions that more people were in work than before the pandemic. That was untrue. The figures show total employment is still 366,000 lower than just before the pandemic. The Prime Minister made that untrue claim twice on the 24th of November last year, 3 times on the 5th of January, again the following week, and the following week. He claimed it again on the 2nd of February and on the 23rd of February. On the 24th of February, the exasperated chair of the UK Statistics Authority wrote to the Prime Minister to point out that the claim wasn't true. The Prime Minister claimed it again on the 27th of March. On the 30th of March, I asked the Prime Minister about this at the Liaison Committee. Did he accept that his tenfold statements had been wrong? Quoting the transcript, "I think I have repeatedly, and I think I took steps to correct the record earlier." Well, he hadn't corrected the record, and he still hasn't. But in his answer at the Liaison Committee, it was clear that he did understand what had actually happened about since the pandemic, that about 500,000 people, mainly older people, have given up on work, substantially reducing the number in work overall. And yet, 4 weeks after that discussion, on the 27th of April, at column 754, the Prime Minister said this: "Let me give them the figures. 500,000 more people in paid employment now than they were before the pandemic began." Even though he made clear to me on the 30th of March that he knew that to be untrue. The chair of the Justice Select Committee asked at the Liaison Committee 2 weeks ago, "How important is the truth to you, Prime Minister?" The Prime Minister replied, "Very important, Bob." But it clearly isn't important. The record still hasn't been corrected for any of the 11 instances of the false claim which the Prime Minister knows that he has made. Now, other examples of lack of truthfulness have been much more consequential. After negotiating customs checks between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Prime Minister went to the DUP conference and announced there would be no such checks. It was obviously untrue. The DUP has paid a very heavy political price for taking him at his word. Democracy doesn't work if ministers routinely say things they know to be untrue. Why did they not see through him before?
Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to follow my honourable friend for East Ham because, of course, morality and probity in public life does matter. It really does matter, and we need to establish that. You know, I was very proud to become a Member of Parliament because I think we believed, and we were right to believe, and I've had, during my lifetime, 10 Conservative Prime Ministers. The bulk of those would have found the idea of lying to Parliament anathema. And yet we have a Prime Minister, I'm afraid, who has broken that code, and that does matter. I've listened to honourable members opposite extolling the virtues of the Prime Minister in this government. And obviously, there are actually things I'd even agree with the Prime Minister on. Ukraine, where this country has now a very proud record. But across the world, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are now a laughingstock. This country that once was a hallmark for probity is a hallmark now for law-breaking. We know that's law-breaking in terms of the potential of the Northern Ireland Protocol. The Prime Minister has not got Brexit done. He's betrayed and made a fool of every Conservative Member of Parliament who stood up today and stood up in the past and said, we've got Brexit done. Brexit has not been done. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, even these things, important though they are, the attempt to keep Owen Paterson in office, the denial, the overriding of Sir Alex Allen, his ethics advisor, who declared that the Home Secretary had broken the Ministerial Code of Conduct. The Prime Minister overrode that. These things, of course, they matter. But I'll tell you what matters even more. It matters that nearly 40% of the children in my constituency are living in poverty. In some wards, it's as high as 1 in 2 children. That matters, and this government is failing abysmally to deal with these things, and this government should be ashamed. It matters that climate change, the biggest issue this nation of ours faces, hardly got a mention on the government benches by the Prime Minister or anybody else, because climate change really does make the difference to the future of the children of my constituency and indeed the children across this planet. Those are the issues that this government is failing on a day-to-day basis. Now, in the end, what's ironic about this debate, you almost believe that it wasn't Conservative MPs who decapitated the Prime Minister. They got rid of him, actually, not us. You'd think that was not the case in the way they describe their loyalty to the now outgoing Prime Minister. But of course, ministers, cabinet ministers, didn't resign. Cabinet ministers only very recently, when they saw their own futures at stake, made the decision to get rid of a losing Prime Minister. Before that, despite all his incompetence, despite all his failures, they stuck with him.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The very fact that we are having a debate, a government table debate on the government's confidence in itself, shows how out of touch with reality they really are. Just 10 days ago, many of the members opposite were writing open letters to the Prime Minister telling him that they had no confidence in him. Nothing has changed, Mr Deputy Speaker. We still have the same Prime Minister in Downing Street leading this government. So how on earth they're able, in all good consciousness, to vote for this in the lobbies this evening is just bizarre. We all know that the Prime Minister is unfit for office. They all know it too, but rather than remove him from the position immediately, they've left him in number 10 at a time when the country needs honest and respected leadership, something he just seems unable to offer. Last week, the government blocked Labour's vote of no confidence. This was following the resignation of over 50 of his front bench team. In blocking that vote and creating today's spectacle, it is clear that the Prime Minister has only ever been more interested in doing what's right for his own ego than for the good of the country. Many of the Prime Minister's former allies resigned from his cabinet, but rather than remove him, they're indulging themselves in fantasy economics during the leadership contest, distracting themselves from the chaos facing the country with party infighting and attempting to disassociate themselves from their time in the Prime Minister's cabinet of chaos. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're seeing the Conservative leadership candidates trying to wipe the slate clean after 12 years of Conservative rule. But we know on their watch, taxes are going up, food and energy bills are spiralling out of control, crime is rising, and many of the public services we rely on have simply stopped working. Mr Speaker, it appears that the Prime Minister is squatting in number 10, presiding over a zombie government, whilst the country is gripped by a spiralling cost of living crisis and worsening backlogs caused by his government's economic policies and political failures. Just in the last few days, I've spoken to constituents who are living through the government's cost of living crisis. A couple I met who are both in full-time employment get to the middle of the month and have to rely on the local food pantry to support them in putting food on the table for them and their young child. Utterly depressing and shameful. Another couple told me that they visit the local baths at least 3 times a week for a swim at a reduced rate, thanks to the Welsh Government. Great news for their health and well-being, but they also use it as an opportunity to have a shower to save on water and heating costs at home. We should not be normalising this in the 21st century. We have a Prime Minister and a government should have a government and Prime Minister focused on dealing with these issues and more that are causing great hardship across the country, which is why I simply have no confidence in the government. Instead, we have more chaos. Since the Prime Minister announced his intention to resign on the 7th of July, we've witnessed the government drop legislation and a number of bill committees being called off on issues of utmost importance, from protecting people online and from fraud to national security and levelling up. This is a direct consequence of the chaos engulfing the government at this moment. Mr Deputy Speaker, the country does not need a fourth Conservative Prime Minister in 6 years. Britain needs a fresh start and a Labour government, which is why we vote against the government's motion this evening.
Ryan Davis.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've got no confidence in this government. I know there's a few people who say, oh, well, the zombie Prime Minister made a few errors because he didn't know he was at the party, he didn't know it was a party, he didn't know he was drinking at the time, he didn't know the law, even he wrote the law, so we should sort of let him off. But he got the big issues right. Well, I put it to you that he didn't get the big issues right. Take COVID, 200,000 people dead, the highest in Europe. It's a complete disaster. They say, well, we got the vaccine out. Well, we had the vaccine. And then the Prime Minister claims, oh, if we'd been in the European Medical Agency, we wouldn't have been able to roll it out. Well, that is not true. We would have. And he keeps repeating this untruth again and again. Billions lost in procurement in this whole episode. How do we know? Well, Wales was given £1 billion to deliver Test, Track and Trace, and they only spent half a billion. Why? Because they delivered it through public health, through local authorities, instead of people putting their hand in the till and taking the money. Like the former Health Secretary's landlord got a contract. It's absolutely ridiculous. And what about the economy? The economy is supposed to be doing well. Well, we just heard from the member for East Ham that the Prime Minister consistently stands there, says, oh, there's 500,000 more people in jobs, or whatever he says that week, when he knows that's only payroll. It doesn't include the self-employed. And if you ask the Office for National Statistics, there's something like 500,000 fewer people in jobs, intentionally, in my view, giving the wrong impression on the economy. And yet we've got the slowest recovery in the G7, the slowest growth projected, we've got the highest inflation. It's a disaster. Then we're told, oh, he's got Brexit done. Well, 25% of the fruit isn't being picked. We're not butchering the meat. There was 40,000 pigs culled, and yet the price of ham is up 27%. Well, is that a success? And what about trade? Trade's down 15%. What about these trade deals? Well, if we got the Japanese trade deal through the EU, we'd have made £1 billion more in GDP. And what about efficiency? Passports, you're going to wait 12 weeks. Driving licences, all the civil servants pushed into Brexit management, botched Brexit, and now they're going to cut 90,000 civil servants. That's going to go well, isn't it, if you're in a queue? And then there's a Northern Ireland Protocol. We'll pull them out of the single market so that business will fail, so we mess up the peace process, we'll break international law. Talking of which, Rwanda. Look at how Israel didn't want to send the refugees to Rwanda. Why? Because they were being tortured, they were being raped, they were being killed. And yet we are, the solution to that is to pull out of the European Convention of Human Rights that Churchill put together. So our fundamental values of democracy, freedom and human rights are being ripped up at a time that China is abusing democracy in Hong Kong, human rights in the Uyghurs, confronting Taiwan, Russia is moving in, and we're abandoning the right to protest, playing into Putin's hands. And even the windfall tax is given back to the oil producers. The fact is that the Labour
government produced 40% growth in 10 years, doubled health and education. We need another Labour government to invest in growth for a better future.
Lucas.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this motion is right in one respect. The debate we need to have was never just about one law-breaking, parliament-proroguing, office-abusing Prime Minister. It was always about this tawdry, toxic government as a whole. Every single MP on the government benches who stood by the current Prime Minister while he's dissembled and denigrated his way through the last 2.5 years is implicated in his offences. Every one of those who stood by whilst the partying happened, the attempts to cover up the bullying in the Home Office, the rules being changed to protect their mates while sexual harassment was being brushed under the carpet, all are complicit. And did those who finally resigned really only just realise that the Prime Minister was serially incapable of honesty, of integrity, of decency? Of course not. This has been a government with no respect for standards in public life, no respect for the law, and no respect for the British public. Like all of us, I stand here to represent my constituents. Frankly, this government doesn't have the right even to ask my constituents to have confidence in it. That it seeks to do so tonight only underscores its abject failure to even begin to understand what integrity means. And that's why we need not just a change of leader, but a change of government and an immediate general election. I don't have time to go through all of the different reasons for not having confidence. Let me just mention two. Today's debate is happening while the country is in the grip of the kind of deadly weather event that so many of us have been warning about for so long, which will only get worse in the future. Yet this is a government planning to green light new extraction of oil and gas reserves from the North Sea, knowing it will make no difference to consumer bills, no difference to energy security, but a world of difference to an already overheating planet. This is an approach that is not just immoral, it is criminally negligent. And on democracy, it would be easy to dismiss this government as simply the incompetence that they are, but that would be wrong, because the populist style of politics they've inflicted on this country is deeply dangerous. The risk of a frightening descent into what the Honourable Member for Paisley and Renfrewshire bravely and correctly called out in May, fascism. As she said back then, fascism doesn't always arrive wearing jack boots, it can come knocking more subtly than that. Well, students of fascism have helpfully suggested some of its signs: disinformation, misogyny, disdain for intellectuals, social conformity, suppression of trade unions, threat to human rights, the creation and abuse of hate groups, the rise of militarisation, and of course racism, which is at the heart of fascism. Do any of these sound familiar? Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is a pattern here, if only we are prepared to see it. We like to tell ourselves that we live in a mature democracy, yet this populist government has deliberately set out to weaken the very institutions that define a liberal democracy. They've set out to try to make it easier for them to cling to power, whether they enjoy the confidence of the electorate or not. So no, Mr. Speaker, I do not have confidence in this government. That the Prime Minister's political career has ended in failure and disgrace is thoroughly deserved. Anyone voting for this motion tonight deserves the same fate.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And 3 minutes is not enough to sum up or express the misery, suffering and hardship caused to people in my constituency and across this country by this rotten government. And of course I've got no confidence in this government, and of course my constituents have no confidence in this government, and they saw through the Prime Minister from the very start, and millions more people are seeing through this Prime Minister. Just think of all the suffering that's been caused in the last 12 years of this government. Those who have had the bedroom tax inflicted upon them, those who have been humiliated with the indignity of those appalling, unfair fitness to work tests where it's signed off as if they are fit to go to work when they're not. Think of the people deported from this country during the Windrush scandal. Just think of that, and think of all the people who've died unnecessarily because of COVID as well, because the government brags about its COVID response, but I think it's some kind of sick joke. We were once told that 20,000 COVID deaths would be a good outcome. It's now over 200,000 deaths. If we had the same rate as Germany, Japan, Canada or Australia, then tens of thousands of people would still be alive. But the truth is, the government, it doesn't seem to matter. We've got a government that's attacked hard-won civil liberties and hard-won democratic rights.
anti-trade union bile, more anti-trade union legislation, making it harder and harder for trade unions to take strike action legally. We've got the government's draconian attacks on the right to peaceful protest. We've also seen the government push forward a voter suppression strategy through the introduction of voter ID. The truth is that it's good riddance to this disgraceful, law-breaking Prime Minister. But it's not one Prime Minister and it's not one politician that's created a situation in our country where there are more food banks in our country than there are branches of McDonald's. It's not one Prime Minister that's created the hostile environment for migrants and people who people presume are migrants. It's the whole rotten system. And the truth is, over the last 12 years, we've seen what the reality of Conservative governments means to people in our country. The reason they've decided to get rid of him is because they want to push forward with even more unpopular policies, pushing down living standards and letting the billionaires and the oil and gas giants off the hook. They merely want to find somebody who has the political capital to push forward that abhorrent policy. And that's why we need the...
If people could trim a little bit off their speeches, everyone will get equal time. Alison Thulis.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, 2022 is in Scotland the year of stories, so it's nice that the Conservative benches have come in today with their contribution to fiction and rewriting history this afternoon. The Prime Minister and his government and the ministers that sit to support him sit in a parallel universe of self-delusion. This is the kind of situation that happens in failed states with an autocrat in power and no written constitution. It is impossible to have confidence in this Tory government because they don't even have confidence in themselves. Resignations prove that they don't want the Prime Minister, and it is ludicrous today to pretend that they ever did. Although perhaps that is why they were so rowdy earlier on today. Perhaps they've seen some of the leadership candidates coming forward and they're having a bit of regret and guilt and remorse, having seen what's coming forward for them. But all of those leadership candidates, the problem with them is that all of them were loyal to the Prime Minister. They stood out to defend him, and they now claim somehow magically that they had absolutely nothing to do with him and nothing to do with the failures of this woeful Tory government. And those failures are legion, whether it is the PPE contracts, the people excluded from support schemes, the failure to support businesses through this cost of living crisis, and the issues around the Home Office's ludicrous incompetence from all manner of constituents I see at my surgeries on a Friday, completely neglecting the COP26 legacy as we see the crisis in climate today on our very doorsteps here in Parliament, and the denial, Mr Deputy Speaker, of democracy. The Prime Minister said in his remarks earlier on that he stands up for freedom and democracy, but that cannot be less true. My constituents in Glasgow Central look on to this place and they really see nothing that Westminster can offer them now. And in Scotland, democracy didn't stop on the 18th of September 2014. The right to self-determination is not a one-time thing. It is the right of the people to decide how they want to be governed, and the people of Scotland will have that right again.
Thank you very much. Margaret Greenwood.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a government in which I can have absolutely no confidence. This morning I attended a meeting with members of the Criminal Bar Association and listened to junior criminal barristers talk of the deplorable state of the criminal justice system. It's an extraordinary state of affairs that under this government barristers are on strike, overpay, and our legal system is crumbling. They do incredibly important work, the majority of it funded by legal aid. Yet the median income of junior criminal barristers in their first 3 years is £12,200. That's below the minimum wage. As a result, we're seeing an exodus from the profession. Between March 2021 and 2022, over 1,000 trials were postponed at the last minute because there were no barristers available to either prosecute or defend those cases, with serious consequences for victims, witnesses and defendants in what are already very stressful situations. Criminal Bar Association has been clear, without fee increases that are sufficient to stem flight from the profession and promote recruitment, the systemic failure that the criminal justice system is presently experiencing will become endemic, rendering reduction and elimination of the unacceptably high backlog unachievable. So I ask the Government to engage with the Criminal Bar Association as a matter of urgency, as it's due to lay a statutory instrument within days that would see a fee increase, but that would only apply to new cases, leaving 58,000 cases currently stuck in the backlog that would not benefit from any increase. Now to the handling of the civil service and their pursuing of the small state. The government plans to cut 91,000 jobs from the civil service within 3 years, damaging the economy and the delivery of public services. In the North West, this could mean the loss of more than 11,000 jobs. On Merseyside, it could mean the loss of more than 3,500 jobs. And in Wirral, it could mean the loss of more than 400 jobs. As the PCS union has highlighted, making cuts will only make matters worse, make waiting lists longer for those seeking passports and driving licence, make telephone queues longer for those with tax queries. And as we experience an unprecedented heat wave that represents a threat to life, the Prime Minister we see skipped an emergency Cobra meeting and stayed in the luxury of Chequers for a party, yet again putting parties before his responsibilities. In what is another in a long line of insults by this Prime Minister to the people of the United Kingdom. This government is allowing crucial institutions to fall into chaos, is planning to slash funding from overstretched government departments, and is propping up a discredited Prime Minister who is unfit for public office. I have absolutely no confidence in this government.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have no confidence in the Prime Minister and this government. My inbox is filled with constituents telling me how the current Prime Minister and his government are not fit to leave our country. But the members opposite seem to have amnesia. They seem to have forgotten they recently took a vote of no confidence, or had a vote of no confidence in the government and the Prime Minister. They also recently had an exodus of resignations from the Prime Minister's cabinet. And they are now in the middle of a leadership contest. This will be the third leader in 4 years that the Tories government would have had, and that's since I've been in this place. The Prime Minister is a significant risk to our country. We've seen this time and time again. It was wrong that the Prime Minister put the Chief Whip in an important position of such responsibility and authority when he knew that he had displayed sexually harmful behaviour to others. Since the MP has been in office, we have seen him go from one scandal to the next, just like a soap opera. Parliament is not a soap opera, and neither should it be reduced to one. The Prime Minister is a safeguarding risk, but he is also a national security risk. We have seen this due to his careless words as Foreign Secretary, which led to evidence being given against Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe that led to her having 5 years incarcerated and in prison, and Anousheh Ashouri, my constituent, having 4 years in prison in Iran, when actually the government should have repaid the debt to Iran a lot sooner, which could have brought them home even sooner. But then we've got the private meeting that the Prime Minister had with an ex-KGB agent, Alexander Lebdev, in Italy. What was that about? These are one or a few of many incidents which have been inappropriate, dangerous, disgraceful and law-breaking. For instance, the Prime Minister unlawfully prorogued Parliament. He did not lock down fast enough at the beginning of the pandemic, which could have saved lives. His former advisor even said the Prime Minister resisted the autumn lockdown in 2020 because only over 80s die of COVID. How ridiculous and insulting is that? Millions in taxpayers' monies was lost as ministers signed off PPE deals not used. The government's test and trace failed in cutting infections levels despite being funded by 37 billion of taxpayers' monies. The Chancellor wrote off 11.8 billion in public funds. The U-turn on keeping overseas aid spending at 0.7, the refurbishment of Downing Street flat, and the question of who paid for the £840 a roll of wallpaper. Now, allowing Tory ministers to help a Tory donor avoid paying a new tax on his housing development, the Owen Paterson scandal where he tried to change the standard rules to save his friends, and of course we have Partygate. It is clear this government is not up to the job to govern our country, and the only solution is for a general election.
Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today MPs have a chance to rid ourselves of this zombie government as it desperately tries to survive, stumbling forward with no purpose and no thought for the people it tramples over in its pursuit for self-preservation. Every day this government is in power, it continues to make people suffer. Indeed, this weekend we saw that the Prime Minister was more committed to partying and flying fighter jets than attending Cobra meetings. Does the Prime Minister know how insulting that this is, while my constituents have been worrying about putting food on the table and he was partying and having joyrides? Meanwhile, the Home Secretary won't even show up to the Home Affairs Committee to answer crucial questions. And for my constituents worried about the passports, and for those of them who work in HMPO, this hiding away doesn't show leadership, it shows a dysfunctional government on its deathbed. And I, along with my honourable friend, the member for Easington, had agreed to meet with the Schools Minister to discuss new SEND provision. The next day, the department had no ministers at all. The people of this country have been abandoned, forgotten as the Conservative Party fights amongst itself. And I'm guessing the reason that Labour couldn't debate the motion of no confidence is that the Prime Minister's scared. He's scared of his record being criticised. He's scared of the party telling people what they actually think of him. And he's scared of any real scrutiny at all. They campaigned on a promise to level up the North East, yet we now have the highest rate of child poverty anywhere in the UK. This is levelling down and it's criminal. The government was shamed into U-turning on backing free school meals in term times, into U-turning on dumping sewage into the rivers, doing a U-turn and finally bringing in Labour's windfall tax policy to help people with the cost of living. The public are not fools and they no longer have confidence in this shambolic government. While the Tories have U-turned so much that the front bench must be dizzy, the country has turned away from this toxic, corrupt Conservative Party. And the frightful four jostling for power know it, as they've ruled out any early election. So to the members opposite I say, do the right thing for Britain, the right thing for your constituents and the right thing for democracy. Free us from the chains of this zombie government and this lame duck Prime Minister and give the people of this country what they truly need. A fresh start and a Labour government.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm sure many in this chamber will have found last night's ITV programmes eye-catching. We sat through some of Britain's most surreal and melodramatic reality TV. And I'd like to have it noted in Hansard that I'm not talking about last night's episode of Love Island. The sniping, the mudslinging, the bickering from each of the Tory leadership candidates made the contestants in Castle Moor seem positively tame by comparison. In all seriousness, last night's leadership debate only further undermined my confidence in this Conservative government and its ability to deliver for this country. Frontbench and backbench Tory MPs alike offered no practical solution to the biggest problem facing my constituents in Coventry North West. This is the cost of living crisis. My constituents are concerned about the rising energy bill, the extortionate cost of petrol, the sky-high cost of the food shop, and record high inflation. A recent survey that I conducted suggested that 95% of my constituents think the government should do much more to support people with the cost of living crisis. Despite this, absolutely nothing this government or any future Prime Minister is saying has addressed this escalating crisis. Instead, the mudslinging on display within the party opposite is completely detached from this reality. It seems we are being led by a reality TV government, one that is more interested in petty squabbles, manufactured disagreements, and voting off the next contestant, when it should be entirely focused on introducing timely and effective measures that will ease the cost of living crisis. Measures that will reduce child poverty, address skyrocketing ambulance and A&E waiting time, and reduce crime and antisocial behaviours. Mr Deputy Speaker, what we desperately need is a government that is rooted in this reality. And perhaps unsurprisingly, I do not believe that we'll ever get that from the party opposite, so I have no confidence in this government. Both in Parliament and across the country, confidence in this government is rapidly draining away, and after 12 long years of Tory mismanagement, Britain so clearly needs a fresh start. Thank you.
Weston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Lord Hague was right, David Cameron was right. In fact, in June 2019, Max Hastings said, and I quote, "I was his boss, he is utterly unfit to be Prime Minister." Now we have a Prime Minister squatting in number 10 or partying at Chequers. If they need help getting him moved, Gary's removals or cleavers in my constituency are available. He's a Prime Minister who 10 days ago scrambled around trying to keep his premiership from sinking.
But he rearranged his deck chair cabinet, desperate not to go down as the worst Prime Minister in history. But still, the government claims they got the big calls right, but they're rewriting history. So they sought to change the rules over Owen Paterson. They disposed of PPE without replacing it ahead of what was to be the pandemic. Then they blew £37 billion on the test and trace scheme, lost £4 billion to fraud. They bodged the Brexit deal, which has led to a 4% hit to the UK economy. And over Ukraine, they claimed that they were the lead nation in supporting that country. When, after it was invaded, Crimea was invaded in 2014, they refused to provide or to sell weapons to that country, preferring to normalise relations with Russia. Now, with the economy in crisis, we have 1 in 15 suffering COVID, we have ambulance services in crisis, social care in crisis, we have the worst inflation in the G7, the worst growth in the G20, except Russia. Now we have a Conservative Party leadership, what is seemingly a triennial navel-gazing event. The public will not forgive this. We had it in 2016, we have it in 2019, now in 22. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is like the 3-year itch. I hate to disabuse this government of its belief that it is irresistible to the public. But after Wakefield, after Chesham and Amersham, North Staffordshire, Tiverton and Honiton, the public have made it loud and clear. They feel misled by this government. They have lost the public trust. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 2 weeks ago, there was a YouGov survey. It made clear, irrespective of a new leader, 57% of the public want a general election. 27% said they didn't know, 17% were against it rather, and 17% didn't know. The benches opposite, I fear, are not listening to the public, that they are out of touch. They should give way to the public opinion. Give way to a general election. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the public has no confidence in this government, and I'm afraid I'm on the side of the public as usual.
Former Conservative Cabinet colleagues are publicly accusing each other of economic incompetence, negligence in preventing fraud, even of being a Liberal Democrat. But after defenestrating their party leader because they've no confidence in him, they've decided to leave the man in place as Prime Minister of the government. As a result, the public have no confidence in them. That's clear because they refuse to call a general election, as they've no confidence they would win it. 6.6 million people waiting for treatment in the NHS have no confidence in this government. The parents of the 350,000 children on that waiting list have no confidence. The 50,000 imaginary nurses currently housed in the 40 presumably non-existent hospitals have no confidence either. The taxpayers paying the highest level of tax for 70 years and facing the highest inflation in 40 have no confidence that this government has the ability to tackle the record £2 trillion of debt, the highest peacetime debt the UK has ever seen. The victims of crime that have watched crime rise by 18% whilst prosecutions fall have no confidence in this government. The people awaiting their passports because of chaos in the Home Office have no confidence they'll be able to travel abroad for either business or family holiday. The refugees who have a well-founded fear of persecution in Syria or Afghanistan have no confidence they will not be deported to a country where they have no family and no connection. Women and girls have no confidence that this government, with its inability to properly tackle sexual predation in its own ranks, will deal with the violence against them. Minority communities who experience racial profiling and have been outraged as police share racist photos amongst themselves have no confidence that this government will press for real reform. The families and friends of the 72 who died in Grenfell Tower have no confidence that 5 years on this government has acted to make others safe. The 2 million families depending on food banks to feed their children have no confidence that this government understands what it means to see their children go to bed hungry. The 5.5 million public sector workers whose real terms wages have stagnated and declined in the past 12 years have no confidence they can continue to pay their rent with 9% inflation eroding their pay still further. A blind eye to jobs for sexual favours, to ministerial bullying, to crony contracts, to wine time Fridays, although people did ask WTF. Yet this Prime Minister wants to stay on as caretaker. Ponder those 2 words. Are there any 2 words in the entire English language that describe this Prime Minister less than caretaker? He is a reckless narcissist, and nobody in this chamber or outside it should have confidence in his government.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The winner of the current leadership contest will be the fourth Conservative Prime Minister since 2016. The benches opposite really have turned government into a game of musical chairs, to the point where the reality is that the world's oldest political party is not really a credible or coherent organisation at all. It is a coalition of chaos that is led by a Prime Minister who embodies the vacuum of moral purpose at its heart. They say that a fish rots from its head, but let's not forget that every single one of the members opposite is complicit. They propped him up, they defended the indefensible. So the entire fish is rotten, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which is why it actually makes no difference who wins this leadership contest, and why a general election and a fresh start with a Labour government is the only viable option for our country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we cannot in all good conscience allow this man, a man who puts our national security at risk by holding clandestine meetings with a former KGB officer, to carry on squatting in Downer Street over the summer.
That's right.
This zombie government, though, is set to limp on in parallel with this frankly embarrassing leadership contest, a contest that not even the candidates want to see played out in public. They're dodging scrutiny, and no wonder, because they're offering billions, hundreds of billions of pounds in unfunded tax cuts. Nothing for the millions of families who will face a choice between eating and heating this autumn. Not a word on boosting productivity or driving the modern manufacturing renaissance that our current country so desperately needs. And no mention whatsoever of the Conservative Party's backlog Britain, with the Passport Office in meltdown, A&E queues off the scale, courts mired in delays, and a broken asylum system costing the taxpayer £4.7 million a day. But backlog Britain's not simply the result of the government's failure to plan for the end of lockdowns, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The multiple systems failures we're seeing now are the result of 12 years of Tory incompetence and indifference, because growth, investment, productivity have been stagnating since 2010, and our public services have been hollowed out, leaving our country profoundly lacking in the resilience that we needed to weather the COVID storm. Their failure to invest has impacted on our national finances, on pay packets for workers and our public services, and it's left our private sector vulnerable to major shocks such as the pandemic, the war and the Prime Minister's botched Brexit deal. We should be in no doubt that authoritarian states such as China and Russia have been waiting in the wings, ready to pounce and to exploit our overexposed and vulnerable assets and supply chains. So we have a plan to make, buy and sell more in Britain after 12 years of a stagnating Tory economy, low growth, years of broken promises. We need a fresh start, not just a change at the top.
Seat at 940, Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I do hope you caught the rather surreal bravura performance by the Prime Minister. It was rather clouded by the fact that he didn't realise it was his own government that laid this motion. There was a cheat about being booted out by his own party, finally, after breaching his own rules and parting, while my constituents couldn't hold the hands of their loved one as they were dying. Not a cheep about Marcus Rashford shaming this government into feeding hungry poor children during school holidays. Whilst the benches opposite brag about getting Brexit done by this government, they forget they were continuously warned what Brexit would mean for families in Scotland and the rest of the UK. £1,400 a year? And a fall in GDP. Well, it's happened, folks. Well, and also the latest polling shows that more people think Britain was wrong to vote to leave the EU. Not a cheep about being prepared to flout international law after he signed the NI protocol and changed his mind. Not a cheep about illegally proroguing Parliament. Scotland has a different government and deals with people in an entirely different way. We respect people. We treat them with dignity and respect when they need help. Here, Westminster is believed to be this Westminster Parliament is believed to be sovereign. In Scotland, we know that's not true. In Scotland, the people are sovereign. They elected a Parliament last year with a majority for independence, but this Tory government is is absolutely determined to keep Scotland in the Union. Self-determination apparently doesn't apply in Scotland. Even the
Order.
Right.
I want both front benches to be heard with civility, please. Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today's debate has been very revealing. We heard a speech from the Prime Minister as delusional as the Transport Secretary's leadership bid, but sadly not as brief. He claimed that the deep state were plotting against him. Even now, he cannot take either responsibility or face the reality. Inspired not by Churchill or even Thatcher, but as my right honourable friend, the member for Barking, said, by Trump. The truth is that this Prime Minister is the danger to our democracy and to our national security. Every day he clings on, and I know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that he can't even be bothered to meet the conventions of this House and be here for the wind-up speech like other honourable members. The only deep state relevant tonight is the one that has been left this country in. He claimed the two pillars of government were dynamic economy and strong public services. I don't think he's been watching the other debates, Better late than never, Mr Prime Minister. But as the Prime Minister has finally arrived, I don't think he's been watching the other debates, Mr Deputy Speaker. His Foreign Secretary said the economic strategy that we have at the moment simply isn't working, while ambulance waiting times were appalling. The Trade Minister said that we're going to be one of the most uncompetitive nations and that public services are in a desperate state. And they're the ones who are still members of this government, Mr Deputy Speaker. The member for Saffron Walden asked, why should the public trust us? We haven't exactly covered ourselves in glory, and I agree. His former Chancellor said the next Prime Minister would have to restore trust, rebuild our economy and reunite our country. For all the bluster we heard from members opposite today, I think those damning words say it all. And how many of them said the Prime Minister was honest? How many would put him in their own shadow cabinet? One less than the number of fingers. You will be, don't worry. Don't you worry. That wasn't a misspeak. That wasn't a misspeak. How many would put them in his shadow cabinet, soon to be Mr Deputy Speaker? One less than the number of fingers that the Education Minister raised to the public when she was appointed. This is the standard of the government he now leads, not exactly a ministry of all talents. And will the last person in Downing Street please turn out the lightweights? And as my honourable friend from Wirral West said, while our country is in crisis, our government is in chaos. As a national emergency was declared, where was the Prime Minister when the Cobra meeting was called? Preparing for another party. I hope it went well. You couldn't make this up, Mr Deputy Speaker. Missing in action while Britain boils. My honourable friends, the members for Wallasey and Birmingham Yardley, amongst others, noted the tidal wave of sleaze and scandal that swamped the Prime Minister and the human impact on ministerial misconduct on its victims. But as my honourable friends, the member for West Ham and Nottingham East said, this Conservative government has also been a catastrophe for our whole country. 12 years of Tory failure, 12 years of low growth, 12 years of stagnating economy and 12 years of broken promises. And that's just another verdict from his own Foreign Secretary. And what of the crisis that's facing us now? The cost of living crisis. They have no answers. Climate change, they have no answers. Backlog Britain, they have no answers. Mr Deputy Speaker, they're not just asleep at the wheel, they're steering us straight into the eye of the storm. No wonder so many honourable members have drawn the conclusion that Britain needs a fresh start. And my right honourable friend, the member for Bradford West, summed up this government's record on tackling Islamophobia. Now, there is one comment, Mr Deputy Speaker, from the benches opposite that I can agree with, and it was that the office of Prime Minister is a greater office than the person who holds it. But as so many of my honourable friends have noted, this Prime Minister is simply not fit to fill that office. And yet now the party opposite plans to indulge him for the next 7 weeks. A caretaker known for no care. Every day he's in Downing Street, he does more damage. He should be long gone. So I say to members on all sides, let us tell this Prime Minister to go, and to go now. Enough is enough, Mr Deputy Speaker.
McGrath.
Mr Speaker, I rise to proudly defend the record of this government under this Prime Minister and in favour of the motion before the House tonight. The government under this Prime Minister has steered the country through some of the most difficult challenges in living memory. This government under this Prime Minister got the big calls right on the vaccine rollout, the fastest, most effective in Europe. And we wouldn't have been able to do it if we'd have listened to the right honourable gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, because we'd have been tied to the EU's approach with all of its limitations. Well, they're chuntering from a sedentary position, but it's worth, Mr Speaker, reflecting on how many lives, on how many livelihoods it would have cost us if we'd have listened to the right honourable gentleman. They really ought to have a bit more contrition on the benches opposite. Mr Speaker, next the Prime Minister and this government took the tough call to come out of lockdown around this time last year, in the teeth of the opposition from the right honourable gentleman, backed up by his honourable members opposite. And as a result, we emerged with the fastest growing economy in the G7 last year, with 12 million jobs saved by furlough, and in a strong position to face down the economic headwinds that have followed. Again, Mr Speaker, the honourable members opposite might show at least a bit of remorse for their spineless, vacuous fence-sitting. He's shaking his head. I thought the right honourable gentleman, the Leader of the Labour Party, would appreciate the opportunity to look back with the benefit of hindsight at some of the mistakes he's made. That's what he does. That's what they do. I listened very carefully to the right honourable gentleman and the list of criticisms that he levelled at the government. And at the end, and he bored on for quite some time, he said, and I quote, "I know there has been some fear-mongering that this motion will lead straight to a general election. That is complete nonsense." Mr Speaker, it must be the first time in history that the Leader of an opposition has pushed for a vote of no confidence but hasn't come out and called for a general election. Mr Speaker, that's the Labour Party under the right honourable gentleman. All critique, no cojones. And now, Mr Speaker, as we face a global fight against inflation caused by the aftershocks of COVID and the war in Ukraine, we again face a series of tough calls. And we've put in place, under this government, under this Prime Minister, an unprecedented package of targeted support to help those struggling the most to make ends meet. But we've got to control inflation, we've got to rein it in, and that includes the way we address public sector wage demands. The consequence of failing to curb inflation, the direct result of giving in to excessive public sector wage demands, would be to keep inflation higher for longer and further increase in interest rates, a reckless abdication that would hit the poorest the hardest, and also strike not just at the incomes of the lowest incomes in our society, but also the mortgages of working and middle-class families across the country. So on this side, we're committed to that wage restraint, coupled with an extensive package of support for the poorest and most vulnerable, to get inflation down as soon as possible, the only credible approach. Mr Speaker, on their side, What have they been doing about it? The Labour front bench have defied the memorandum sent by the leader of the Labour Party back in June, ordering them not to back the RMT union. They ignored him. They actively backed the most militant union demands, led by, as I said, the RMT, whose irresponsible strike action caused widespread disruption to people's lives and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, it's not just the usual virtual signalling tweets. Many of them actually joined the RMT picket line, backing the unions over the public. And the fact is that the right honourable gentleman showed he can't control his party, he can't lead his party, and he can't stand up to the public in the face of future strikes that are coming down the line. Mr. Speaker, we know why. I give way to...
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. But he may not agree with me, but I think he's being a little unfair to the Leader of the Opposition, because his pointless motion today, which he knows, oh yes, the Leader of the Opposition demanded it, and the Leader of the Opposition is now getting it. The motion that he asked for and is getting today will unite the Conservative Party more than anything else that he could possibly have done.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. And what's more, the behaviour of the benches opposite, I think, will unite the country, because we know why they haven't stood up to the unions, including the RMT. It's since 2015. The Labour Party HQ, the local Labour Party branches, have guzzled up some £68 million in donations from the unions. It is the same old story, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Labour Party can't stand up for the people of this country because they're so deeply buried in the pockets of the unions. Well, Mr. Speaker, while they're playing their games, while they're standing on the side of the unions rather than the public, we will get on delivering for the British people. Unemployment close to a 50-year low, with a rise in national insurance, the biggest threshold, the biggest personal tax cut in a decade to support the hard...
Cannot hear what Mr. Raab is saying, so please. Dominic Raab.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They don't want to hear it. Unemployment close to a 50-year low. They never want to talk about that. The rise in national insurance threshold, the biggest personal tax cut in a decade to support hard-working people across the country. Record levels of doctors and nurses in our precious NHS, and only because we've got the economic strength to fund them. Violent crime, theft down since Labour were in office, reoffending down because of the action we've taken. The extra money we provided for more police officers, opposed by Labour, that's true. The tougher sentencing powers we passed in the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act only recently for dangerous, violent and sexual offenders, opposed by Labour. And when it comes, I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
While he's jogging through, let's call it his ideas, I wonder if he could comment on the thing that I rose to speak about, and if he could answer me if he thinks that the Conservative Party, under this Prime Minister, has successfully handled cases of sexual harassment and violence within their own ranks.
Yeah. We've got absolutely zero tolerance for any, and the systems are in place. But let me tell the Honourable Lady, she's talked a lot about this. The number of convictions for rape have risen by 2/3 in the last year. When it comes to supporting the victims, of crime, she never talks about this. I listen to the Honourable Lady, she never talks about this. We've quadrupled the investment in support services for victims since the last year of the last Labour government. And if she really felt that strongly about these issues, why didn't she vote for the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act? The truth is, Mr. Speaker, only the Conservatives are willing to take the concerted action to stand up for victims, to stand up for the public, and to keep our streets safe. When it comes to our international security, and the Right Honourable Lady raised that, it's this Prime Minister, it's this government that showed the international leadership to fund, to supply, to train, to support the military capabilities of the Ukrainian forces, to sanction the Russian oligarchs and the businesses that finance President Putin's war machine, to provide the humanitarian aid the Ukrainian people need and welcome those who are fleeing Russian forces. What about the party opposite? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman and the Right Honourable Lady wanted the Right Honourable Member for Islington North to lead us. The whole House, well, he spoke earlier, but he's not in his place, I don't think, now. The whole House knows what that would have meant. Out of NATO, Trident dismantled, they'd have left our #1 alliance and given up our ultimate national security insurance policy at precisely the wrong time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They backed. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Would my honourable friend just clarify, was it 68 million that the Labour Party has guzzled since 2015? Would that include the 500,000 that the Chinese spy gave to a member of the Labour Party to pay for their son to be
She raises an interesting point, which I believe is a matter now of public record. What about they backed a leader? She backed a leader who the former head of MI6 said, and I'll quote, so we've got this accurately for the record, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The former head of MI6 said that the Right Honourable Member, the Honourable Member for Islington North, denigrated his own country and embraced the interests of its enemies and its opponents. That's who they supported. They've got absolutely no business talking about national security. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud of the record of this government under this Prime Minister. The honourable members want to talk about trust. They can't be trusted on jobs, they can't be trusted to keep our streets safe, they can't be trusted with our national security, and I commend this motion to the House.
The question is that this House has confidence in Her Majesty's government. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that this House has confidence in Her Majesty's government. As many of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes. Chris Heaton-Harris and Michael Tomlinson. Tell us for the noes. Tawiwa Watemi and Eric Linden. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 349. The noes to the left, 238.
Thank you. The ayes to the right were 349. The noes to the left were 238. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motion number 2 on agriculture. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May I please say aye? Aye. Don't you know? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 3 on United Kingdom internal market. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May I please say aye? Aye. Don't you know? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 4 on electoral commission. Mr. Bode.
With your permission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May I please say aye? Aye. Don't you know? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition, Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to submit this petition on behalf of the good people of Don Valley and the 56,000 who have supported an online petition who want to save Doncaster Sheffield Airport from potential closure. Doncaster Sheffield Airport is an award-winning airport and is central to Doncaster's future. It has superb facilities, its location could not be better, and it's one of the most environmentally friendly airports to land an aircraft at with its unique approach. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to take all necessary steps to keep our airport open and safeguard Doncaster and its people's future.
Yes.
Petition, Doncaster Sheffield Airport.
Thank you very much.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for granting this adjournment debate. I first want to explain why I am bringing this debate. St George's University Hospitals Trust is not in my constituency. However, Professor Marjan Jahangiri, who is the Professor of Cardiac Surgery at St George's, is my constituent and hence my involvement today. And I'm delighted that my constituent is up in the gallery for this debate. I want to reassure you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in advance that while I may refer to coroner's inquests, I will only refer to those which have been concluded. There are several pending, but I will not refer to them, and therefore my remarks will not be sub judice. I bring this debate because I believe my constituent may have suffered a serious miscarriage of justice. There are also major public policy issues if my conclusion is right that the independent mortality review of cardiac surgery at St George's is deeply flawed. By way of background, my constituent is a preeminent cardiac surgeon and was the first female professor of cardiac surgery appointed in the UK and Europe. Let me attempt to summarise a very complex situation. The results of cardiac surgery in the UK are reviewed on a 3-yearly cycle. St George's Hospital went into alert for the periods of 2013 to 16 and 2014 to 17 due to excess mortality of 11 to 12 patients. I should state that my constituents' results have never been in alert or alarm. There were 202 deaths out of approximately 5,200 operations at the unit between 2013 and 2018. NHSI commissioned an independent mortality review of the cardiac surgery unit, which is known as the Lewis Review. The Lewis Review panel studied the cases and wrote a one-page report on each patient, a structured judgment review. These were based solely on a review of hospital records. Each case received a score of 1 to 6 in terms of problems in care contributing to death. No medical professional was interviewed, and there was no risk-adjusted mortality analysed. This methodology is, I understand, very non-standard and runs counter to the methodology of NICO. My constituent highlighted before publication of the Lewis report factual errors in the structured judgment reviews. These letters were ignored. The review, when it was published, concluded that 67 out of the 202 deaths were avoidable. The figure of 67 is vastly different from the original alert of 11 to 12. As a result of this review, all consultant cardiac surgeons, including my constituent at the unit, were referred to the General Medical Council by NHSI and St George's. The General Medical Council found, and I quote, "no case to answer, no failings in care, and the case was closed." The 67 cases were referred to Her Majesty's Senior Coroner for Inner West London, Professor Fiona Wilcox. The coroner has rejected the findings of the Lewis Review in all 13 of my constituents' cases. No failings in care have been identified. In total, the coroner has rejected the findings in almost 40 cases, and in only one has she concluded that there have been failings in care, a case where she had already opened an inquest. I want to give you a flavour of some of the comments that the coroner has made, and I will just choose a few quotations from an inquest on the 14th of July 2021, which was one of my constituents' inquests. And I quote, "I can find no failings of care. I find no criticism of the care delivered by the clinical team. The failings identified in the review have, once again, not been found after consideration of the evidence." And another quote from that inquest, "I cannot find failings that contributed to the death. On the contrary, I find that the care given by the staff of St George's was excellent and beyond criticism." And another quote from that inquest, "There has been enormous damage and suffering as a result of the NHSI review to the families and St George's staff, sufferings to relatives who fear that their loved ones died because of lack of care or failures in care, and extraordinary amount of work for this court." On May the 9th, 2022, the coroner issued a Regulation 28 report, where she described the failings of the NHSI Lewis Review and stated that its implementation has caused deaths and harm. And I want to quote from that Regulation 28 review, just a few quotations. "When the operative mortality statistics of each of the surgeons is examined across the range of theatres where they work, no surgeon had then or has now an operative mortality rate higher than expected." And a separate quote, "The whole reputation of the cardiac surgery department and the hospital has been damaged, with no evidence that this court has so far seen of deficiencies in care." And specifically, it was said as a matter of concern that the structured judgment review process, as deployed in St George's Hospital, is not fit for purpose, further undermining the public confidence in the NHS, which the public may perceive as the NHS being unable to appropriately audit its own work. So my constituent finds herself in the position that there is a review which states that her unit caused 67 avoidable deaths, yet she has been exonerated by the coroner's inquests and the General Medical Council. This has wide-ranging implications. Not only is my constituent's medical reputation severely affected, it has many other consequences. The families of those who died are left confused and troubled as to why their family members died. It erodes public confidence. As noticed in the Regulation 28, which I quoted briefly from, the restrictions imposed on the unit are limiting its ability to carry out necessary surgeries. The coroner has also said that the Trust's cardiac research and training programme had to be disbanded as a result of the review, and so surgeons and nurses are losing vital skills. And finally, significant public funds are being spent in the court's time and in legal settlements. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a very troubling situation and raises significant public policy issues. The situation has been raised in the other place. Lord Kamal said that, and I quote, "It is important to recognise the differences between coroner's inquests and the work of the Independent Mortality Review, which was not undertaken to determine the cause of death in individual cases or to attribute blame. It was all about processes, procedures and culture," end of quote. I would argue, however, that this is not the case. The Lewis Review is specifically called a mortality review. The terms of reference for the review refer nowhere to a review of processes, procedures or culture. Instead, they are focused squarely on whether there are, and I quote, "problems in care that may have or definitely contributed to the death of a patient." Furthermore, the terms of reference explicitly confirm that the review was to consider the same issues as the coroner. I therefore would ask the following of my honourable friend, and I appreciate that he may want to reflect on this. Given the rulings of the coroner and the General Medical Council, I would ask that the findings of the NHSI Lewis Review be dropped. This was clearly a review into individual deaths rather than a review of culture, and the findings have been discredited by the coroner. I believe it is firmly in the public interest to drop the conclusions of this review. I would further ask that this be done quickly, as it is taking a significant toll on all those involved. I would be most grateful if my honourable friend could give this full and due consideration.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure actually to be here in my new role as Parliamentary Under-Secretary for Primary Care and Patient Safety. But I would like to start by thanking the honourable member from Kensington and to congratulate her on securing this very important debate about cardiac services at St George's Hospital. Before responding to the specific issues that she raises, I would like to extend my sympathies to the bereaved families that she mentioned who have been affected by these issues. It would be useful, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I begin by setting out some of the background and history in relation to cardiac services at St George's University Hospital's NHS Foundation Trust. It's important to consider the mortality review in the context of growing concerns that there were about the culture that existed across cardiac services at St George's and how this may have impacted upon the safety and quality of services and questions over mortality rates. Indeed, there were a number of reviews of cardiac services at St George's and a CQC inspection which was critical of services, as well as concerns raised by a large group of cardiologists from the hospital. Following 2 mortality alerts from the National Institute for Cardiovascular Outcomes Research, or NICOR, NHS Improvement commissioned an independent external mortality review, which was referenced by the Honourable Lady. Now, the purpose of the mortality review was to verify that the Trust had identified and addressed the concerns raised through both NICOR alerts and to inform the Trust's discussions with the coroner regarding the deaths. It goes without saying that its aims and methodology differed significantly from that of an inquest. Now, the independent panel for the review was composed of consultant cardiac surgeons, cardiologists and consultant cardiac anaesthetists drawn from across the country and chaired by Mr. Mike Lewis, and it published its report in March 2020. The panel found shortcomings in 102 of the 202 deaths they examined. In particular, it found that problems in care probably, most likely or definitely contributed to the deaths of 67 heart surgery patients. Now, I would add, and I know because the Honourable Lady raised it, that the structured judgment reviews to which she refers are a standard way of assessing deaths. Now, there is always learning following this level of scrutiny of a service, including for the regulators. However, I would argue that it would have not been acceptable for NHSI to have ignored the professional and public concerns that gave rise to the mortality review in the first place. Now, the Trust and NHS Improvement jointly referred 67 heart surgery patients identified by the review to the coroner. The coroner decided to hold inquests into these cases, which are ongoing. And it is the case that NHS England received a prevention of future death report dated of the 9th of May 2022, to which I think the Honourable Lady referred. Now, I've recognised that the Honourable Lady has raised some serious concerns about the findings of the coroner in relation to the mortality review of cardiac services at St George's, the subsequent impact this has had on the services available to people in South West London, and the impact of regulatory action on the professionals involved. And I've already set out the background to the mortality review and what it found. Now, since the independent mortality review, Mr. Deputy Speaker, St George's have taken comprehensive action to improve the quality, leadership and culture in the cardiac unit. Importantly, mortality has returned to normal levels. Patient care and outcomes have improved, and the Care Quality Commission found that services are safe. The review greatly assisted the Trust by making recommendations that help to improve the service and deliver better outcomes for patients. Now, NHS England London region are continuing to work with the Trust to improve the services and leadership of the cardiac unit. The restrictions, which the Honourable Lady referred to, which were placed on the surgery's unit's practice, were put in place before the mortality review, have now been removed, and the cardiac surgery's unit's outcomes are now in line with that of other trusts. Enhanced oversight of the cardiac surgery unit continues with a package of support measures in place to ensure improvements are made. As the Honourable Lady raised and will be aware, on the 7th of May 2022, the GMC found that the 2 doctors excluded by the Trust had no case to answer. It's important to emphasise that the referral of these doctors was not as a result of the mortality review, which considered issues of safety and did not criticise any individual. And it would be inappropriate for me to comment on individual cases in relation to this matter because of ongoing legal issues. Finally, NHS England is committed to reviewing the coroner's PFD report of the 9th of May and will respond in due course. Mr. Speaker, NHS hospitals are working hard to provide the very best care for their patients and families, and they should always seek to learn and take action when they have concerns. The government is absolutely committed to improving the standard of investigations into serious patient safety incidents in the NHS, to create a culture of learning from mistakes and to improve patient safety. Thank you.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As may let me say aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.